Yes, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, very different weather. That's the word. I've just been practicing that for literally 2 minutes and I said the wrong word at the very beginning. But very different weather here on day 2 of this County Championship Division 2 fixture between Nottinghamshire and Sussex. Yesterday it was very overcloud, very much bowler friendly conditions. Today it's nice and sunny in Trent Bridge as we look out above the pavilion roof here. It is a very nice setting here for day 2. But the situation in play is that Sussex are out there in the middle. 94 for 5 they will start day 2 on. Currently trailing by 146 runs. That's because Notts got bowled out for 240. Now let's just remind you of all the action and how it all unfolded, and that will be with the highlights from day 1.
4 for Robinson on return, but Sussex in trouble. Both Notts and Sussex were held to draws last week, albeit in differing circumstances. The promotion chasers ran out of time against Derbyshire, while Sussex clung on against Middlesex at Lords. They're at different ends of the table, with different priorities, but they're united by their desire for a win. Sussex took a look at the cloudy skies above and chose to bowl first, a decision vindicated when the returning Ollie Robinson pounced in the second over. Hasib Hamid bowled looking to leave. They were only up to 37 when Duckett, fresh off the back of a magnificent 241 against Derbyshire, was out for 7, caught by Coles for Robinson's second. He soon had a third. Clark out for 1, caught behind. Slater tried to jumpstart the recovery, batting at some pace, but his new partner Lyndon James could only contribute 7 runs when he was sent on his way by Carvelas, caught behind by Clark. Slater had added the bulk of the runs already, and with a single off Hunt he moved to his 50, scored off 86 balls. Mullaney stayed with the opener through to lunch, Nottinghamshire walking in on 87 for 4. Notts moved past 100 after the break, but Slater's innings was about to come to an end. Out for 55, bowled by another superb Robinson delivery to leave Notts 5 down. Moores joined Mullaney in the middle, and the pair added some quick runs, scoring at a fair rate and adding some gloss to the score. Sussex were left reeling when Mullaney was dropped in the slips on 26, and the skipper looked to capitalise for his side. They were up to 141 when Moores fell caught behind to Hunt. Patterson White couldn't get off the mark, flashing at 1 from Carvelas, only to nick to Clark. Notts now down to their last 3 wickets. Mullaney chalked up a 75 ball 50 when he ran 3 off Robinson. The captain was doing his best to give Notts something to cling on to. He then gave another chance when he was on 53, but Carter couldn't hold on. It was another costly let-off, the 8th wicket worth 50 runs off 78 balls, when Mullaney ramped the ball for 4 to bring up the 200. Pattinson was tentative with his shot to Curry, a first wicket of the day for the bowler, the Aussie caught by Clark for 39. Mullaney climbed into his bowling, 6 flicked easily over the shorter leg side boundary, but Curry responded with the next ball. The Notts captain trapped in front for 70, the hosts down to their final wicket, which fell to Curry too. Patterson out caught behind for 11, Nottinghamshire all out for 240. It had been some recovery led by that 70 from Mullaney. He'd rescued them from 75 for 4 to their much improved first innings total. Robinson had been their tormentor-in-chief, his return to action resulting in figures of 4 for 44. Sussex got their innings started after tea but lost a wicket early. Clark LBW for 8 with the score up to 24. Finn Hudson-Prentice came in at number 3, but his stay was brief, bowled by Patterson for 1. The visitors started to crumble. Ali Orr bowled by Pattinson for 34, and Ollie Carter followed before the end of the over, trapped in front by Pattinson for a duck. Coles couldn't get off the mark, nicking Patterson to Duckett to leave Sussex 5 down, and with only 49 on the board. On the face of it, Sussex were in deep trouble, but they had their in-form batter Pujara in the middle, with 18-year-old Archie Lennon, and Notts were kept out, and the score ticked along. The India international added the bulk of the runs, as Lennon held his own at the other end, and by the time they wandered off for the close, Sussex had moved to 6 away from 3 figures. They've now avoided the follow-on, but despite the recovery, the visitors are in a bit of a sticky position. Notts had seen what Robinson had produced and done it themselves, a similar showing with the ball on day 2, and this one might not make a 4th day.
So they were the highlights from yesterday, a day that saw 15 wickets taken, 5 more needed for Notts to make sure that Sussex will be out there with the ball later on today. Now, earlier on in the morning, you would have seen in that first morning session, as I've mentioned already, overcast conditions, very bowler friendly, and that's obviously why Sussex, when they won the toss, chose to bowl. We heard Ant Boter on commentary with Dave Bracegirdle last night say that Notts would have had a bowl as well, and it was very tough in that first session. Obviously Sussex took some wickets, but in and around those wickets, Ben Slater managed to stick out there until lunch, and he ended up getting 55 runs. But how was it for him yesterday, and what was his view on what happened on day one? Well, the media team here at Trent Bridge caught up with him last night. Let's have a listen and hear what he had to say.
Well, Ben, it was difficult to know at points of that day sort of who was in the ascendancy, but those last 34 overs have maybe shifted the momentum a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, getting them 5 down in that session, we'll take that, and yeah, probably edge ourselves in front going into tomorrow morning. Hopefully, a bit of cloud cover tomorrow morning like there was this morning, and we can make the most of that.
You've seen over the last 2 games not show a little bit of character either with bat and ball. Does that give you a bit of confidence when maybe your backs are a little bit against the wall like they were today, and you lose a couple of early wickets that you can come back?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously, I think we've got a good lineup and sort of dovetailing well. Me and Tev dug in a little bit out there and got a couple of scores and put what we thought was a good score on the board in the circumstances that we were dealt with today. Obviously losing the toss, favourable bowling conditions for them, and yeah, I thought they bowled well. But I think we've sort of got a score there which we gave our bowlers to bowl at.
And a well-made 50 for yourself. What is the sort of thought process when you're in that patch, when wickets are falling at the other end? Have you still got to try and be positive and put away the bad ball?
Yeah, I think so. I think the way we sort of bat here, the wickets that we play on here last year and not so much this year, but obviously we know that they do a bit. So I think it's important that when we get the bad ball, we do try and put it away and put the pressure back on the bowler.
And Stephen and Jimmy towards the end of the innings as well, getting you over 200 and a little bit more than that as well. How important was that in terms of shifting the momentum back onto Sussex and then out with the ball as well? That seemed to carry on.
Yeah, I think that Jimmy's knock at the end there, any runs from 8 down are vital really. Any that the all-rounders and the bowlers that can get down there are sort of vital, especially on the games that we play on these sort of wickets. They can be invaluable later on in the game, and yeah, his knock there was perfect really for us.
And with the ball, what are your thoughts on the way that the 3 big guys came out and performed once again? It sort of felt, looking on, like there was going to be a wicket. Every ball is that way it felt on the field as well?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously we know the quality that we've got in this bowling attack, and they showed it there. I think they've been wanting a wicket for a while now that offers them a bit of something. That they've not had that the last couple of weeks. So yeah, it was nice for them to get on something that's going to give them a little bit back, and we saw that today. I think yeah, we felt that on the field as well. It looked like there could have been a wicket at any point. So yeah, we know the quality that we've got in that attack, and yeah, we'll go again tomorrow.
They were the thoughts of Ben Slater, and the boys are ready just on the edge of the field to go again, as Ben Slater says. But one thing that was crucial yesterday was the captain's performance. If we take a quick look whilst we wait for the umpires to make their way out onto the field, which they are going to now. So I'm going to pass you over to the commentary team, to Dave, to Adrian and to Grace. Enjoy.
Welcome to Trent Bridge, BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle with you, welcoming you to the East Midlands. A bright, sunny, lovely morning, really idyllic overhead conditions. It's pleasantly warm, nothing like we had last week, of course, just pleasantly warm. Just had a little chat to 1 or 2 supporters outside there, and feel the sun just nicely warming the back of the neck. So very much looking forward to day 2. It is expected to stay fine and dry throughout the day, so hopefully we can crack on with this game. Quick recap from yesterday: Nottinghamshire put into bat, bowled out by T for 240, then fought back in the final session to leave Sussex 94 for 5. So you're very welcome to join us throughout the day. We'll be on the BBC Sport website and app if you're up and out and about and in the car and all the rest of it, and can only get the audio commentary, but if you're able to look at the pictures or want to look at the pictures, the BBC commentary as usual will be coming through the Trent Bridge Club website. I'm sure there's a link on the Sussex County Cricket Club website, and I know a number of people can find us also on the YouTube website. Now, our team today, apart from myself, will be joined in half an hour or so by amazing Grace Ballinger, the spearhead of the Lightning side, not too far away from us, based at Loughborough. She's also got a nice fat 100 or the 100 contract with London Spirit this year, so very much enjoyed Grace's company yesterday. Thanks for everybody that commented as well. I know you all enjoyed having Grace with us, and my old chum, we had a night out. We were out on the tiles. Is going to talk you through the first over. Good morning, Adrian Harms.
Good morning to you. It was a lovely evening as Archie Lennon was facing the first ball of the morning and lets that one pass by outside of the off stump. From James Pattinson, who's got the wonderful figures of 3 for 27 in the 10 overs he bowled yesterday. Yeah, very grateful, Dave. We had an excellent evening out at Meadow Lane last night to watch the Nottingham derby between County and Forest, which was a good game for a friendly, little bit feisty in
Passions
parts.
were running.
It was
were running deep.
There was.
They?
There was a couple of pushes and shoves and a couple of tackles, and probably the Forest goal of the season.
Cafu!
From about 30 yards into the top corner. It was terrific. In comes Pattinson bowls. Lennon lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run. So thank you, Dave. It was a very pleasant evening.
Oh, the tickets cost me a fortune.
I bet they did.
Absolute fortune.
I bet they did.
Yeah.
And I was very impressed. Everybody seemed to know Dave Bracegirdle. Hello, Dave. Hello, Dave. Hello, Dave. Everyone knew him. So, yeah, a lot of people there. In fact, the kickoff was delayed. There were so many people trying to get into the ground. So it was sort of like the old days, really. Terrific. Thoroughly good evening. As we left the ground, it started to rain as Pattinson runs away from us, coming into bowl to Archie Lennon. And Lennon is up on his toes and steers that wide of third slip. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here, is Archie Lennon, as he goes to 18 and Sussex first runs of the day, 96 for 5.
We committed an absolute no-no as well, didn't we? An absolute no-no. We actually just snuck out before the end. I'd been out, in fact we'd both been out since the crack of dawn. Adrian had driven up from the from the south yesterday morning, so we'd both had a long old day of it, but it was fairly congested. There were 14,000 in there. We were both in car parks and all the rest of it. I'd got to drive back to the Kingdom of Newark. Adrian had got to find his hotel, so we snuck out just before the end, which it's a little bit of a no-no, isn't it, for football fans?
Pattinson, in again, lovely sunshine, comes in and bowls to Lennon, lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Moores, and there is no run. So there are a few drops of rain, and I thought, this doesn't bode well for tomorrow, but that's all gone now. And it's a lovely morning. I have to say, I got hopelessly lost both driving back to the hotel last night. I didn't find Nottingham an easy city to negotiate. And then this morning I thought, I know what, I'm going to walk to the ground. It's such a lovely day. And, I knew I was heading in roughly the right direction. But I had to ask at the railway station, of course there's no trains today, but there were some pickets outside the station.
I just don't know what you were doing at the railway station.
I had to ask one of them the way. In comes Pattinson over the wicket bowls. And Lennon is beaten. That's a good delivery that cuts away from Archie Lennon. Taken low by Tom Moores in front of second slip, and there is no run. No, nor do I.
You say there were some strikers down there, or some pickets?
Some pickets, yeah.
Pickets.
Yeah, because there's a train strike today, isn't there? So.
Did you boo and hiss as you went past?
No, I didn't. In fact, I asked them the way. Down there, mate, he said.
Did they rattle their tins?
Yeah, I don't know if they were just a group of guys standing around outside. Pattinson. I thought Archie Lennon did really well last night for Sussex because they're still in trouble, but they were in more trouble when he came in, as Pattinson is in bowls, and Lennon again lets that one go outside the off stump. Not taken cleanly by Tom Moores. End of the over, 96 for 5. Lennon on 18. Pujara is on 34, and these two are nearing a 50 partnership. 47 they've put on so far. And good to see Pujara out in the middle because he was struck on the helmet late last night. He carried on, but you sometimes wonder, Dave, with delayed concussion and all the rest of it. But he's out there, and it's very important for Sussex that he is.
Very much so. He's going to face Dane Patterson. Not entirely sure what the time is. BBC Radio Nottingham haven't come to me as yet. Maybe they've forgotten.
Never.
Maybe they've forgotten.
Never.
96 for 5 then. A couple of runs from that opening over. Dane Patterson to bowl the second over. He got 2 of the wickets yesterday. Bowled Finn Hudson-Prentice with a beauty that flattened the off stump and had James Coles caught by Ben Duckett at second slip. Sussex slumped to 49 for 5, but as Adrian said, fighting back as Patterson comes in, bowls, runs for no, played it out into the offside. They're going to take a single, but Asiba Mead did really well there. I thought that was beyond him. Adrian talking about getting lost in a city. I'll just wait until we're definitely past the time in which Radio Nottingham might come, and then I'm going to have a little bit of a blast at the Welsh nation. Stereotypical.
We look forward to that.
97 for 5. I had an envelope waiting for me when I got home. Oh, here we go. Idyllic conditions out there this morning. It really is quite warm, lovely blue sky overhead, and we've got this game that we're not entirely sure who's in the best position here. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 240 yesterday quite cheaply. Sussex 97 for 5, so they are some way behind, but they've got Cheteshwar Pujara, one of the best players in the world, out there in the middle on 35 not out. As I say, idyllic conditions. Notts will be hoping to pick up a wicket or two, maybe even that of Pujara. Sussex 97 for 5. Patterson bowls edged, and I'm not entirely sure if that carried all the way to Duckett. If it did, he's not been able to hang on. Genuine edge.
Yeah, I think it would have been a great catch, but he's put it down. You see Tom Moore's just patting him on the head.
Just have a little look at this. Yes, nicked, and he's gone at it left-handed. Might even have struck Joe Clark in the shin, but I don't think Joe Clark would have, from where his hands were, would have got down. It went very quickly. Duckett dived across him one-handed and almost plucked it off Joe Clark's right shin, but couldn't hang on. And down it went. So Lennon on 18 with a bit of a life is Dane Patterson in. Bowls down the leg side, and this is going to be 4 leg byes, and Sussex are going to find their way into triple figures. The 100 brought up, 101 for 5. Yeah, got home last night. Letter there, stamped all across the outside. Cardiff City Council and all this. Now, last week, or week before last, Notts were down in Cardiff playing Glamorgan. Got down there, had a puncture, so that started the 4 days in terrific style. Left the car in the hotel underground, and made my way in and out over the 3 days. But I obviously had to move the car on the last morning to get to the ground and check out and everything. As Patterson comes in and bowls outside the off peg, goes through to Moore's. And I'd gone in and out a couple of times, as I say, on the team coach with the players from the hotel to the ground. Anyway, I came out of the hotel car park and the sat-nav, turn left, or whatever it is, and I thought, well, the bus doesn't go this way, but I'd better follow me sat-nav or I'm going to get lost right through Cardiff city centre. Anyway, I was there at the ground in ample time. Didn't take too long. It wasn't that far. 101 for 5. Next delivery on its way, and Lennon defends. Opened this letter last night, Cardiff City Council all over it. If you are the registered owner of blah, 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 we have video evidence of you driving in a bus lane at 8:30 on the morning of blah, blah, blah. This is a fine of £70 if paid within 28 days. However, if you pay within 14 days, it is £35. If you choose not to pay it, it will be forwarded to the Crown Court or whatever, the Magistrates Court, not Crown Court, not quite that serious, the Magistrates Court, where you'll be liable to a fine of at least £200. So we recommend you pay. I mean, I'm not, I'm an idiot, but I'm not a complete idiot. If I see a signed bus lane, I would stay out of it, but I don't know. They reckon they've got me banged to rights, so I better pay the 35 quid and shut up. But the Welsh nation as a whole this morning, hey, what's occurring?
Pattinson is running in from the Ratcliffe Road in Bolton. Pujara plays it into the covers and there's no run. I would appeal. Definitely.
On what grounds?
I
When
would,
they say they've got video evidence, so
well, I would say something like,
please send me the video.
I was visiting Cardiff. I don't know the city particularly well. I'm wondering if I'm going to fall foul of the authority, because when I drove back to the hotel, I suddenly found myself in a tram lane last night, and I was thinking,
what do the police say? Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
But it's really frustrating, isn't it?
But I don't know what's a...
Well, and in fact, last week, because in all the hot weather, as Pattinson runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Pajara, who's solidly forward and plays down the track.
But my good lady knew exactly what I'd done. She says, I know what you've done. You've gone the same way as the bus, and that could go in the bus lane. No. Because I knew straight away the bus went that way, and my sat-nav was saying go this way, so I thought I'd follow the sat-nav just in case I couldn't remember. But I've committed some offence. I don't think appealing will do me any good.
Well, last week because Sussex were playing at Lord's, and they were advising in that hot weather not to travel on the trains because they were going to be all over the place. So I drove. And now, but you drive to central London now, you get these low emission zones. As in comes Pattinson, bowls, and Pajara has to take his right hand off the bat, plays a short delivery down to the leg side, and there is no run. So you have to check whether your vehicle qualifies for the low emissions.
Oh, I know.
It's all a bit of a palaver, really. I know it's all for the greater good, but when you get a fine like that, that's not funny.
And the old Dartford Tunnel thing, or the crossing as well. You've got to remember then.
Well, that's a real problem.
You've then got to remember.
That's a real problem, Dave.
To go online and how do people get on that aren't online?
Well, it's really difficult. If I've done that and forgotten. You suddenly think, crumbs, I better pay that.
Yeah.
Pattinson in and bowls, and Pajara, good shot down towards third man. Is he going to pick up a boundary? No, it's not. It's going to be fielded right out on the third man boundary. Very fine bit of fielding out there by...
It'll be Slater, he says, having an absolute guess.
Long way from us. He's right down at the pavilion end of the ground.
Yeah, it is Slater. So we've got some floppies out there today, the floppy sun hats. They are, at the moment, apart from Slater down at third man, congregated behind the wicket with Tom Moores, Joe Clark and Ben Duckett all wearing the floppy sun hat. We had 10 of them at Cardiff in the floppy sun hat, and
in that hot weather,
and 8 or 9 certainly at Derby last week.
2 slips go down. I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment. The ground is currently in shade as Pattinson is in bowls to Pajara, who's solidly behind that. That was a thou shalt not pass forward defensive by Pajara, bat and pad glued together. He plays it to mid-on, no run.
So I think I'm banged to rights, Adrian. So spoil the visit. Love going down there. Love working with Nick and with Eddie, and
lovely people.
Enjoy the. It's not called the Swalek anymore, is it? We've got to call it the Sophia Gardens. Enjoy Sophia Gardens. I mean, everything works, which is essentially one of the things we look for.
I agree.
A nice Wi-Fi and all the kit working. Had a lovely 4 days, but spoilt by the letter yesterday.
Pattinson in down the leg side. Good diving take by Tom Moores. That's the end of another James Pattinson over. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 31. Sussex have safely negotiated the first 3 overs of the day. They're 103 for 5. They've added 9 runs. Lennon on 18, Pajara 37.
Yeah, safely negotiated, but with a drop.
Yes.
They've added 54 altogether. David Perry has been in touch at Brace Cricket, enjoying the commentary, folks. I was going to go on Friday. I'm not sure it'll last 4 days now. Why does James Pattinson have Attinso on his shirt? Yeah, it did last week. The N dropped off first, so he was Pattinso, and then the P dropped off. I would have thought he's got more shirts than that, as Patterson comes in and bowls, but this is clearly the one he had on at Derby that we noticed. Single taken, first ball of Dane Patterson's over. Archie Lennon moves on to 19, partnership of 55. Thanks, David. He's been in touch at Brace Cricket. If you want to get in touch with Adrian, you can through
sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. if you want to email sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's for all of us. So about any subject. Pretty much any subject.
And if you want to get in touch with Amazing Grace, it's at Grace Ballinger. Do! Patterson, passed on by Bainton. Bowls, nice looking shot for 4 through the offside by Pajara. Just seemed to be a little bit towards the bottom of the bat. I just wondered if it just might plug a little bit as it went into the offside, but no such luck as it raced away for 4. Nice shot, Pajara onto 41, 108 for 5. The over rates, well, they've not changed overnight with regards to Sussex -6.
Yeah, that's really
and
bad.
Nottinghamshire -1. So in the second innings, in Nottinghamshire's second innings, Sussex have got a bit of work to do there with the over rate. As Patterson bowls, this one swings away from the right-handed Pujara.
The Sussex boys must have been down here early this morning. I got in a lift at about 8:30. A couple of the Sussex lads got in and looked like they were on their way down to the coach.
Yeah.
So they would have been here early. Hugh Johnson's been in touch. Hello, Hugh. Lovely to hear from you. He says, "Hi, Adrian." Oh, excuse me. Got a frog in my throat. I know how you respect Lennon's fighting spirit following his dad and his granddad, both of whom played for Sussex. He appears to be a gutsy batsman.
Patterson into Pujara, who's certainly a gutsy batsman. This down the leg side, well taken by Tom Moores.
But he says, how good is his bowling? He's taken so few red ball wickets. Is he a potential Sussex spinner? James Kirtley said Carson would play again after June, so wonder why he hasn't returned. Out of the youngsters, I think Dan Ibrahim's the best prospect who really will become a top player. What are your thoughts? Well, thank you, Hugh, for getting in touch, first of all. Jack Carson is still injured, I understand, Hugh. He's had this knee problem that was a carryover from last season. I think he's hoping to play later this season, but, you know, we're sort of running out of weeks now, aren't we, really?
There's Patterson. Bowls left alone by Chiteshwar Pujara. Ball smacks into the gloves of Moores.
But I think of all the Sussex bowlers who have been injured this season, it's without disrespect to any of the others,
Yeah.
but I think the one they've really missed has been Jack Carson, you know, an off-spinner who can hold an end, and that's something Sussex have really missed this season. So let's hope that Jackson, I mean, you know, hopefully he'll be back for maybe some of the 50 over or the 3 county games that Sussex play in September, but must have been a tough year for Jack with this knee problem.
I can see this being an issue in the Nottinghamshire second innings for Sussex, and they've got some work to do, haven't they? Tidy that up at -6. Patterson bowls, deliberately lifted up and over. Fine looking shot from Pujara. We used to see Brendan Taylor play that shot quite regularly. A deliberate pick up and away, one bounce down to the third man fence. For 412 for 5, Pujara 45, Lennon 19. Very good morning to you. If you're just joining us, there was a drop in Patterson's first over of the morning. His first over, it was the second over of the morning from the pavilion end, and Lennon, I think he was on 18 at the time, nicked it to into the slip cord and might have struck Joe Clark on his right leg. Clark at first slip, but Ben Duckett dived across him, got his left hand to it, couldn't hang on.
Well, James Pattinson is going to carry on from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground in lovely Midland sunshine. Runs away for us, coming into bowl to Archie Lennon, right up in the block hole, and then jags down on that, and the ball whistles past the outside edge through to Tom Moores, and there is no run. I mean, as regards Archie Lennon's bowling, I think Hugh, and I'm not waving a flag for the club here, I think we have to remember he's only 18 years of age, and he's learning his trade. And I think as a young leg spinner, you are going to go for a few sometimes, and that's just the nature of the beast. But, you know, he'll be working very hard alongside Ian Salisbury, of course. But he's certainly doing a good job for his county here, and he did a good job at Lord's last week when Sussex were in a little bit of trouble in their second innings. He waits as the tall figure of Pattinson is in, bowls, and then lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Moores, no run.
27th of July, Adrian. Got 1 or 2 birthdays to highlight. A fella that's played for both Nottinghamshire and Sussex in the recent past is 37 today, now on the Derbyshire coaching staff. Happy birthday, Ajmal Shazad. Good man is
yes, he is a good man.
Ajmal. Played for Notts in the 2013 one-day final at Lord's. Started with Yorkshire, then a little spell with Lancashire, then came to Notts, and then went to Sussex, and there were 1 or 2 more steps on the way, weren't there? Was it Northants or Leicester? Played a game or 2.
Patterson,
this one is, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, so clipped away by Archie Lennon. I think that's come off back. Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Just veering down the leg side, and Archie Lennon just stepped inside the line and clipped it down to find leg for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 23. Sussex 116 for 5. No, I'd echo that. Lovely man, Ajmal.
Yeah.
Saw him at Derby, and also when Derbyshire were down at Hove this season.
Yeah, Ismail Shazad then 37 today. One Nottinghamshire player of the past, sadly no longer with us. Bomber Wells, he also played for Gloucestershire in a long and illustrious career, was born on this day in 1930. He ended up with 998 first-class wickets, Bomber Wells. So you'd have thought they'd have found another game for him to get 2 more wickets, but 998. Bomber Wells would have been 92 had he still been with us. A fabulous cricketer back in the day.
Pattinson. To the right-handed Archie Lennon, who again lets that go. He's left very well, Archie Lennon. The ball bounces in front of Tom Moores, who takes it well, and there is no run. Sorry, Martin's been in touch, Dave. He says, "Dear Adrian and Dave, I also snuck out early from the football yesterday." He said, "You both walked by the bus stop at Tunnels Quay as I was waiting for a bus with my 9-year-old grandson Oscar. He was flagging by then. Kick-off had already been put back, so it was indeed a long day for all."
You should have said hello. That would have been great. Oh, terrific. Hope Oscar's okay. Hope he enjoyed his evening. Well, 1 or 2 idiots there, weren't there? There was a little bit of silliness.
And comes Pattinson, bowls, then forward, plays it straight down the track. There is no run.
I'm not suggesting you're correspondent, by the way, but he'll know what I mean. There were 1 or 2 that sort of let their emotions get carried away in a pre-season friendly. Just a couple more birthdays, Adrian.
Sorry, yes,
you're all right. Captain Grumpy, Alan Border, of course. Captain of a very famous Australian side. He's 67 today. Jonty Rhodes, one of the best fielders the world has ever seen, the South African, 53. And Nottingham's very own Christopher Dean.
Oh, yes.
Tolville and Dean fame. He's 64 today.
Wow. In comes Pattinson over the wicket to Lennon, who again lets that go. Again, there's no carry through to Tom Moores, who again takes that on the bounce. So the wicket which... Well, I didn't think there was much wrong with the wicket yesterday. 15 wickets went down. I thought there was some excellent bowling, but it was giving some help to the bowlers yesterday. Today, it's a couple of deliveries just dying in front of keeper Moores. End of the over, 116 for 5. Lennon on 23, Pujara on 45.
Steve Crawley. I don't know if I can read that, Steve. You are being... if Pato has a comfort break, he may actually be going for a pee. So that's with regards to his shirt. He says he got that from watching Carry On Camping. Thank you, Steve. I used to love the old carry-ons. All good, harmless British fun, weren't they? Back in the day. Probably wouldn't be allowed nowadays. This one past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Bit of Sid James and Kenneth Williams. Like the old carry-ons.
Oh, love them, yeah. Yeah, some great films, weren't they? Carry On Camping. Oh, dear. Yeah.
Grace looking at us like we are a pair of old fossils.
Yeah. They were funny though, weren't they, back in the day?
Back in the day.
You know.
Humour of the time.
Yes, it was different then.
40th over of the innings, Dane Patterson is now into his 13th. Bowls to Pujara, who again just looks as if he's got all the time in the world as he blocks this one. Hamid doing the fielding.
Benjamin Cook has sent us an email. Hello, Benjamin, or we call you Benjamin or Ben. Great to hear from you. He says, "Hi, Adrian, enjoying the coverage from Bristol before going to watch the T20 this evening. It's in England, South Africa. So I'd imagine they've probably got the temporary stand-up down at Bristol for that one."
Patterson to Pujara, drives handsomely through the offside for 4. And there's nothing that Hamid could do about that one. Elegant looking shot from Cheteshwar Pujara, who's now on 49. He looks in fine fettle. Once again reached 1,000 runs for the season yesterday. He's averaging over 100, wasn't he, going into this round of matches, and he's obviously got his stall set out here for the big innings.
What an education this is, you know. It's about you can have all the nets and everything in the world, can't you? But you're out in the middle at a test match ground with one of the great batsmen. What an experience.
120 for 5. Patterson in once more. Pujara very selective. Leaves this one alone, goes through to the keeper.
Benjamin goes on to say, "Pleasing to see Robinson back and seeing a pitch with a bit in it compared to some of the roads we've been playing on recently. I've been impressed with the 2 trialists, Curry and Carvelis, and hope to see more of them. Quick question in regards to Carvelis. Due to him playing for Greece, does he count as an overseas ? obviously not a problem now with just Pujara, but could prevent him being a permanent signing.
Don't
Good question.
think so. Oh, that one struck
that's
Pujara, and he's given him! Pujara out for 49. Dane Patterson strikes an enormous blow here to Sussex's hopes of first innings parity. Cheteshwar Pujara given out LBW to Dane Patterson for 49. Yeah, that looks a very decent shout. Neil Bainton raises the finger, and the great Indian player has to go. Batted for just over 2 hours, 85 balls, 9 fours, and falls to Dane Patterson, who gets his third wicket of the innings. It is the third LBW of this particular innings, and of slight statistical interest, that is the 100th wicket of the season, shared between the Patos. Liam Patterson-White has 33, Dane Patterson 36, and James Pattinson has 28. So the Patos between them have picked up 100 wickets. Pujara, though, perhaps one of the biggest of them all. 120 for 6 is the score.
I have to say that did look out.
Yeah.
And Pujara, it's one of those.
He came back, we were talking yesterday about setting him up, a couple that go away, and then the one that just came back, held its line and thudded into the pad. I've made this brand new sheet out here. Look, Sussex side in batting order, and straight away it's out of date because I've put Corvellis ahead of Robinson, but here comes Ollie Robinson instead.
Yes, just look how Ollie Robinson towers over young Archie Lennon as he wanders out. Just finishing up, so thank you for your email, Benjamin. It's a good question. He says, obviously not a problem now with just Pujara, but could prevent him being a permanent signing. In the days pre-Brexit, I think EU players didn't, but I'm not sure of the rules now. And I have to say, Benjamin, I don't know, but we'll try and find out. But certainly Carvelis bowled nicely yesterday. He batted very well at Lords as well, picked up a couple of wickets. But as Dave was saying there in the commentary, that's a huge blow for Sussex this morning. But a partnership of 71 between Lennon and Pujara.
Need Robinson to stick around now, don't they? And
yep.
You wonder how Lennon might just be affected by that. Will he sort of think he's the set bat? Will he look to try and monopolise things? I wouldn't have thought so. I don't know too much about Ollie Robinson, the character, but I can only imagine he's the sort that would say, don't worry, Archie, you play your game, leave it to me, I'm in charge out here. Next ball sees him confidently push it back to the bowler, and Dane Patterson concludes his 13th over, 3 for 42, and again he's putting in a very decent shift here for Notts. Sussex 120 for 6.
Well, I think he's a far better batsman, Ollie Robinson, than probably his first-class stats suggest. We were talking yesterday, he made 100 on his debut at Durham, and in his early days of his career, when he played his junior cricket down at Kent, he was very much considered a batsman and an off-spinner before he started to bowl quickly. So he is a good batsman. He generally likes to attack, I have to say, so I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Ollie. I don't think he'll just push the ball around. I think he'll try to keep the scoreboard moving along and be positive. But it's Archie Lennon who's going to face the next over from James Pattinson, who's running in from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Lennon tucks this one away on the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs to Archie Lennon. It's a lovely shot, just erring down the leg side, and he's tucked inside the line and crept it away through square leg. He goes to 27, Sussex to 100. And 24 for 6. What a delight it is to be here, Dave. I mean, sometimes I sort of pinch myself, really, and think, here we are at Trent Bridge on a lovely sunny day, watching the cricket yourself, Grace, and in the commentary box here. It's just we've got the best view in the house. Wonderful. Sun's out. Couldn't be better.
We were sort of reflecting last night how sort of fortunate we were, weren't we? Yeah, to go from, one stadium of one sport, walk across a bridge and be in another sporting stadium.
Pattinson in again, bowls. That's wider of the off stump, but a good take by Tom Moores, diving across in front of.
And of course, our journey took us past another stadium, the City Ground. These 3 sporting arenas so close to each other.
John Malone's been in touch. He says it looks like a lovely day at Trent Bridge, similar to sunny Bexhill-on-Sea today, and his message is addressed, "Hi Adrian, Dave and Grace." So we're all on John's email this morning, and he says an interesting day of cricket ahead. It is all a good learning experience for our young lads against experienced opposition. My sympathies with you my sympathies, Dave, with your Cardiff experience.
Thank you.
In comes Pattinson, bowls, and Lennon looks to glance that down the leg side. Doesn't make contact, taken by Moores. And there is no run. He says, so my sympathies, Dave, with your Cardiff experience. Most of us have gone through it in one country, city, town, in our lives. Pay up, I guess.
Yeah, well...
Poor old Dave.
You see, that wasn't your advice.
No,
you
I would
said appeal.
I would definitely appeal. I would say I bought money to the Cardiff economy. I had a couple of meals out. You know, I don't know the city. You know, in these difficult times, cost of living crisis. I would. Yeah, you know... Up the workers, I say.
Yeah. When I've got a court
Citizen
appearance,
Smith and all that.
when I've got a court appearance in October, I'll call you to be my key witness.
In comes Patterson bowls, and Lennon is forward. And more runs here for Archie Lennon. He might well get 4, actually. It's racing down towards the third man boundary. It's not quite where he intended it to go, but Archie goes to 31 and Sussex to 128 for 6. I spoke to Ollie Robinson at the close of play last night. Always good to catch up with Ollie, and he was...
In the gloom.
Yeah, and he was... that interview is on the BBC Sussex Sport Twitter feed. But I was asking him about Archie Lennon. I thought how well he did last night. And he said, he's a proper fighter, is Archie. Anyway, he's doing a good job for his county. 128 for 6. That was John in touch. Martin's also sent an email, which I'll read in a moment. Martin Weiss in Twickenham. In comes Pattinson bowls, and then drives a ball of good length to mid-on, fielded by Fletcher. And there is no run. He says, good morning, Adrian. What a shame about that wicket. Parity would be a very fine effort now. Speaking of Jonty Rhodes, and Dave was mentioning Jonty Rhodes' birthday, and great fielders, who's the best you've seen? I recall Paul Parker being a menace in the covers, and in a televised one-day game, he caught the ball and pocketed it in one move, requiring a double take on behalf of both the cameraman and the commentator. I also heard they used to swap hats with other fielders so batters wouldn't recognise him and might take a chancy run. Well, I've never heard that, but that's a great story. In comes Pattinson over the wicket bowls, and Lennon is forward, and he's given out LBW. I thought he might have got a little nick on that Archie Lennon, but he's given out LBW. So wickets in consecutive overs, and now Lennon is gone, having made 31. And Sussex have lost a couple of wickets, and that very fine innings, that resolute innings from Archie Lennon, lasting 80 balls in 107 minutes, comes to an end, and Sussex are 128 for 7.
Yes, 4 LBWs in this particular innings now. I think they were just the one. Stephen Mullaney in the Nottinghamshire innings, which he wasn't too thrilled about, but had to go nonetheless. 4 wickets for James Pattinson. He hasn't had a fifer on this particular visit to Notts. Third time he's been back with the county, but potential to do it here. Good applause for Archie Lennon, batted for an hour and 3/4, faced 80 balls, 5 fours in his 128 for 7.
So thank you for that, Martin. So Jonty Rhodes, Paul Parker, Martin goes on to say most recently Paul Collingwood is superb too. So perhaps let us know your favourite fielders, or not the favourite fielder, the best fielder that you saw. Who would yours be?
Derek William Randall. Don't have to think about that too long. Of course, on this ground,
I thought you might say
Arkle, Derek Randall. Yeah, the best I've ever seen, and not only for his brilliance, for his all-round entertainment and enthusiasm and sheer joy at fielding. I mean, I always say to youngsters, if you don't enjoy fielding, forget it. Cricket's not the game for you as a player. Yeah, watch it by all means, but as a player, if you only want to bat or only want to bowl as a youngster, cricket's not going to be the game for you. 90% or more than 90% of the game is as a fielder. It doesn't matter how good you are, whether you're Lara, whether you're Sobers, whether you're Randall, whether you're Paul Parker, whether you're Chiteshwar Pujara, you spend more time fielding than you do batting or bowling in this game. So you've got to love fielding, and Randall brought that. There was always a smile on his face, there was a laugh, there was a joke, but there was brilliance in the field. Here's Dane Patterson in bowling to Ollie Robinson. So the new man is Harry Carvelis. Adrian will be back before too long. Off to update BBC Radio Sussex listeners. Disappointing few overs there for the Sussex side. Just going to do a quick update. 2 minutes ago, I'd have said it's been a disappointing opening half an hour for Nottinghamshire, but they've just gone bang, bang. 2 wickets, 2 important ones, the ones that were not out overnight, are now both back in the pavilion. Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian Test player, gone for 49. Dane Patterson with an LBW decision. End of that over, start of a fresh one. And James Pattinson also with an LBW decision, sending back Archie Lennon for 31. Notts yesterday made 240. Looks a decent score now because Sussex, in reply, 128 for 7. So there, an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. As I say, Adrian's nipped next door, and for the first time this morning we've been joined by amazing Grace Ballinger. Good morning.
Good morning.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm well, thank you. Pleased
Pleasant
to be
evening?
back. Yeah, nice.
There's Patterson into bowl to Robinson, goes through to the keeper. You watch the Lionesses?
No, I didn't. I watched Love Island, if I'm honest.
Grace. Oh dear. Now, you flattered me this morning earlier because you guessed my age and were 10 years out on the right side for me, so you instantly went to my number 1, but you're slipping back down the rankings. What do you watch that rubbish for?
I've got quite into it this year, if I'm honest. I haven't watched it in the past, but...
I couldn't. We just can't extend this conversation because I know nothing about it. I couldn't tell you. Next one is played nicely by Robinson down to long leg. I know you're at the back of the box. It's not the best of views back there, but a couple of LBW decisions, and it's just changed very quickly, hasn't it, over the last 3 or 4 minutes with those 2 decisions?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Sussex came into the day in a decent position. I mean, Pujara going very nicely and Lennon playing a good supporting role, but as you say, it looks a very different game with Sussex 129 for 7 and still trailing by 111 runs. There's a big job to do for these 2 batters, but obviously we saw Carveus get a 50 on debut last week, so who knows, they might be able to bat, but they've got to bat for a while here, Sussex.
Yeah, Brad Curry and Sean Hunt are the 2 Sussex players we've not yet seen out there. This is defended by the numberless Carveus. Picked up... got an up-to-date scorecard here somewhere, Brace Girdley. Well, he picked up 2 wickets yesterday. Harry Carveus thought he bowled quite nicely from the pavilion end. Accounted for both Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White yesterday. Ran in with plenty of purpose, didn't he? It's interesting how Sussex went about it. They had the 2 right arm over the wicket seamers from the pavilion end and the 2 left armers from this end. Patterson bowls. This one allowed to go through to Moores. End of the 42nd over. Sussex 129 for 7. They've lost Pujara LBW to Patterson for 49 and Lennon LBW to Pattinson for 31. Sorry for enunciating as best I could, but I guess if you don't follow Notts too closely, Patterson and Pattinson, it has confused 1 or 2 along the way. And wait till Patterson-White has a bowl as well.
Yeah, I think, as you say, all the seamers for Sussex went nicely yesterday, and as they have for Nottingham, we've said that it's not a road as we often see in these county championship games. There's a bit in it for the bowlers, but I'm not sure if it's just been a bit of poor batting. I don't think the wicket's that hard to bat on. As Pattinson comes in here, Robinson to face. Good full ball, a bit leg side-ish, and that's flicked around easy. There's no protection out on that short leg side boundary, so it will be 4 runs, and Robinson moves on to 5 not out off 6 deliveries. Well-timed shot there.
Shortish side, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very short out there.
There's going to be a little more protection as Seabermead is being sent out there.
Just went a bit too straight with it, didn't he? It wasn't the worst delivery, but it just wasn't for the field he had set, unfortunately. And when you've got absolutely no protection out there, the outfield as quick as it is here at Trent Bridge, all you have to do is get a little tickle on it and it will go for 4.
Might be a fun little battle this, actually, if James Pattinson and Ollie Robinson look to take each other on.
3 slips in then for Robinson as Pattinson comes in, and this one's shorter and down leg side, and is it a nick? It is, and Robinson is out, caught down the leg side by Tom Moores. Now, that was a poor dismissal, I'd say, and Sussex really struggling now, 133 for 8. And that is 5 wickets for Pattinson, who's bowled very nicely for it.
Yeah, terrific stuff from James Pattinson. Best figures of the season for him. Robinson, it was a brief stay, just under quarter of an hour, 7 balls faced, 1-4. James Pattinson, 5 for 47 in his 15th over, has very much filled the role as spearhead of this Nottinghamshire side in this particular game. He's very often the enforcer, runs in and sort of takes it to the opposition players, and often goes for a few runs in his quest for wickets. It's been, I think he's been absolutely spot on in this innings. He's done everything, you know more than me, but I think he's done everything that you'd want from your spearhead, from your opening bowler. And he's got the wickets, he's got the rewards for his performance this time, and he's getting a good pat on the back from Luke Fletcher there, which will mean a lot to him, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. He's gone really nicely, and as you say, just put it in really good areas. And I think when you've got a wicket that's doing a bit as this one is, you don't really need to do too much. The conditions are pretty good for bowling, and yeah, he's just bowled pretty consistently, not many bad balls, and he's got the reward for it. Will be number 21, Sean Hunt, to come in, number 10.
Sound like somebody at the boating park. Come in, number 21, your time is up.
He bowled well yesterday.
Fletcher's enjoying that, you know, as much as if it was him. He's chatting. Look, he's waving to everybody. He's really giving his mate the big pump up. He's absolutely delighted for him. That's, you know, the very definition of a team man out there. So Sean Hunt and Brad Curry got a little bit of work to do. Not even got their names on the scoreboard yet.
Will still be the 3 slips in then for Sean Hunt. Right-handed batter, despite being a left-arm bowler, as Pattinson comes into bowl. Wraps Hunt on the pad for his first ball, but clearly going down leg, and they just run 1, 2 square leg byes.
Yes, almost every time it hits the pad now, you're sort of looking towards the umpire, aren't you? With there's a couple of LBWs this morning, and then that one tickled down the leg side. It's not been a great few minutes for Sussex. They survived pretty much most of the opening half an hour.
Sussex 134 for 8 then, still trail by 106 runs as Pattinson in to bowl at Carvelis, and full and straight, and Carvelis gets forward nicely and defends it into the offside.
There's not a great deal of first class experience either out there or to come, so this would be great rearguard action if Carvelis, Hunt and Curry were to frustrate Nottinghamshire for the rest of this session. Notts, for their part, will want to knock over these last 2 wickets and then set about building the lead, extending the lead through the rest of the day.
Another full delivery by Pattinson, and this one slightly more leg side, but just pushed to Luke Fletcher at mid-on by Carvelis. Looks like there's a little bit of cloud cover coming over to the right of us. I mean, it was really warm this morning. I bought a jumper, but I was far too hot walking in this morning to Nottingham. And
so you had a stroll as well?
Yeah, I like a morning walk.
You didn't get lost like Adrian?
Not this time. That was yesterday. Final ball of the over then for Pattinson. This one slightly back of the length and leg side and 2 leg side, and that's pushed into the gap and should run away for 4 to mid wicket, and does. Good shot, well timed, and at the end of the over, Sussex are 138 for 8.
Just looking, that's the 4th 5-wicket haul for James Pattinson for Nottinghamshire. They've spread over 3 spells, just his 17th match. So pretty decent return for him. One or two have sort of quite rightly mentioned that perhaps lost a little bit of pace from his 2 previous spells, 2017, 2019, but he's still plenty quick enough. Still as quick as most around in Division 2. 138 for 8. Dane Patterson, he gets his victims by a different method, and more cunning and guile from Dane Patterson. Comes in And bowls him off stump out of the ground. What a terrific delivery, and Sean Hunt is the next to go. And now Dane Patterson will have eyes on a 5-foot. He's got 4 of them. And Sussex 138 for 9 as Nottinghamshire pick up their 3rd bowling bonus point. And wickets literally tumbling out of the ground right now. What a delivery. That was super bowling from Patterson. No finer sight. Grace Ballinger for a quick bowler.
Yeah, it's a great sight, isn't it? Off stump out the ground, just great ball. I mean, it just took the top of off stump, didn't it? And Sean Hunt didn't do too much wrong. I mean, he got forward, he just was slightly out of line with it. It wasn't a loose shot, he attempted a defensive shot, but yeah, just outclassed at that point. And yeah, Sussex in all sorts of trouble now, 138 for 9.
So wickets have gone down at 120 for 6, 128 for 7, 133 for 8 and 138 for 9. 4 wickets for just 18 runs. Stephen Mullaney waving to the dressing room, not entirely sure what that's about, what he requires. A photo of Brad Curry, what gear is that?
I think it's some old Sussex kit. It's quite nice though, I quite like that pink kit.
The pink one. Getting a proper briefing here, Brad Curry, from Harry Carvelis. And how they're going to go about this. So Dane Patterson has figures of 4 for 43. Had an 8 for here against Worcestershire earlier in the season. That's his only 5-wicket haul in this campaign, and he comes looking to finish off the innings, bowling to the numberless Brad Curry. It's numberless and nameless again. We haven't got his name up on the scoreboard, up on the Batman board at the far end of the ground. 138 for 9. What a really disappointing few minutes for Sussex, but terrific bowling from the 2 Patos.
Yeah, exactly what Notts would have wanted going into the day. 4 quick wickets and certainly in the driving seat despite the low total in the first innings.
Here comes Patterson to bowl. It's a good job that one was kept out. That was homing in on the stumps again from Patterson. Steve Kicks, what an afternoon and morning for Notts. Hopefully we can build a lead, says Steve. They're going to be able to build a lead. It depends how big. Notts over 8 still showing us -1. They won't be too concerned about that, but it'll be very interesting to see how Sussex go about their work. I think they'll obviously begin with the seamers. They need to make the most of the new ball as Patterson comes in. And again, he was arrowing in on the stumps. There's none of this trying to set up the number 11, is there, with 2 or 3 that go away. He's looking to knock over the sticks, as he did so impressively there.
Yeah, he doesn't look too comfortable there, does he? Curry just looks a little bit rushed, a little bit unsettled at the crease, moving a bit, but he'll be looking to stick in for a little bit and get Sussex up to a half respectable score.
Yeah, the lead is 102. Really need a partnership of some substance to eat into that. Here comes Patterson. Bowls again, once more. Brad Curry, beg your pardon, jabs down on it. And there's no run, so 1 ball left in this over. I guess perhaps the amongst the many disappointing things that's happened to Sussex this morning is the fact that we've been playing nearly 50 minutes this morning now. You wouldn't expect James Pattinson to go on for much longer. Indeed, he may even have finished his spell now, and they just couldn't quite. Well, they were nowhere near seeing off these 2 quicks. Might have been a different kettle of fish if Pajar and Lennon had hung around just for 10 minutes longer. Good delivery from Patterson past the shoulder of the bat, 138 for 9 as it goes through to the keeper. Neither of the two Sussex players have got names or numbers on their shirts, which they'll, I'm sure, hope to remedy by the next time they play for the county. 138 for 9. Pattinson 5 for 51. Patterson 4 for 43. It's a very special looking scoreboard for those two.
Yeah, they've bowled very nicely, and I'm interested to see what you think here, Dave. Obviously, it's been quite a low scoring game so far, and there's obviously something in it for the seamers, but do you think it's just been a bit of poor batting? I don't think that the wicket's got too many demons in it, as Pattinson will continue Carveus to face, and this one is wraps him on the pad on the leg side, straight to square leg.
I think there's a certain element of quality playing in this game, and the quality performer for Sussex was principally Cheteshwar Pujari. He seemed to have all the time in the world, didn't he? And played very nicely last night and for half an hour or so today. But there's also been some real quality with the ball, I think, today from Pattinson and Patterson. They've kept the batsmen nice and honest. They've probed away. They've bowled to a plan.
Full delivery and just catches the outside edge of Carveus and will go into a gap at point, and they'll just run the one.
Yesterday, the first two sessions, principally the morning, the quality we saw was from Ollie Robinson. I mean, he put the ball in good areas and reaped his rewards, and back came Ben Slater and Stephen Mullaney. Some players that have got themselves in and been able to execute a game plan and find a little bit of time. I've made the most of it, but the high-class bowlers in this game have been able to perform and pick up wickets.
Pattinson at the end of his mark. It's just the first ball he will bowl to Brad Curry, and it's a good ball. Just Curry gets behind it nicely actually and drives it to mid-off for no run. Shaping up slightly better there, I think, than his previous deliveries.
Are you sort of envious? You as a player, you only play white ball cricket predominantly, don't you, at the moment in the women's game? Are you slightly envious? You haven't got a 3-day or a 4-day county championship structure for the women's game. Would you like the opportunity to come back for second and third spells and set up batsmen?
Yeah, most definitely. As Patterson comes in again, a nice full ball bringing Curry forward, and yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely something that they'll be looking to bring into the women's game as it gets more and more professionalised. And
do you think it will? Is it something you talk about?
Yeah, it's definitely something that we've spoke about a lot recently, and especially for me, obviously I've watched a lot of the county championship this year and really enjoyed watching it, and I think there's a really good scope for it in the women's game. And I mean, the test match that England played recently, England performed very well, so I think it'd be brilliant to get more test matches in at international level and then also bring it into the domestic game. Pattinson in again and down leg side this time, and Tom Moore's dive into his left to collect that, but will not be given a wide.
I pretty much say it every single week. So fortunate to be able to watch a 4-day game unfold, because things that happen on the first day might just then get revisited on days 2 and 3 and 4. You can see how it all unfolds and how teams that are sometimes on the ropes will fight back, and others seemingly in an advantageous position will have a bad session. And you don't obviously get that in the short format.
Pattinson in again and down leg side, and should be wrapped off the pad and will run away for 4, and it's off the bat, just a slight edge sprayed down leg side, and Curry just gets a fine nick on it and 4 runs.
I'm very much looking forward to the start of the Royal London next week. Enjoy watching that format. Enjoy watching all cricket, but enjoy watching that format. But sometimes you get a good toss, 11 o'clock in the morning, helpful conditions, bowlers right on song, and a side 20 for 5, and effectively the game's done and dusted. Whereas in the county championship, it's not a great start if you're 20 for 5, but there is time if you're good enough to work your way back into the game and just turn things on its head a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just allows you to show a bit more of a skill set, doesn't it? Well,
yeah.
Maybe a different skill set. That's probably a better way to put it. And yeah, obviously a red ball swings a bit more than the white one, so I'd quite like the opportunity, but we'll see.
There's Patterson then looking for his Fifth wicket. Bowls a really good delivery. Carvallis he'll be the only one that knows if he deliberately intended to have a little bit of a fidget towards that one, or whether he was comfortable in leaving it alone on that line. Playing elsewhere up and down the country in the other 8 county championship matches. Of course, we're on day 2, only started yesterday morning. Everywhere else they started on Monday, so they're on to day 3. There might even be a result in 1 or 2 cases today. 143 for 9 here as Patterson bowls. That struck him on the pad, and that is out. And Dane Patterson and James Pattinson have each taken 5 wickets, and Sussex are all out for 143. And this has been a superb spell of bowling from this pair, and they're going to get a great ovation, I'm sure, when they walk off here. Notts have a first innings lead of 97. James Pattinson 5 for 56. But Dane Patterson eventually emerges with the better figures, 5 for 43. But that is a top-notch job by these 2 Nottinghamshire bowlers. Sussex beginning the day on 94 for 5. This morning they have lost the last 5 wickets for 49 runs, and that's well, not even an hour. That's 54 minutes. Of a job very well done there by the Nottinghamshire bowlers. Last out, Archie Lennon, LBW to Dane Patterson for 5.
Yeah, really impressive, and almost a perfect morning, I think, for the Nottinghamshire outfit. And I mean, Pujara and Archie Lennon started relatively well, didn't they? They looked to be going off, and we see the 2 seamers walking off here, 5 apiece. That's
who gets the ball, Grace?
Yeah.
Who gets the ball? No, that is terrific. James Pattinson has been given the ball, and little envious of those sat down at the far end of the ground, at the pavilion, or the players looking down from the balcony to just welcome these 2 back, because they've really complemented each other and done a good job for Stephen Mullane in his side there. Pattinson urged by the South African to go in front of him, and he's given him the ball as well, so that's lovely to see. Good friends and very good bowlers indeed. So Sussex all out 143, a deficit of 97. Pujara's 49, the leading hand. Ali Orr made 34, and Archie Lennon 31. The men out today then: Cheteshwar Pujara, LBW Dane Patterson for 49. That was 120 for 6. Archie Lennon, LBW James Pattinson for 31. That was 128 for 7. Ollie Robinson caught down the leg side. They'll strangle, they call it, caught by Tom Moores, moving away to his left. Bowled James Pattinson for 5. Sean Hunt bowled Dane Patterson for 0, and last out Harry Carvallis, LBW Dane Patterson for 5. 5 for 43. Dane Patterson 5 for 56 to James Pattinson. So Notts will bat again in probably around about 6, 7, 8 minutes from now, and they'll be looking to have a good day with the bat and try and put a substantial score on the board to try and take this game away from Sussex. The rest of the players are obviously having a little bit of a comfort break. We'll do the same, and I'll have a Radio Nottingham update to do in 3 or 4 minutes time, but shortly after then, pretty sure the players will be out, and we'll pick up commentary just as soon as the players return. Sussex have been bowled out for 143. They trail Notts by 97. And welcome back. The umpires are on their way. Messrs Bainton and Baldwin. They, of course, will change ends for the second part of the match. We're already at the halfway stage in terms of we've had 2 of the prospective 4 innings. Sussex players have been gathered together by skipper Cheteshwar Pujara. Be desperate, I'm sure, to make early inroads as they did yesterday morning. Meanwhile, here come Ben Slater and Asib Ahmed. See what they can do with the bat. 55 yesterday for Ben Slater, 5 for Hamid. And Grace Ballinger still alongside me. Wickets continue to tumble at 5 inside the first hour of the second day. We've had 20 wickets already.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a busy couple of days, hasn't it? And I think pretty much every single bowler we've seen, the seam bowlers, has just gone very well. They've bowled good areas, and the batters just unfortunately haven't been able to stand up to it. But Sussex, been knowing they need to take early wickets here, and well, they've certainly got the bowling attack to have the ability to do so. So it'll be interesting to see how the next few hours unfold.
And to all you youngsters out there, when your coaches say bowl at the stumps, you might get rewards. I think there was a very good example of that this morning with Dane Patterson and James Pattinson. Have not been able to microscopically scrutinise any of those LBWs, just saw in each case just one replay, but I think they all looked pretty good shouts, didn't they, at arrowing in on the base of the stumps.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if there was a little edge on Archie Lennon's. I didn't look at the replay, but he looked slightly disappointed. But we'll see. Will be Robinson to bowl the first over. 3 slips in play for Ben Slater, and the first ball is left outside off. Bit of movement, looks like, for Ollie Robinson.
Not a great start for Ollie Carter there, in that it died on him and taking his glove off and just shaking his right hand. Took 3 catches in the first innings. There were 1 or 2 that got away. Well, Nottinghamshire now batting an hour into this second day. Remember, at 11 o'clock, Sussex resumed on 94 for 5. They've been blown away quite quickly by terrific spells of bowling at each end from Nottinghamshire's 2 overseas stars, who've both finished with 5 wickets. The Australian James Pattinson was first to 5. He got 5 for 56 in the end. Dane Patterson, the South African, polished off the last 2 to finish with 5 for 43. So Notts with a first innings advantage of 97. They've extended that by 1. Slater and Ahmed out there. Notts 1 without loss. So first run taken by Asib Ahmed. Beg your pardon. There's only 2 out there by Ben Slater. Brings Ahmed back onto strike.
Robinson in then to Hamid for his first ball of the day, and it's wrapped him on the pad. Looks like it might be going down leg. Big appeal, but yeah, it just looks like it was going down slightly.
it did from here. We're not in line. We're high in the sky. Can imagine some Sussex support. Well, you've given all of our boys out, but it did look as if it was slipping down. But the umpire right in line. It's Paul Baldwin at that end now, of course, the pavilion end. I think there was only Ollie Robinson that went up, really, wasn't there?
Yeah, Slip Gordon didn't seem too interested, but he's up for it, Ollie Robinson, as he would be, back in bowling off the long run and going nicely. 4 wickets in the first innings as he comes in again. Bowls and again straight, and this time driven beautifully by Hamid, dead straight, and will run away for 4 now. That is a good shot to get off the mark.
I think we said towards the back end of yesterday there hadn't been that many straight drives at all in the play yesterday. You made the point about the shortish boundary on the side, and lots of cuts and clips away. There hadn't been that many straight drives down the ground at either end, but that was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Very good shot for your second ball faced. Robinson again, and goes slightly shorter this time, and it's a good ball, brings Hamid forward, and he just pats it back.
Morning, in fact, afternoon, Mark. He says, afternoon, folks, from sunny Stamford. Can you save a bit of play for me tomorrow? Coming along tomorrow. Captain's knock, turning out to be vital for Notts. Yeah, that 70 from Stephen Mullaney, still the top score. Slater with 55, the only other one to reach a half century. Pujara's 49, the top score in the Sussex knock.
Robinson bowls and wraps him on the pad again. Front pad, massive appeal from Ollie Robinson, but that one not given again. End of the over. 2 big appeals from Ollie Robinson, neither of which given. Nottinghamshire 5 for none.
He's not going to be left wondering, is he, Ollie Robinson? He's having a chat to the umpire. Yeah, he's taken his cap and he's going back for another chat with umpire Baldwin. In fact, he's handed back his sweater. I don't need my sweater, can you hang on to it for me? The umpire's happy to do it. There's that pink shirt again up there. Yeah, it is a Sussex one, isn't it? That's a shark badge.
I like that pink top a lot. I've got a lot of time for that.
5 without loss. Brad Curry to share the new ball as he did in the first innings. First time round, he thought he bowled nicely. 3 for 58. I think you quite enjoyed his performance, didn't you, in the first innings?
I did, yeah. Left Armers Union.
So here is Curry down the leg side, helped away by Ben Slater, and they take a single, 6 without loss. Adrian's done his bits and pieces. He's passed on the glum news to listeners in the south about Sussex's collapse this morning. As we welcome him back, and he'll be joined by Grace.
Yeah, 5 for 23. I made that. It was always going to be key, the wicket of Pujara, and with a relatively long tail against 2 quality bowlers, it was pretty tough for the Sussex boys this morning. In comes Brad Curry coming running into bowl time. He forces this to mid-off, and there is no run. I owe you an apology, Grace, because I was sent on the coffee run, and 2 things I didn't do very well. The first one, you asked for a white coffee, but by the time I put the hot water in, there's barely any room at the top of the cup, so you've got sort of a dash of milk, and you clearly said to me, white coffee with sugar. So what else did I forget? The sugar. Yeah, I see, Dave. But Dave's such a gentleman, he's going to go and do it properly. So I apologise. 6 without loss, Notts. Here, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Holmes, Grace Ballinger, Dave Bracegirdle, as in comes Curry and bowls, and he works this into the covers. Very good stop by Checheshwar Pujara, diving away to his left-hand side. Prevents a single. So Sussex bowled out for 143 this morning. Pujara top scoring with 49, Archie Lennon with a gutsy 31, but after that, Grace, it was pretty tough for the Sussex batsmen.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very quick succession of wickets, wasn't it? I mean, they didn't actually get off to the worst of starts. It looked like Pujara and Archie Lennon were going pretty nicely, but unfortunately once that key wicket of Pujara went, they just fell, and yeah, they've got a big job to do with the ball now.
Yeah, Sussex need early wickets here. Curry running in over the wicket bowl to Bleed, who drives to backward point. Good stop there by Archie Lennon, prevents any runs. Jonathan Taylor's been in touch. Hello, Jonathan. Thank you very much for your email. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Jonathan, who lives in Horsham. Enjoying the commentary. We were talking about George Garton yesterday, who's missed much of the season suffering with the effects of COVID. But Jonathan was saying, as proposed, George Garton, he was captaining Sussex seconds last week at Horsham in the T20. And he bowled a few overs, mainly fielded it slip and batted. So that sounds encouraging. As in comes Curry bowls, and then he'd again drive to a ball of good length as far as mid-off, fielded by Ari Carvelos. And there is no run. So we hope... I mean, George is due to be playing in the 100 as well. So whether that's going to happen, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Is he down with Southern Brave? Am I right in thinking?
I think George is with the Southern Brave.
I think he was last year.
Who won it last year.
Yeah. I think George Garton's a really good player. I mean, very explosive batter, and talented bowler. It's been sad not to see him
It
this
is.
year, because I'm a big fan of him, but hopefully he'll be able to get fit for the 100 and be able to...
So he's great in the field as well, Grace.
Yeah, he's fantastic, isn't he?
In comes Curry, bowls wide outside the off stump, let go by Hamid. There is no run. Sussex are running between the overs, and that's because the Sussex over 8 in the first innings was -6. I thought it was almost an error on the scoreboard yesterday. I mean, clearly there was a lot of wickets fell yesterday, and Notts bowled out for 240, and I wonder if that might be adjusted, but it hasn't been, and so Sussex are going to have to get on with it here, because they are going to lose points which they can ill afford through a slow over 8. So thanks for giving us an update on George Garton. Dave has gone down the stairs. He's bought back some sugar for Grace, and now Grace has at least got sugar in her coffee.
Robinson comes in and full delivery, played well by Ben Slater on the front foot, but mid-off comes round nicely to prevent any runs being taken.
We were talking earlier about great fielders, and Dave very pointed out about Derek Randall here at Trent Bridge. He says, further to our earlier dialogue, Randall was certainly terrific, and England were blessed to have David Gower to follow him. A.B. de Villiers, Herschel Gibbs and the late Andrew Simons were also Panthers in the field, and I don't recall Ian Botham dropping anything at slip, and Chris Adams was always the same for Sussex.
Robinson in again, then Slater, 3 slips in play and another very straight drive and a good shot, and it gets past. Is that Sean Hunt? Yeah, Sean Hunt at mid-off, who dives in vain, and Slater gets 2 onto his score. Nottinghamshire move on to 8 for none.
Martin goes on to say Sussex will need to bowl out Notts not long after tea to have a chance here, unless Pujara scores yet another double 100, but he's got 3 this season. Played very nicely for his 49, but much hinging on Pujara for Sussex here. But first of all, the bowlers have got to work their magic. Here he is on the first innings, 97.
3 slips in still, as that is bowled outside off, and big leave coming forward by Slater.
What's your favoured fielding position, Grace?
You know, I just kind of knock about anywhere. You know, I quite.
Oh, come on.
I wouldn't say it's my favourite position, but I'm all right in like mid-off. I think it's quite a good place for an opening bowler. Can chat to the bowlers as well, see what's going on. I like deep cover. I like anything kind of on that offside cover angle, as Robinson comes in again, and this one's slightly straighter, and Slater comes forward and just gets a thick edge on that and runs away to third man where there is nobody. 4 runs brings Slater onto 8.
Do you like it when you're bowling? Because I won't give this away. Do you like it when your skipper's at mid-off? I mean, do you like that? Do you like your skipper talking to you during the over, or?
Yeah, I do.
Right, yeah.
I like having someone to talk to. When I play for Lightning, I'll either speak to Catherine, who's the captain, or another one of the seam bowlers, Piper Cleary, from our Australian overseas. She fields at mid-off a lot, and she's very knowledgeable and helps me out a lot when I'm bowling, which is really appreciated, as Robinson comes in again, rectifies that.
Shot.
But that is a great shot outside off, just flashed away through the point and runs away for 4 consecutive boundaries then for Ben Slater.
Yeah, I'm not sure he intended the first one to go where it did, but that was certainly a lovely shot through point for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Slater. Knotts off to a bit of a flyer here, 16 without loss. Yeah, I'm a big believer. I think captain should be at mid-off. I like that. I think it's an opportunity to talk to the bowler about field placings, about how he's bowling, giving encouragement. So I'm a big fan of that.
It's just good, isn't it, to have, like, because you don't want the captain running over every other ball.
No,
but that means they can just have a quiet word, and it's
absolutely.
kept pretty simple. Robinson in again and goes slightly shorter this time, and this one could run away for it, does not. There's a fielder out there at fine leg, I didn't see. Just caught off the inside edge by Ben Slater, and 1 is taken. Nottinghamshire 17 for none, off just 3 overs.
Yes, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. If you've only just joined us this morning, we've had a lot of wickets going down. Sussex resuming this morning on 94 for 5, bowled out for 143. Chiteshwar Pujara top scoring with 49, Archie Lennon making 31, those 2 adding 71 for the Sussex 6th wicket. But thereafter, Dane Patterson 5 for 43, James Pattinson 5 for 56, bowled magnificently. And Sussex were rather bundled out in the end for 143. Needing quick wickets here to get themselves back in the game. In lovely sunshine, in comes Brad Curry over the wicket, bowls to Slater, who just nudges that wide. A third slip, the ball runs away for 4 runs, down to third man.
Slater's striking at 170.
He goes to 17, he is. And Nottinghamshire, I say, off to a real flyer here. 21 without loss in the 4th over. There are 2 slips in place. In fact, there's a slight change in the field. 2 slips and a gully. There's a deep backward point on the boundary on that short side of the ground. Cheteshwar Pujara in at cover, clapping his hands. Ollie Robinson at mid-off. There's a mid-on and mid-wicket. And a fine leg, Sean Hunt all the way down the distance. He's fairly wide as in comes Curry bowls. That's a much better delivery. There's a stifled appeal from Brad Curry. I suspect that was probably sliding down the leg side, and it sounded like there might have been a bit of bat on that as well. Either way, the appeal is not upheld by umpire Bainton.
It was almost an afterthought, wasn't it, that appeal?
It was.
I think there was a bit of bat on it. Sounded like it.
I'll update you on the scores in the other games around the championship at the end of the over as Curry runs away from us past umpire Bainton in lovely sunny conditions. Bowls to Slater, and that is a good delivery by Curry. It's worked down with some discomfort by Ben Slater, down to fine leg fielded by Sean Hunt, but not before Slater has gone through to another run. He goes to 18 and Nottinghamshire to 22 without loss. So elsewhere in the county championship in Division 2, looked like a good game was brewing down at Worcester yesterday. And Derbyshire have done really well, actually. I'll give you their score in a minute. 336 for 9 they are now, leading Worcestershire by 281. Must have been some quick runs there this morning as in comes Curry bowls. Oh, hits Hamid, that looks close. Umpire Bainton is unmoved. Curry was imploring umpire Bainton to give that out. Looked like he was playing quite slightly across the line there. We'll see a replay in a moment.
Looked pretty good, didn't it?
It looked a good shout.
We're not right behind the bowler here, so we can't be sure, but I thought that looked close and big appeal from Sussex. But are we going to see a replay?
I wouldn't have been... It's one of those, Grace. I wouldn't have been surprised if the umpire's finger had got up.
No, definitely not.
Look to clip that away on the leg side. It was sliding across the right-handed Hamid, who survives. Curry runs in. He's got 3 slips in place. And he drives firmly into the offside fielder by Cavallis. If he hits the stumps, it might have been close. In the end, actually, it was the key there was playing the ball to mid off, setting off for the run straight away. Although Cavallis' flow didn't hit the stumps anyway, I think probably Hamid would have been home. He goes to 5 and Notts to 23 without loss. Yeah, so looking at that game at New Road, Anu Dahl in the run, he made 109, or he's 109 not out. In that Derbyshire, 336 for 9. Matty McKinnon making 71. So was Derbyshire giving themselves a real chance down at New Road? And comes Curry again over the wicket, bowls, and up at his toes as Slater plays into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of Brad Curry's over. He's bowled 2 overs for 7. And Nottinghamshire 23 without loss. Slater on 18. Hamid is on 5. The lead for Nottinghamshire is 120. The other game in Division 2 looks to be heading for a draw even at this early stage. They're on the 3rd day. Durham 421 for 7. Middlesex 62 for 1 in reply. And very quickly in the first division, Somerset 142 for 1. Still trailing Essex by 363. Looks like it's very flat at Chelmsford in that match. Northants 399 for 8, leading Northants by 82 at Cheltenham.
Will beat Ollie Robinson to continue 3 slips for the left-handed Hamid, and that is a good ball full, and Hamid just defends it into the offside.
Lancashire 66 for 1. Still trailing Kent by 59 runs. I think that game's being played at Old Trafford. Yes, it is. Warwickshire 39 for 2 at the Oval, trailing Surrey by 24. And Yorkshire 66 for 3 at Scarborough, leading Hampshire by 7 runs.
Robinson then at the end of his mark, and he comes into bowl. And a full ball, and that's flashed through the offside, but Point comes round and prevents it going through.
He's just asking a few questions here, Ollie Robinson, and he gave Asheeb Hamid a real stare with that delivery.
Yeah, I mean, the Nottinghamshire batters have come out and played pretty intently, haven't they? They're looking to play their shots, and there's gaps in the field, so there is certainly scope to do so, but at the same time, they could give away chances. I mean, Robinson and Curry both bowling quite nicely here, so interesting to see how the next 10 overs go.
Yeah, I just wonder whether he's just moving the ball about here, Ollie Robinson.
Robinson in and back of the length. Hamid up on his toes and flicks it into a gap. Point gets round and it will be a quick single taken.
It was an awful throw from James Coles, who came running around from backward point through the ball, and it was miles wide of Ollie Carter. But fortunately, Archie Lennon was on his toes and was backing up. So just the single.
Glad James Coles has got his own jumper on today.
Yeah, it makes life a bit easier,
Yeah.
doesn't it? I don't know why he was wearing Ali Orr's jumper yesterday.
I called him Ali Orr about 7 times yesterday. And every time I got it wrong. But pleased to see that he's got his own name on his shirt today as Robinson in to Slater. And this one left outside off. Looked like a good ball. Looked like there was just a little bit of movement, but nothing to trouble Ben Slater.
Batted very well in the first innings, didn't he, Ben Slater? He made 55. Stephen Mullaney, the mainstay of that Nottinghamshire innings, with an excellent innings of 70. But we were just saying that first thing this morning when Lennon and Pujara were batting, a couple of deliveries from Patterson and Pattinson seemed to bounce before they got to Tom Moores, and we wondered perhaps if this pitch was a little bit more friendly towards the batters today. But those 5 wickets going down, Sussex need to pick up early wickets here.
So Robinson bowls and gets Slater up onto his toes, straight ball, but defended into the offside.
I wonder if that kept a little bit low, Grace.
Looked like he played it pretty low on the bat, didn't it? I mean, he went back slightly, but it didn't get up much, so you might be right there, Adrian.
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet us. A variety of ways. At Brace Cricket, at Grace.
At Grace Ballinger too.
There we go. Be lovely to hear from you throughout the day.
Final ball of Robinson's third over then, and this one straight and full and hit back by Slater, and Robinson throws that back. He's certainly got a bit of aggression in him this morning, Ollie Robinson, and nothing wrong with that. Nottinghamshire 24 for none.
Yeah, you probably heard the sort of the oohs around the ground, but he absolutely hurled the ball at Ben Slater's stumps. You like a bit of that, do you, Grace? A bit of aggression. Would
Yeah,
you do
I love
that?
it.
Hurl the ball at the stumps and.
Maybe
I
not.
mean, he's allowed to do it.
Yeah, maybe not a throw at the stumps. I like a little bit of eye contact with the batter.
Right. Okay. Do you like having a word as well? Go on. Tell
Only
us.
to a few players. There's a set couple of players I'll have a word to, but
Right. Okay.
most people I probably not.
Right. No names, no pack drill. Particular players around the circuit who Grace might have a word with. Brad Curry is coming in from the Ratcliffe Road end. We won't ask what she says. Over the wicket bowls, and Hamid lets that go, taken by Carter behind the stumps. And there is no run. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a deep backward square protecting that short leg side boundary. So what would prompt you to do that? A play and a miss, or a lucky shot?
Yeah, or if someone just comes, like in a 50 over game, this girl came in, there were 2 down, and she tried to tee me first ball outside off, and I just thought, come on. She nearly snicked off, I just thought, come on.
In comes Curry over the wicket bowls. And I mean, that's a nice looking shot, clips it on the leg side. James Coles is quickly round from mid wicket to prevent anything more than a single. And he goes to 7, Nottinghamshire to 25 without loss. The lead on the first innings was 97. Which will tell you the overall lead now is 123. Have you ever been rebuked by an umpire for having a bit too much to say? No.
Not in a long time.
Right. Oh, right, so it has happened.
Used to be a bit hot-tempered when I was a kid, but I've grown out of it.
Okay, in comes Curry over the wicket bowls, and a good leave by Ben Slater outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter low down to his left. And there is no run. Sun has momentarily disappeared. But the weather forecast today, Nottingham is good. I think it's pretty good for the rest of the match. How much more of a match we'll get is difficult to say, whether this is going to go the 4 days. But often you get games like this and it really does go 4 days. The pitch flattens out, so plenty of cricket to be played. As Curry is in from this Ratcliffe Road end, bowls, and Slater is forward and just runs that past Aliori's in the gully, fielded by James Coles, who's quickly round at third man, but not before another single has been taken by Ben Slater. He goes to 19 and knots to 26 without loss. James Kirtley's just emerged from the pavilion and the Sussex side of the dressing room. And he's just wandering around the boundary, maybe to have get a message maybe to one of his bowlers. He's wandering around in the direction of Sean Hunt, who's fielding on the boundary on that side of the ground. And comes Curry, left arm over the wicket, bowls a clip down to fine leg by Hamid, who picks up another single. Brad Curry had his hands on top of his head. He obviously thought that was a fairly fortunate inside edge. Nonetheless, it was all the way along the floor, and another single. Hamid goes to 8, knots to 27 without loss. Yes, James Kirtley's making a point to James Coles, who's fielding on that deep mid-wicket boundary. I wonder what that's about. Where he's fielding, or he's obviously trying to get a message, I would imagine. Curry now in lovely sunshine. Runs away from us, comes into bowl to Ben Slater. Slater is forward, pushes that into the offside to the right of Pujara, who needs to move smartly to his right, but he can't prevent a single. It is the end of the over, and knots are 28 without loss. Good start from Nottinghamshire in their second innings. Ben Slater on 20, as Hamid is on 8. Brad Curry 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. And it's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to carry on from the pavilion end of the ground, and batting so far for these two looks reasonably comfortable, Grace.
Yeah, definitely. They're off to a good start, and Ollie Robinson obviously bowled very well, took 4 wickets in the first innings, and he's been quite expensive to start. I mean, he's asked a few questions, but he's gone over 6s here, so he'll be looking to rectify that, and he's certainly up for it, as we said before, as he comes into bowl now. Slater's faced the first ball and pushes Slater onto his toes as he defends that into the leg side.
Yeah, and I suspect that was a little bit behind him throwing a ball at the stumps at the end of the previous over. It's not too often that Ollie Robinson goes at 6 and over. In fact, very, very rare. First innings, 15 overs, 4 for 39, so a little bit over 2. That's more Ollie's sort of stat. So he'll be annoyed by that fact.
Into bowl again then. And this one is good ball outside off, and again left confidently by Slater. He's looked good on the leave today, Ben Slater, outside off. He's got forward, he's looked confident, and he's looked the part. He looked good in the first innings. He'll be hoping to push on a little bit more and make a slightly bigger score.
Yeah, he did that very nicely. Particularly good partnership with Stephen Mullaney.
Robinson bowls, and this one's slightly shorter outside off, maybe slightly wider, but Slater's not enticed into the shot with those 3 slips in and leaves it again.
He's just probing away, isn't he, Ollie Robinson? So the story behind Ollie Robinson, when we spoke to him last night, trying to get to the bottom of his injury concerns, and he was saying he kept having these back spasm problems, but he explained in the interview that 7 or 8 weeks ago he had some injections in his back which seemed to have solved the problem. And I said to Ollie, it was always a bit worrying, I think, when you're a sportsman having injections, and he said, well, it's something that a lot of bowlers have had, and hopefully it'll be the only time he has to have them. But he said he's feeling much, much better.
It's good to hear as he's in again, and that's a short ball, and it's taken on, and it should be out caught at fine leg. It is, and that's a big wicket. Ben Slater caught on the fine leg boundary for 20. Just looks like he fell into the trap there.
He did. No, he did fall into the trap, and he got a bit of a send-off there from Ollie Robinson, didn't he? It was short, pulled away, down to fine leg. Brad Curry was underneath it, took the catch. I think Ben Slater might be a little annoyed that he fell into the Ollie Robinson trap, but Ollie Robinson won't worry about that. He picks up his 5th wicket of the match, and Sussex has got the breakthrough that, to be honest, Grace, they desperately needed.
Yeah, they very much needed that. Ben Slater looked to be batting well, and as you say, it was just a short ball. He took it on, but he didn't get anything on it. We saw a couple times the short ball taken on at this end and went flying over the ropes for 6, but it looked like he almost just escorted it to the fielder really down at fine leg, and it was a very simple catch, just straight to the man out there. Who was it out there?
It was Brad Curry.
Brad Curry.
I have to say, when he played the shot, I stood up because I thought I was surprised he would have played that shot with a fine leg in place. But then I looked down and I could see Brad Curry just emerging from down below us to take the catch. So, Sussex with the breakthrough. I need to go and do my update to the listeners. I'll leave you with Dave and Grace.
Will be Ben Duckett to come in.
Thanks to Adrian for the last half an hour. He'll be back in the fullness of time to see if Sussex can build on that wicket. Little bit unnecessary from Ben Slater. Had he, of course, cleared the ropes, would be saying, oh, great option. Nice to take the fight to Ollie Robinson, and well played, but he was, 6 feet short of the rope, and I don't think Brad Curry had to move that far, did he, really?
No, it literally went straight to him. It just seemed like he didn't, as you say, he took it on, but he didn't go through with the shot, really. He almost just fell right into the trap and hit it straight to him. But we've seen these two in the last week make a massive partnership, so 2 in-form players, neither of which got a massive score in the first innings, so they'll be hoping to, especially Ben Duckett as he comes in.
Yeah, one left-handed Ben replacing another left-handed Ben. Hasn't missed out too many times this season, Duckett. Of course, he's one of the 5 now to have passed 1,000 runs in Division 2.
First ball from Robinson to Duckett then, and it's good ball, brings Duckett forward, and I think Robinson has a little look there as well. He's certainly up for it this morning, Ollie Robinson.
Yes, he will know that, you know, he's sort of got to do the James Pattinson role, if you like, you know, take on the responsibility of being the senior man, the spearhead. Try and win. Nottinghamshire are 28 for 1 now. This game really moving on apace. We've had 6 wickets this morning as Sussex tumbled from their overnight 94 for 5 to be bowled out for 143. Special moments for the 2 Nottinghamshire overseas players, Dane Patterson and James Pattinson. They each took 5 wickets, but just as I was telling you that, Notts have lost another wicket with Ben Duckett nicking his second ball behind. So Notts are 28 for 2 now, leading by 125 runs. Well, that's a disappointing in and out for Ben Duckett. So he has failed twice in the game. He's got a duck this time. Second ball, just a faint nick, and a good catch by wicket-keeper Carter. And it's 28 for 2.
Yeah, disappointing, but again, really good from Robinson, just putting the ball in that good channel and bringing Duckett forward and getting him into the drive. And yeah, it's disappointing. Sad to see him go. He scored a lot of runs this year, Ben Duckett, as you say, just one of the 5 to pass 1,000 runs. But just when you think this game's starting to fall very much into the hands of one side, just gets pulled back by the other side, and a couple more quick wickets and Sussex will feel like they're still in this game. Joe Clark comes into bat at number 4 for Nottinghamshire.
He also didn't last too long yesterday, did he? Out for just 1. 7 wickets this morning. Of course, we lost 10 minutes as well for the change of innings. Still 25 minutes to go until lunch.
Yeah, Notts just really need to start to build another partnership here. They do not want any more wickets falling before lunch. Lead by 125 runs here.
So it's going to be Brad Curry. His confidence, you know, we often say with cricket, don't you, one faction of the game, one discipline of the game can sort of lift you into the next one. He's just taken a good catch, an important catch. Can he take this into his bowling effort? Well, not with that first ball, because it's tickled down the leg side by Hamid for 4, and Hamid into double figures. He's on 12, 32 for 2. Start of the 8th over. Sussex over 8, still -6, which has got to be a cause for concern. I guess there's the possibility, Grace. Oh, better turn that off. I guess there's a possibility that it might even slip to -7 or -8 by lunch. Not really, because they're dragging things out. You know, the 2 quicks, fairly lengthy runs, couple of wickets gone down, etc., etc. Next ball is Drop to square leg, and there's no run. So doing the fielding there, number 30 is James Coles. Yeah, I was going to say that was one of the players that didn't have a number yesterday, but of course he did. He had Ali Alios on, didn't he, yesterday?
Did indeed.
32 for 2. Definite spring in Adrian Harm's step over the last 2 or 3 minutes as this one goes through to the keeper. He's wafted back into the room with a big smile on his face. 32 for 2. Thanks for the last hour, GB. You can head off and form an orderly queue of one. The front of the canteen there. There'll be, I'm sure, something hot and delicious for you to
don't eat
get
it all
stuck
though.
into. Apple pie and custard on today, I think.
Oh, nice.
Don't forget the apple pie and custard. Yes, Curry halfway through his 8th over. This one's pushed into the offside, no run. I've been trying to get spicy delivery from Curry into.
Very good.
Very it's good. Not yet materialised. It's been blocked during the course of this over. Of course, it's taken me a day and a half to think of it, but it hasn't yet materialised. I should have kept my powder dry, shouldn't I? Was there a comment from the Sussex camp on the over rate?
No, I didn't think to ask yesterday, but I mean, certainly, they're stuck at -6, so they'll need to do something about that at some stage.
Curry 0 for 15 bowls, and Hamid just sort of cloths his drive a little bit up to mid-off. Who is this one at mid-off without a name? Was that Carvelas?
It is Carvelas, yeah.
Slightly taller, isn't he, than
yes.
Sean Hunt or Brad Curry?
It's strange, we were talking about Ollie Robinson. The first 3 overs going for 17, and Grace was saying he's going at 6 over. I said he won't be happy about that, Ollie, because he rarely goes at that sort of numbers, and you just can't count him out. He's suddenly, double wicket maiden, and it just looks a different game all of a sudden when he's bowling, as it does with Patterson and Pattinson.
Yeah.
High quality bowlers.
Robinson leading the line again, but here's Curry. Bowls. That's a great shot. It really is a classy shot from Asiba Mead. He played one straight down the ground towards the pavilion. He's caressed this one at the other end out towards the large screen at the end of the Radcliffe Road stand here. A really lovely looking drive from Asiba Mead. I'll remember that one later on in the day. 36 for 2, end of the over. Notts lead by 133.
Yeah, beautiful shot, wasn't it? I would just well say that was an excellent catch by Ollie Carter as well to dismiss Ben Duckett. The last couple of games he's not had the best of times behind the stumps. Ollie Carter, he dropped a catch at Lords. He put one down here yesterday as well, but that'll do his confidence a world of good. It was an inside edge, never easy to take for a keeper, but when the nick came, I heard Ollie Robinson scream, "Catch it!" And I think when Ollie Robinson shouts that you catch it, you've pretty cool crumbs. I better had catch it. Because he does wear his heart on his sleeve, does Ollie Robinson, and he's running in now with his tail really up, coming into bowl to Joe Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark clicks that one down to fine leg, and he's going to pick up. Are they leg buys or are they runs? They are leg buys. I thought he got a little nick on that, but they are 4 runs to the total, 40 for 2. Robinson got Clark in the first innings. He got Duckett in the first innings as well, and Slater.
Yeah.
So he's
6 for the match so far. Leading wicket taker in the match.
Yeah. 3 really high performing bowlers. I mean, in terms of this wicket, Dave, there's been a lot of talk. We were talking yesterday, weren't we, about some of the tracks that have been very batter friendly throughout this summer. Here comes Robinson. Bowls to Clark, and Clark is hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the offside. There is no run. Clearly we're up here, they're down there. I mean, I didn't think yesterday this was a bad pitch. It was just giving a bit of help to the bowlers. What's your take on it?
I was trying to think. I mean, if we just finished the T20 blast, I could perhaps sort of explain it away as that. There seems to be a great rush to get somewhere very quickly. There's not too many that's gone out there, set their stall out to bat for 2 hours, is there?
No, Robinson bowls. Oh, as that an LBW, he's padding up and he's given, and Ollie Robinson gets the breakthrough. It's a dangerous game to play, padding up against Robinson. Umpire Baldwin's finger is up. Clark is on his way, and Robinson has picked up the top 3, and Knott's now 40 for 3 as he did in the first innings.
Ooh. Well, those of you watching the live stream, have a look and view for yourself. The one glimpse I saw, that would have to do an awful lot to hit the stumps, but the umpire in the best position, Joe Clark, got himself into the position where the umpire had to make a decision, and he made a decision to say that he felt it was going to go on and hit the stumps. 40 for 3. Wouldn't it be bizarre if this was the first game to finish, given that the other 7 matches all started on Monday and we didn't start on Tuesday?
Do you know what, Dave? I was sitting here thinking, walking to the ground this morning, thinking, the last time I came here, the game was over in 2 days. That's not going to happen this week. But I'll tell you what, from here, we've had 8 wickets in the session. We've still got 20 minutes to go in the session.
Until lunch, yeah. We lost those 10 minutes for the changeover. I don't know, producer Kirsty, if we're able to pop another replay of that dismissal on at the end of the over for those watching on the live stream, or those of us that were watching the cricket and didn't quite get a good view of the replay. 40 for 3.
Lyndon James makes his way out, and Robinson is with his tail.
Yeah, it's good from Robinson. Very good from Robinson.
He's taken 3 for none here, Ollie Robinson, in this little spell. First 3 overs went for 17. He's picked up 3 wickets in 9 balls. And now Sussex with 4 in the slip cordon. What a difference it makes when he's in the side. He's coming into bowl to Lyndon James. He's in and bowls, and James lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run. Gary Knight's been in touch. Hello, Gary. He says, on the subject of favourite fielders, I'll give you a couple from Sussex before going back in time for another. The first would be Paul Parker, who was a superb fielder in the covers and caused many run-outs through his athleticism. Secondly, I'll go for Michael Yardy, who was an excellent slip fielder and rarely dropped anything. I would agree with that. Mike Yardy at second slip. However, my all-time favourite will be Clive Lloyd, Lancashire and West Indies, is a truly wonderful fielder who prowled the covers like a panther.
The big cat.
Yeah, possessed a deadly arm. In comes Robinson, bowls to James. Oh, I thought he'd nick that through to Ollie Carter.
Yeah, the early part of his Lancashire and West Indies career, Clive Lloyd, he was so athletic. I think he had 1 or 2 back problems as the years went on. And initially when he first came into the West Indies side, of course, Viv Richards was always in the covers. You remember that? Which World Cup final was it? Was it 75 or 79 where he hit the stumps? I think 3 times, 3 direct hits. And Viv was a super fielder. But your correspondent there is quite right. When we talk about outstanding fielders, sometimes we don't always remember to include good slip catchers, because that is a really important position.
In comes Robinson, bowls. Oh, James was playing a miss outside the off stump, taken by Carter on the bounce. End of a fine over from Ollie Robinson. Another maiden, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 17 for Ollie Robinson. Nottinghamshire are 40 for 3, leading here by 137. I would actually, in talking about slip fielders, Gary and Dave, one of the best fielders I've seen, and this would be a very recent times, would be Chris Jordan.
Yes,
Just brilliant in the slip. In fact, brilliant anywhere around the field.
Yeah.
Really, really fine fielder. So thank you for getting in touch, Gary. Good to hear from you. I know you sent an email through yesterday, Gary. I don't know if you could just drop me a line. It'd be nice to forward that email on if you're happy with me to do so, but perhaps you could just drop me a line. Jeff has been in touch from Baltimore. Yesterday, we were talking about the Baltimore Ravens yesterday. We read out your email, Jeff, talking about radios, or can people listen around the ground on headsets? Well, not here at Trent Bridge. You can at Hove, so if you ever come to Hove, you could buy a headset in the club shop. I think they're £10, and you can listen to the commentary. Change of bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end.
Yes, Corvallis into bowl. Nice looking shot by Hamid, who played a magnificent shot, but the running probably was only 3 or 4 out of 10, and he was nearly in danger of being run out, shy at the non-striker's end as he was ambling his way up there. Narrowly missed.
That's like Brad Curry.
Yeah, great effort from
I reckon he was out
Curry.
of that.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't exactly hair for the line, did it? So Lyndon James on strike. Forces this away. He's off the mark. We'll come back for a couple. In fact, they'll come back for three. Just they always say about used wickets and the net wickets, don't they? How the ball just seems to pick up a little bit of pace off them, which on the basis of it seems strange, but it does tend to happen. Anyway, they come back for three. I thought it was just a gentle push for two at best, but they got there. Mark's been in touch. Best catch I ever saw at Trent Bridge, Dave, was by Viv Richards on the mid-wicket boundary during a Notts versus Somerset John Player League match about 1978.
Yeah, what a fielder he was.
Don't remember
that. What a cricketer.
Remember Viv getting a Sunday ton here as Carvallis bowls and gets big on Hamid, who defends it. It was, I think Derek Randall was sort of run out for about 98 in the Notts innings. Set Somerset quite a largish total, but a Viv 100 got them home. And that was also the day, I'm pretty sure that was the day, when Brian Close was skippering Somerset and he sent Alan Jones from the field. One of his players, he had a bit of a row with one of his bowlers, Brian Close. Next ball from Carvallis and it's dropped on the leg side. You always say a player can't be sent off, but I was down at the far end and heard it all unfolding, and off you go. I'm not having any more of it. Off you go. Play's not restarting till you get off, and waving for the 12th man to come on. And Alan Jones, I think, went on to become an umpire.
Ooh.
Don't know what had gone off. 44 for three. Next delivery is left alone by Hamid.
Strangest pitch, isn't it? I thought when Slater and Hamid opened, I mean, for the first 28 runs, I was thinking to myself, well, this pitch is flattening out and Sussex have got their work cut out here.
But you and Grace both said, they've come out, they're playing positively. Just, I'll go back to what I said about 5 minutes ago when you asked me. Just nobody seems to have gone out there in either innings, apart perhaps from Pujara. Right, I'm going to stay here for 2 hours and then have a look. Carvallis bowls and Hamid runs this down into the gully. I mean, he would be one that typically you would sort of put into that mindset, if you like. Asib Hamid, he'll go out there, he'll block away and defend his wicket, put a high price on his wicket, and just try and stay there. But he's played some very lavish shots. He's executed a couple of them superbly, but was nearly done by a little bit of lackadaisical running. 44 for three.
Yeah, and you'd certainly say as well that Stephen Mullaney batted very nicely in the first innings.
He did. Yeah. Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry to the not skipper. I was going to say, yeah. I just forgot about him. Yeah, he did set his stall out to bat long.
In comes Robinson, bowls to James. He's forward to a ball of good length. Plays that to mid-on. There is no run, fielded by Hunt. So if you've joined us today, you've missed 8 wickets going down in the session. Sussex losing 5 for 23 this morning. And we always felt that could happen once Pujara was out. He was out for 49, a victim of Dane Patterson, who bowled beautifully. He took 5 for 43. James Pattinson, 5 for 56. The arrears, 97, which is highly significant in what's been a pretty low-scoring game. But Sussex just giving themselves a whiff of a chance as Robinson is in and bowls to James, well pitched up, driven to extra cover, fielded by... I think that's Carvallis there at short extra, and there is no run.
Yeah. Steve kicks. Robinson always going to be the danger man. Not trying to build a defendable lead, but they've got to be wary of Ollie Robinson. You're absolutely right, Steve. Nigel, on about that last LBW, tricky to tell from the replay. Pitched outside off, hit the back pad, might have gone on to hit the off stump. Well, the umpire made that decision. Sent him on his way.
Robinson in again, bowls. Oh, James gets an inside edge. That could have gone anywhere. Just missed his stumps. It's come all the way down to fine leg. He picks up a rather fortunate single, does Lyndon James. He goes to 4 and knocks to 45 for 3, I apologise. Ollie Robinson, this is just his 3rd game of the season. He's now taken 15 wickets in those 3 games. And he's Sussex's leading wicket taker in the Championship, alongside Henry Crocombe, who's also taken 15. So it just goes to show how much Sussex have missed Ollie Robinson this season. I mean, let's be honest, if he was fit, he would probably have been playing for England. So I'm not saying Sussex would have seen a lot of him, but Sussex haven't won a game taking 20 wickets since April last year at Cardiff, when Ollie Robinson took 13 wickets in the match. He's in again, bowls, and Hamid covers up, plays it down the offside of the track. Robinson fields, and there is no run. So it just gives you an idea of just how dangerous he is.
Just looking at the averages for this season, because Bill Rodham says, Dave, is Joe Clarke undroppable? I would say no, he's not undroppable, but he is averaging 42. The fact he's not got 100 is of concern. I would imagine a concern to him and the coaches and certainly the supporters. He's averaging 42, but just looking at his recent scores.
Here comes Robinson, bowls to Hamid, who's forward and just tucks this down to fine leg, picks up a single, not completely in control. Nonetheless, he goes to 18 and knots to 46 for 3.
Certainly this game a 1-0, disappointing game for Joe Clarke, and he got 5 at Derbyshire last week, so his last 3 innings, yeah. But before then, 61 not out, 66 not out, 37, 89, 47, 14 and 95, and that 95 at Glamorgan, as I've said many times, I'm absolutely 100% convinced he didn't hit that. He was given out caught behind with the wicket-keeper appealing for a stumping. It doesn't matter, he was given out, so that's it. But he is averaging, if you like, 3 more than Ben Slater.
Robinson in bowls to James, who plays to backward point, fielded there by Pujara, and there is no run.
The averages going into this game, and obviously quite a few of them were going to take a hit. Duckett 83, Hamid 58, Mulaney's will have gone up because he was averaging 55 and a half. Lyndon James 52 going into this game, only got 7 in the first innings, but Slater 39, Clarke 42 going into this game. Tom Moore's 34. That's the sort of the top 7 that have been used. I don't think he's undroppable, but I don't think he's in the sort of form that would make you say, I mean, there aren't any games for a month now, Bill, either, but I don't think he's in the, he's been that bad a form that you would say, you must drop him, as Carvallis bowls to Hamid at the start of a new over, 46 for 3. I make it about 7 minutes to 1 o'clock, but I can understand why you asked that question. Is he undroppable? No, I don't think so. It is, very difficult, isn't it, with the difference now, seemingly between first 11 and second 11 cricket. This has dropped on the leg side. In terms of games, the second 11 almost being used as a pointer to picking the first 11, if you get what I mean. You're looking at somebody constantly getting 150 and 200s in the second 11,
yes,
aren't they, to be knocking the door down for a spot in the first 11. This one is pushed into the offside, and there are at least three young men there have been full of runs this year in Sol Budinger, Dane Schardendorf and Matthew Montgomery. Montgomery got his chance when Duckett was away with the Lions and responded with 80. And I think if all three of them have a really good Royal London, then they can put themselves in contention for those end of season matches. Joe might have been a little unlucky there with his decision, but got to play a shot down the leg side, and that's got away from Ollie Carter. Will be just one bite, 47 for 3. The lead 144.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is when you don't play a shot, you can get unlucky. But I guess the problem is you force the umpire into making. You made that point very well in commentary, Dave. You force the umpire to make a decision, which you hope's going to go in your favour. But clearly, it didn't for Joe Clarke.
They get one look at it in real time, don't they? And sometimes it's difficult to tell whether it's it. This one goes through to the keeper. Lovely delivery from Carvallis. Sometimes there's nick, and is it front pad and back pad? Is it an edge onto the pad?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a bit in the pitch for the bowlers, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah.
But it's not as if it's behaving awful tricks. I don't believe it is. I mean, it's easy for us to say sitting up here. It's a challenge for the batsman.
I tell you what, it's a cracking watch. I'm
It
not sure
is.
there'll be too many neutrals tuned in, but it's a cracking watch as a contest. This is steered to backward point, 48 for 3. Sussex needed some top order wickets, otherwise this could have really been a messy day for them. There could have been by the close a good way out of the game, still with 2 days left. But Ollie Robinson in particular has given them a sniff. He's coming out of the attack now. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 19. He's got Slater, Duckett and Clark, having got Slater, Duckett and Clark in the first innings, and Hamid. That's a great, not necessarily a skill, but it really is a good touch to have. In the first innings he got all of the top 4, and he's got the first 3 wickets to go down here.
I guess I'm a little surprised he's come out of the attack, because we're on the verge of lunch.
Yeah, 1 over.
He's got his tail up, Ollie Robinson. He's taken those 3 wickets, as you say, but he's handed the baton to Brad Curry, who's going to bowl what might be the last over before lunch. Comes in and bowls to James, who's forward, plays at the square leg. I'm sure Lyndon James is pleased to see Ollie Robinson out of the attack.
Kyle, another one in the Dane Schardendorf camp, saying, Dave, do you think Dane deserves a game or 2 in the first team? Tom hasn't scored many runs recently. Just got to keep hammering away, haven't you? If you are in the second 11 and desperate to show you're worthy of a first team place, all you can do is just keep scoring runs. I hope you get the chance.
Curry bowls and James plays it into the offside, followed by Pujara, and there is no run. I mean, I think we have to make the point that Notts are still in a very, very strong position in this game. I mean, they're effectively 145 for 3.
Yeah.
And
just look at the bottom line on the board at the far end, or above Nottinghamshire lead by 145. It says Sussex all out 143. So they've already got more. I'm not saying Sussex would replicate what they did first time round, but Notts have already got a lead higher than what Sussex scored in their first innings.
Yes. Curry comes around the wicket, bowls to James, who drives firmly to mid-off. There is no run, and it's not. We're not here to make excuses for anybody, but Sussex without Tom Haynes and Tom Alsop, who would be certainly in the top 3, so they're missing a couple of their top players. But that's for others to come in and do a job. I'm not wishing to use that as any sort of an excuse, but it is a fact. So that's not to say they can't score these runs, but it's Notts are in a very strong position. Curry around the wicket, bowls. James plays that to mid-off, and there is no run. It did uncomfortable playing that, did Lyndon James. We've only seen 1 over a spin so far in the match. That was James Coles. I went for 13 that particular over.
Yeah, Sussex is going to have to do something about that this afternoon. Between lunch and tea, they're going to have to address the thorny issue of being -6 on the over 8, and of course it might just have slipped a little bit further, Adrian. We won't know until they change the board.
In comes Curry, bowls, and James gets a thickish inside edge down to fine leg, where Archie Lennon comes running in and fields. Doesn't send in a very good. He takes his cricket. I mean, look at Archie Lennon. He got that throw. Wasn't a very good throw, and he's furious with himself. He's very, very hard on himself as young Archie. Kicked away at the floor. I mean, it's great that he cares so much. And that was just a throw to the keeper.
Yeah.
But
got there on the half volley, didn't it?
Yeah. This will be the last over before the break. My clock's showing 12:59, so it may well be as Curry's in again. Bowls, lovely shot by him. He drills that to Robinson at mid-on. There is no run. Sussex are trying to get round and get another over in.
I think they did yesterday. I think my watch was showing exactly 1 o'clock yesterday, and you can see umpire Bainton looking this way. Look how he's walking.
He's striding.
Umpire Bainton has come racing in. Yeah. Let's have one more, and they'll know that Sussex want to get round and get another one in, won't they? They'll be well aware. There'll have been dialogue behind the scenes, I'm sure, at close of play last night and maybe even again this morning. So it's Carvelis. First 2 overs went for 5 runs. Bowles, what definitely one way or another will be the final over. Lyndon James on 6. Let's this opening delivery go through to the keeper. So this morning Sussex resumed from 94 for 5 with Cheteshwar Pujara on 34 not out, Archie Lennon on 16. Pujara was first to go. LBW Dane Patterson for 49. That was when the score was 120 for 6. Then Lennon followed him in the next over. LBW James Pattinson for 31. There's Carvelis bowling a good delivery past Lyndon James. 128 for 7 when Lennon fell. And then a little bit of a clatter. Ollie Robinson caught Moores, bowled Pattinson for 5, just tickled one down the leg side. 133 for 8, became 138 for 9 when Hunt lost his off stump to Dane Patterson, who then polished off the innings by having Harry Carvelis LBW for 5, 143 out, all out. And the 2 Patos, the only bowlers to bowl for Nottinghamshire today, both finished with 5 wickets as Carvelis bowls. Lyndon James again getting his bat out of the way. James Pattinson 5 for 56 and Dane Patterson 5 for 43. Sussex 97 behind on first innings, having been bowled out for 143, but they hit back through Ollie Robinson, who had Ben Slater caught at fine leg by Brad Curry for 20. That was 28 for 1. Ben Duckett fell caught behind by Robinson without scoring, 28 for 2. And Joe Clark LBW Robinson for 0, 40 for 3. And the next delivery again sees Lyndon James get his bat well out of the way and let it go through to wicket-keeper Carter. 49 for 3 with 2 balls left. We are eating into the luncheon interval, and when the players return, of course, we'll return, and very much be grateful if you want to come back and share the afternoon with us. 8 wickets have gone down in this session, 2 balls left as Carvelis bowls to James, again too wide to inconvenience Lyndon James. Knott's lead is 146. There will be an update for Radio Nottingham. We might just get this delivery in. So we'll say goodbye for now. Thanks to Grace and to Adrian for their company this morning. This will be the final delivery. That's Carvelis bowls. It does go through to the keeper, so that is lunch at Trent Bridge with Nottinghamshire 49 for 3 after 14 overs, leading by 146 with a Mead 18 not out, and Lyndon James is on 6. It's from the 3 of us. Thanks for your company this morning. Enjoy the lunch break. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes' time. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Hope you all had an enjoyable lunch period. Players are going to be back out there in just a moment. Our two umpires, Messrs Bainton and Baldwin, striding towards the middle. They're being followed by Lyndon James and Asiba Mead, and Notts in a moment or two will resume from 49 for 3 after 14 overs. So an overall lead of 146. Every session we say is a big one. This for Sussex I think is a huge one, because if Notts had a session of say 100 runs, 1 wicket only, they'd almost, you'd imagine, be out of sight. But if Sussex can pick up 3 or 4 wickets in this session, it will very much keep them in the contest. I'm Brace, and alongside me is Grace, doodling. What are you doodling? You're one of life's doodlers, aren't you? Grace Ballinger's here from, we used to call you Loughborough Lightning, but we can only call you Lightning now, can't we?
Yeah,
Poor
Lightning
old
cricket.
Loughborough. Loughborough doesn't get the credit it deserves.
Yeah, change of setup slightly a few years ago when it went from the KSL to the regional professionalised setup.
Ollie Robinson, no real surprise, is going to kick things off from the pavilion end. He's got all 3 wickets to fall, 3 for 19. It's really leading this attack, isn't it? You picked up a bark from somewhere. Here's Robinson, first ball after lunch is away for runs by Hamid, and that was just nothing more than a nicely timed defensive push onto the offside, and away it goes for 4.
Yeah, it was a great shot to start the session, and just when batters play shots like that, they just make it look so easy, don't they? Just make it look so easy to score runs. But yeah, it's a good start from Hamid. He's batted nicely for his 22 not out, and he'll be needing to stick around for a bit.
See, if you could do that, you wouldn't be batting at 11.
Don't forget the opening, the batting for Leicestershire.
Well, we've not delved into that, have we? As Hamid is on 22, Robinson to bowl to him. It's a no ball from Ollie Robinson, so not a great start after lunch. We've still got 5 balls left in the opening over, and 6 runs have come in this over already. Of course, they'll have been England teammates over the winter, weren't they? Robinson went to the Ashes, didn't he? Certainly played alongside Hamid in the India Test matches last summer. 55 for 3. Here comes Ollie Robinson. Must be careful not to overstep this time. He's hit Hamid on the pad. It's going to be a leg by. 56 for 3, so they'll rotate strike. Lyndon James down to the business end for the first time. So how come you've ended up with Leicestershire and not Warwickshire, or even more importantly and up the pecking order, Nottinghamshire?
Yeah, so obviously I spent all my time at Warwickshire. It was a really great setup for me, like fantastic what they did for me, and then obviously moved to Lightning, and I think it just made sense for me when I was representing the East Midlands region to therefore represent an East Midlands county. So yeah, I went to Leicester and enjoyed my time there.
Next delivery on its way. Lyndon James defends onto the leg side. So there's still enough ambition to want to play for Nottinghamshire, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm pretty happy at Leicestershire at the moment. Quite a fan of Grace Road, actually.
He says.
We had a good finals day there earlier in the season, T20 finals day, which was enjoyable. We managed to win that as well, which was good, because we finished 3rd in the group and then won finals day. It was good.
That's a decent effort. Who did you beat in the final as Robinson bowls to Lyndon James, pushes it back to the England quick?
We beat Northants, who had won every game in the lead up, so that was good.
It was. 56 for 3. Grace will be playing during the next month for London Spirit in the 100. You're going to be squad number 1 there as well?
I don't think so, no.
But you don't know what number. James on strike, and he'll match his first innings score of 7, helping this down to long leg. I'll be hoping he goes on and advances it. Why don't you think you'll be number 1?
Why won't I be number 1?
Yeah.
What squad
the 100,
number?
Yeah. You know, on your shirt number.
Just didn't go for that.
Oh. Do you know what number you're going to be?
No. Not like a massive. I'm not a massively what's the word? Superstition.
Yeah.
I'm not massively like that. So.
Super what?
Superstitious. That's the one.
Next ball is driven into the offside by Hamid. There's no run, and the first over, a rather elongated one, comes to an end. Sussex, by the way, their over rate didn't get adjusted during that period before lunch. They're -6 still. So it'll be very interesting, Grace, to see how they go in this session. Stop doodling. 57 for 3. What have you doodled?
Just a little flower.
Flowers.
Yeah.
If it was bowling figures or questions to ask Adrian when he comes back, I could understand it. But doodling flowers. Oh, crikey, that's a long way down there to pick my pen up. End of the opening over. Ari Carvelis, who we still haven't got a photograph of on the big screen, is going to bowl the second over after lunch.
You think they could have found a photograph of him, wouldn't you? Carvelis in, then Lyndon James to face, and that first ball carries through nicely to Ollie Carter. It's just outside off and left alone. He's getting it through today, isn't he?
Yes, he's what would you say, bustling fast medium. Keeper stood well back, and 3 in the grabbers.
Looks like he's just holding his shoulder a little bit there.
Yep.
But he's at the end of his mark nonetheless, and in to bowl. Lyndon James awaits him, and similar to the last, looks like he's just getting a bit of movement away here, Carvelis, and that one is again left alone by Lyndon James outside off.
Tea time score, Grace, is going to be?
Well, that's a good question. So what, about 30 more overs?
34 more overs, yep.
160 for 5. Or maybe for 6. But we'll see. Sussex will be hoping it's a couple more wickets as he goes in again, and that one looks like it just went straight through and is left by James again.
I do apologise, Grace, I was nattering to Adrian. I haven't a clue what you said. Tell me again, what do you think the score will be at tea?
I'm going to go specific. 163.
Yeah.
For 6.
We'll doodle that then. We'll doodle that.
What do you think? Carvelis in again, and this on the stumps and brings James up onto his toes, and he just pats that to mid on. He gives the ball a shine.
180 for 5, but
180 for 5. Okay.
I don't be surprised if Sussex are 40 for none in their second innings. The way this game's gone, you just don't know, do you? You just don't know.
We'll get Adrian's prediction as well as Carvelis comes in, and this one Fuller and Slater and targeting the stumps as James just comes forward and drives that again to mid on. Another dot ball.
I do think Sussex have really got to work on this over rate between lunch and tea. It hasn't deteriorated any further, but it's going to take some pulling back, and of course the longer they go on taking wickets, chipping wickets out, the less chance they've got to work on the over rate. I mean, it's as daft as it sounds, really, isn't it? They were punished for bowling knots out in 2 sessions yesterday. They just took too long to do it.
It's because they bowled an all-seam attack, isn't it? Usually you can rattle through with the spinners. Carvelis comes in again and he beats the outside edge of Lyndon James, who I think tried to play at that one, and that will be a maiden over. A good one by Carvelis. Nottinghamshire 57 for 3.
Some sign of hurry there, though. Keeper and the slips rushing from one end to the other. Just wonder maybe if, he's beg your pardon. We just wonder if, Cheteshwar Pujara maybe coming from the test environment where, sort of 12 overs an hour is almost the norm, dropping him into county cricket. Maybe he was a little bit taken by surprise yesterday. And and found his side -6 on the over 8. Here's Robinson bowls and Mead works it onto the leg side. Should be 2 here. Fielder's lost his floppy sun hat. Is that Brad Curry down there doing the fielding?
Looks like him. Yeah, I think it is.
Good strong left arm throw. That was the basis of my assumption. In fact, he's one of 2 or 3 that we've had in this game that haven't got a name or a number. Makes it a little bit harder as well under the floppy sun hat, doesn't it, to aid your identification. Robinson once more. Mead happy to defend out as far as Cheteshwar Pujara, who fell for 49 this morning. If you're just joining us, he played beautifully last night. 34 not out. Notts would have known he was the key, really, perhaps, to unlocking the lower order, the Sussex lower middle and tail, and that's exactly as it happened this morning. Pinned LBW by Dane Patterson, and then the 2 Patos ran through the bottom order in pretty quick order. Next delivery on its way now. Mead happy to block into the offside. So flurry of activity on the outfield at lunch. Lots of mums and dads and little uns and all sorts of families and friends out there having a bit of a stroll. Some having a game of cricket. So Samit Patel out there with his young lad. Jake Ball was bowling a white ball. No doubt he's gearing himself up ready for the 100. He'll be playing for the Welsh Fire. Toby Petman was out there as well. Down the leg side, well taken by the diving Carter. 59 for 3. But it's nice to see people being allowed to roam around on the outfield during the intervals.
Has Ollie Carter got quite long hair?
Yes.
Just see it out the back of his cap,
yeah.
can't you? He's got a mullet. Interesting. Is he blonde?
I think it might be straight, I'm not sure.
Certainly looks it. Squad number 11, which is, I guess, a little unusual for a wicketkeeper who bats 5. This one has run away on the leg side. They'll take a single, yet it is going to be a leg by. Lennon doing the fielding. 60 for 3. Yes, certainly looks to have not quite Finn Hudson Prentice, quite length with the hair, but that'd cost him a few quid to go and get that trimmed up, wouldn't it? Hudson Prentice at first slip, Tom Clark at second. Yesterday they were all going in that general area, weren't they? Had a busy old day, Tom Clark. Second slip, Lyndon James blocks this one into the 3rd over after lunch. Not 60 for 3. They lost Slater for 20, and then a pair of little quacks for Ben Duckett and Joe Clark. Has not slumped to 40 for 3. This pair have added 20. Matches up and down the country. There's a T20 international this evening at Bristol between England and South Africa. There's also one this afternoon between Scotland and New Zealand. They almost seem to have set up camp in the British Isles, don't they, over the last few months. New Zealand, they're still here. There's also an ODI in Trinidad between West Indies and India, but we won't follow that too closely. North Sri Lanka and Pakistan who are playing a test match.
Carvelis in then. Hamid to face, and it's a good ball. It looks like he just got a bit of movement off the pitch there. Hamid thinks about playing it, but give him the benefit of the doubt, I think, and say 11 ended up leaving it in the end, and it just raced through to Carter, who took it quite high. Yet to pick up a wicket in this innings yet, Carvelis, but he's been very economical, bowled 4.1 overs, 2 of which have been maidens and gone for just 5 runs, so he's putting it in the right areas there.
Yeah, there's plenty to work with there for the coaches, isn't there? Puts it in good areas.
In again and bowls, and this one full and straight and brings Hamid forward into a defensive shot.
It's a nice challenge for him, isn't it? He will, of course, know and respect the name of Asiba Mead and relish the opportunity of trying to dismiss him.
He's bowling well. He's, just as we say, hitting good lines and lengths. He's asking good questions. So yeah, it's been impressive. He bowls again and again, full, and this time a bit outside off, and Hamid leaves comfortably.
Do you relish the opportunity of bowling to the star name in the other side?
Yeah, I know it's good. I mean, obviously, a bowl early on with the new ball, and it's obviously you get often some of the best players in, get them in quite early on, so it's nice to have the challenge. I definitely prefer bowling 50 over cricket. It's T20 cricket. I think there's a bit more in it for the bowlers there, but yeah, no, I really enjoy taking the new ball, and bowled against some good batters in my time. Carveus in again, and this time he forces Hamid onto the back foot, who just drops it into the gap and takes a single.
And aspirations, I guess, to go on and get the selectors looking in your direction.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. I think quite fortunate in the sense, left arm bowler, there's not too many about, and yeah, just want to keep taking wickets and working as hard as I can, and just see where things take me.
Good 100 and then a big bash contract for you.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Like to spend some time down there as Carveus is in again, and about 4 stump full delivery left alone by James. Just having a little look here, Lyndon James. 7 not out of 32 deliveries.
1 ball left in this over.
And we're having Adrian's prediction, which is 157 for 4. No surprise. It's interesting how it's gone, isn't it? Oh. Dave's been the most favourable to Notts, Adrian the most favourable to Sussex, and I'm just sitting in the middle. I wouldn't say on the fence, but there you go. Carveus in again, another 4 ball outside off, and again left alone by James. Another good over, just 1 from it. Nottinghamshire 61 for 3.
Generally the afternoon session, the one in which most overs are bowled, so certainly the potential for more to happen. Obviously more runs, more wickets, with more deliveries going down. So I've gone a little higher than you pair. Adrian thinks 157, you've gone 163, I've gone 180. But the wickets is the conundrum. We've seen them go down in clusters throughout this game, and quite extraordinary that 8 in the morning session. If 8 went this afternoon and 8 after tea, there wouldn't be an awful lot left, would there? In fact, that would mean Sussex would be 9 down at the close. Extra half an hour. Here's Ollie Robinson, bowls and just helped away for 4 by Hamid down the fine leg. Down to fine leg. Whether he actually meant that to go as fine as it did, I'm not sure. It was highly effective. Slightly unorthodox from Hamid, but gets the boundary nonetheless. 65 for 3, and he's on to 29.
Yeah, I think it was intense. I think it was played quite nicely. I think he was aware of the man out at square leg and also at fine leg, and didn't want a repeat of Ben Slater's dismissal, I imagine. So looked like he just guided it quite well. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Pujara's rung across from cover to have a word with Ollie Robinson, and I think it's about the positioning of the man down. Well, no, it's not. They're going to take one of the slips out and put him round the corner. Where's he going? That's one of the many alley-ors out there. This is the real alley-or. It's gone in at backward square leg. Robinson in to bowl to Hamid, and just runs it down to backward point, fielded by Lennon. You wonder why I say that. We had a number of 6 sweaters on display yesterday.
Saying earlier, thankfully James Coles has found his own jumper today, and he is wearing the number 30. It's pleasing, makes our job a bit easier.
Bowled just the 1 over in the first innings, didn't he? And went for a few. He's at 13 from his only over. As Robinson bowls to him, he drives handsomely, but straight on the bounce into the hands of Pujara, and the covers no run. .65 for 3. Stephen Mullaney doing next. Then the trio of left-handers, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White and James Pattinson. And say it quickly, they'll be down to Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson again. 65 for 3. Robinson bowls and handsome looking drive again from Hamid. Frees the arms, punches it away along the ground quickly. Through point for 4. 69 for 3. Wonder who ended up with the match ball. James Pattinson was allowed to take it off, but both Pattinson and Patterson finished up with 5 wickets apiece this morning. Very much a two-man demolition job of the Sussex first innings. They were the only 2 bowlers bowled this morning. Job done and dusted with minutes to spare inside the opening hour of the day. Robinson bowls and Hamid pushes it back to Ollie Robinson. He now has figures of 3 for 36.
He's bowled nicely, hasn't he, Ollie Robinson? Bit of fire early on.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I mean, this is where Sussex really need him to just perhaps winkle out another 1 or 2 before he has to make way at the pavilion end. Can't burn him out all in one go, but do want him to get a wicket after lunch, just down the leg side. Carter can't stop it. There, I can see his. Did you see his mullet there? As his cap went flying off. It's a bye, debited against the Sussex keeper, and that will mean that Nasib Hamid keeps strike. They ran through for the bye, so 10 extras in a score of Nottinghamshire 70 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle and Amazing Grace Ballinger.
Still holding his shoulder here, isn't he, Carveus? I just wonder if it's got a little niggle, but I also can't work out if his shirt's a bit big and he's been messing with it a lot.
Might be a new tattoo.
Might be.
Sunburn.
I sunburned awfully a couple of weeks ago. Carveus is in. 3 slips in play for Hamid, and that one straight and brings Hamid forward into a defensive shot, and the ball is back to the bowler, who throws it to his captain.
Was that laid on a beach somewhere or a sunbed?
Just in my fellow teammate Sophie Monroe's garden, actually. It's very warm. She's got a nice garden and she tans a bit better than me, so thought I could do the same as her, but I was wrong.
Been an update for Radio Nottingham listeners in just a moment, then more from Grace, and then we'll bring Adrian in to have a natter as well, get his thoughts on the early part of the afternoon as the next delivery's worked on to the onside. Fielded by Lennon, and there's no run. Carvelas into his 6th over. He's only gone for 6 runs. Just keeping it nice and tight from this Radcliffe Road end. Pujara will be very pleased, gives him another little clap and a word of encouragement. Not the longest approach, nice and straight, in he comes rhythmically, but this one's clipped away. That's a good shot from Hamid. Just warming to his work now. Nasib Hamid is worked this through a wideish mid-on position for 4. The Hamid on to 37. Just getting a little bit of a gallop on, and across comes Pujara to have a word with the bowler. Could just unravel for Sussex if Hamid gets really going. The lead is 171. Waiting for the ball to be returned. Don't know if it disappeared under the advertising hoardings down below us. Oh, now it's been found. Nottinghamshire strengthening their position right now. They lead Sussex by 172 runs at 75 for 3. Nasib Hamid playing nicely, just warming to his task. He's 38 not out. Lyndon James with him on 7. It's been an eventful day so far. 8 wickets going down in the morning session as Sussex were bowled out for 143. 5-wicket hauls to both of Nottinghamshire's overseas fast bowlers, James Pattinson and Dane Patterson. Ollie Robinson nipped out. Slater, Duckett and Clark when Notts began their second knock, but this stand at the moment currently worth 35, Notts 75 for 3. Carvelis bowls. James pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. And to pick up commentary, it'll be Grace and Adrian.
Yeah, just going nicely here. Notts just look like they're starting to get into their innings, and Sussex are just desperate for a couple of wickets here, aren't they?
Well, they are. I mean, I was just thinking that you take Patterson, Pattinson and Robinson. They've taken 17 of the 23 wickets to fall in the match so far between 3 bowlers.
Carvelis in then and brings James back. Just a good ball on the stumps to end his over. Another good one. Nottinghamshire 75 for 3.
And the only point I make there is it just looks a different game, doesn't it, when either two of those Nottinghamshire bowlers or Ollie Robinson is bowling. You know, it looks like you could almost get a wicket, not with every ball. The problem Cheshire Pujara's got here is he can't just keep bowling Ollie Robinson, and in fact he's going to take him out of the attack now because Sean Hunt is to come in from the pavilion end. And I know we're all talking about the scores at tea time. I've just got a feeling here that and Dave made the point in commentary this morning a couple of times. It was a very well-made point that talking about application on this pitch, and it looked like everybody's in a hurry. Everyone's in a hurry to score runs and do everything in this game. But actually, those batters that are batted with application have done well in the game. So Stephen Mullaney did well in the first innings. Cheshire Pujara did well. Hamid is doing well here. And I just think that if, you know, it's a sort of wicket that it may have a ball that's got your name on it, but actually, with some application, I don't think this is a pitch that's got a huge amount of terrors. Yes, there's help for the bowlers, but I think if the batsmen apply themselves, this ball will be going softer as well. What are we into now? The 20th over with this ball, so Sussex will be desperate for a breakthrough here. But it's Sean Hunt who's running in towards us from the pavilion in bowls. Hamid, who's forward and plays this one down to backward point. Alior trots back from the gully to field one more to Hamid. He goes to 37. Well, Woods 39 rather. 76 for 3. I'd rather be watching this game than the game at Chelmsford between Essex and Somerset, where Somerset are 186 for 1 in reply to the Essex total of 505 for 9. I saw a very scathing report by our colleague Anthony Gibson, who's at that match watches Somerset, saying that even Simon Harmer, who's a bit of a magician, the off-spinner, he can't get anything out the pitch. And Anthony suggesting it's a pretty dull game. This is anything but. As Hunt runs in from the pavilion end, bowls, and James is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. He's been very watchful, Lyndon James, 7 off 36 deliveries. The sun has disappeared, a bit of cloud around, which may help the ball to swing around a little bit. And it's been a debate I'm sure Dave has had, and you, Grace, as well, throughout this season, really, with other commentators about pitches. And I do understand it's so difficult to get the balance right between, you don't want a road, but then you don't want a wicket, which is helping the bowlers so much. I don't think this is far off the ideal, In comes Hunt, bowls, and James tucks inside the line and places carefully to mid-wicket, fielded by Coles. And there is no run. Or am I talking nonsense, Grace? Please say if I am. I won't be offended.
No, I actually totally agree. I think definitely from a bowler's point of view, look, I think ground staff do great jobs with the amount of wickets they have to produce and they have to make, and yeah, they work really hard. But I think sometimes it is a bit in favour of the batters, and you don't want boring cricket, do you? You don't want massive high scores with nothing in it for the bowlers. And well, this has been, as you say, anything but boring, and it's been good to see the seamers taking so many wickets.
In comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, driven by James onto the onside. He slips as he takes that first run. He drills it out through mid-wicket, and they are going to come back for a second run because James Coles needs to chase back probably 20 or 30 yards, send in the throw to Ollie Carter, which Carter doesn't collect cleanly. In fact, the ball rolls through his legs. But there's not an over. The ball was dribbling rather, perhaps more than rolling. James goes to 9. I think he's played a good supporting role here. Lyndon James came in at a difficult time for Nottinghamshire, with Ollie Robinson had taken 3 wickets without conceding a run. Slater, Duckett and Clark all back in the pavilion. He came in with Nottinghamshire on 40 for 3, and he's really given Hasib Hamid good support. Hunt around the wicket, bowls to James. Oh, he gets a thickish inside edge. That could have gone anywhere. But it's fielded by Coles, who trots round from square leg to field. One more to James. He goes into double figures. He's on 10. Not 79 for 3.
Yeah, Lyndon James, he's been very smart, hasn't he? He's just played, as you say, that supporting role to Hamid and not really looked to play any shots in particular. He knows that, look, Nottinghamshire already lead by 176 runs. He just needs to be there and support and stop those wickets, which have been falling a lot. So yeah, he's done a good job.
In comes Hunt around the wicket bowls, and he drives firmly down the ground. Good cricket, actually. Good shot, good stop by Ollie Robinson, diving away to his right-hand side. There is no run. I've just picked up a message, actually, this was before lunch. I'm very sorry. This was from Steve Harris, who's a regular listener to ours up in Aberdeenshire. Hello to you, Steve. And there was no sound on the live stream for a while. I'm hoping that's all been fixed, Steve. And everyone can hear us loud and clear. If you are listening and you can hear us loud and clear, perhaps you could just drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. But Nottinghamshire have had a good half hour here since lunch. They haven't lost a wicket.
Carveus then to start his 7th over, just 11 from his previous 6 on that first ball, brings Lyndon James back to a defensive shot which goes to point. I think he's bowled a pretty good length here, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Carveus, he's definitely bowling quite conservative, but I'm not sure if he looks massively like he's going to take wickets here. He's certainly bowled well, but
oh, we can. Well done, Dave.
don't know if he looks too attacking as he comes in again.
Oh, good ball. No, just as we said that,
Yeah,
he produces a terrific delivery.
yeah, it was good. Just brought James forward and just beat the outside edge that time.
I didn't make a note of Hamid and Lyndon James' score at lunch, actually. I know the lunch score was 49 for 3.
18 and 6.
Well done. I knew Dave would, you see. I knew he would. Thank you, Dave. Cry over. Come on, Harry.
Carveus then, as he runs into bowl, and another good ball bringing James onto the back foot and another defensive shot. He's faced a lot of deliveries at this end, Lyndon James.
Yeah, I think he's doing a really good job for his county. I mean, this is a substantial lead for Nottinghamshire. Was it 176? And I mean, they'll know the danger man is Robinson. They've managed to get through that opening blast from Robinson after lunch. They'll know that the longer this goes on, the softer the ball gets. If they can get through this period, Nottinghamshire, they'll feel they're batting themselves into a very powerful position in the match.
2 full from Carveus and absolutely smashed by James, but a great dive and stop by Pujara in the covers means it will just be one off the bat. Looked like that was going to be forward, didn't it? Brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's really impressed me with Cheshire Pujara, not just his batting, he's made 3 double hundreds, but his overall attitude. I think when you've got an overseas in, you know, you want them to be giving absolutely everything, and in the field he's diving around, he chases the ball down. He was like that at Lord's last week. He made a big double hundred, you know, in all that heat, and could almost be excused and think, well, I'll have a bit of a breather now and put my feet up. But none of that. He's straight out again. I think he's a wonderful example to these young Sussex cricketers.
Carveus comes in again, this time to Hamid, and again a good heavy length and full, and brings Hamid forward.
Geraldine Ellis has been in touch. Hello, Geraldine. Lovely of you to get in touch. She said, I'm watching you loud and clear in Cincinnati, Ohio, in the USA. Wonderful that this commentary goes across the world. It really does. So in Cincinnati, Dave, you knew it was the Baltimore Ravens. What are the Cincinnatis?
The Bengals, they lost in the Super Bowl this year.
There we go, he knows.
Joe Burrow, the quarterback.
This lad, he'd be great in a pub quiz, wouldn't he, Dave? He would just be a top man.
His appendix out yesterday.
Carveus in then, and straight ball on leg stump, an attempted flick by Hamid, but straight to mid-wicket. End of the over, Notts are 80 for 3, lead by 177.
Who had his appendix out?
Joe Burrow, the quarterback.
Right. Do you know, I mean, if you said to me before a minute ago, who is Joe Burrow, I'd have had no idea. Isn't that true? You know. This goes, but I bet in the States he would be a massive name, would he, Dave? Right, there we are. Isn't it extraordinary that... and probably we would be the same. I'm sure if you said to your average American, this is not to be, you know, demeaning in any way, if you said to the average American, what do you think of Ben Stokes? I'm sure perhaps they wouldn't know.
Who?
Yeah, Ben who? Sean Hunt, trying to make a name for himself. Around the wicket comes in and bowls, driven by James to mid-off, and there is no run. Fielded there by Carveus. Or was that Brad Curry out there? Either way, it's no run. Neither of the players have got numbers on their backs, which doesn't help. And they've both got sun hats on as well, which also doesn't help.
They both also look quite similar, don't they? They've
Which
both got
doesn't
dark
help.
hair,
Yes.
similar height, similar stature.
Yeah. Ollie Robinson's making a signal towards the dressing room. I don't know if he wants a drink or something brought out. Hunt round the wicket, in and bowls to James, and clubbed away by James. That's a good shot, actually. It was a lovely shot, beautifully played. He looks at his bat. I think he got it quite high on the bat, but that fairly short offside boundary, a bit too much width from Sean Hunt. And he was onto it very quickly, Lyndon James, and drilled the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 15, knots to 84 for 3.
Yeah.
To which you add 97. Sorry, Grace, to get the overall lead.
I was just going to say that you spoke of the pitch and how there's been a lot of wickets fall, but I feel like it is a pitch that once you get in on, it's easy to bat on, and James is starting to show that, I think.
Hunt in and bowls and drilled again, and that's going to be more runs. This time just a single, because Archie Lennon is patrolling that backward point boundary. Again, I didn't quite time that, Lyndon James. It made a rather sort of tinny sound off the bat. Nonetheless, he goes to 16. Not 85 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Grace Ballinger and Dave Bracegirdle, your commentary team here at the wonderful Trent Bridge, where it just looks magnificent on pretty much. I bet Trent Bridge looks lovely in the winter, actually. It's just that sort of a ground. Hunt around the wicket bowls. Hamid stretches forward and punches that to mid-off. And there is no run. This partnership between these two is now worth 45. I think Dave's had another message come in. Which we'll read out in a moment. Thank you for the commentary from Dave, myself, and from Grace. Not slowly building a strong position to close out this leg of the championship. Before lunch, Sussex were 39 for 5. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Hamid just covers up, plays into the offside. There is no run. Notts 39 for 3, and 78 for 3 now. 39 for without loss since lunch. It's been an excellent little stand. This, keep it up. Thank you. That's Brian in West Bridgeford, which I think, Dave, is just down the road from here. Yeah. I think actually on my way in yesterday from the A46, I think I came through West Bridgeford. Sussex just with the 2 slips in place. As in comes Hunt bowls. Hamid stretches forward. It's another comfortable single played into the offside. Picks up another single, does Hamid. He goes to 40 off 65 deliveries. Notts are 86 for 3 at the end of the over. Sean Hunt, 2 overs, no maidens. No wicket for 10. 86 plus 97. What does that make, Grace? 183. Oh, it's at the bottom line, yeah. There's so much information on that scoreboard, then staring me right in the face, it says Nottinghamshire lead by 183, so saved us all the maths. So Mark says we were talking about Cincinnati, and he says Cincinnati Reds were a top baseball team in the 1970s. Wonder why they're not now. Geraldine's been back in touch. She said, I watched FC Cincinnati early this week and the Cincinnati Reds baseball last night. Back home for cricket soon. Wonderful.
It will be Carveus to continue his spell as he runs away from us. And first ball short and chipped in the air. And it looked like for a second mid-wicket could be in the game there, but goes just over his head. I think that's Ali Orr in mid-wicket and races away to the boundary for 4. Brings Hamid on to 44. And it also brings up the 4th wicket partnership of 50 between Lyndon James and Hamid off 89 balls. That is a good partnership for Notts.
I think they've been excellent. I think Hamid was looking for... And a lot of credit here to Lyndon James. He's only made 16 of those 50, but I think he's batted really sensibly. And this is turning into a very fine stand between these two.
2 slips in play as Carveus comes in again, and this time it's outside off, and Hamid goes back and just flicks it onto the... I think it's almost a deep point fielder who comes and retrieves it for 1. Brings Lyndon James back onto strike to Carveus.
And from Cincinnati in the west to Bangkok in the east, we have listeners across the globe. Scott Earl's been in touch. Hello, Scott. He says, I'm sitting here with my girlfriend watching the game, really enjoying it. Happy to see Notts doing well. Keep up the fun commentating. Wow, I bet it's hot in Bangkok. Probably quite, I don't know if it's a humid time of year. Scott, perhaps you could let us know.
Carveus into James then, and Fulham brings him forward into a defensive shot.
Wonder how far it is from Cincinnati. I mean, that really literally is the other side of the world, isn't it? From Cincinnati. Does Cincinnati get cold in the winter?
Yes.
Yes, it would do. Anywhere in North America, perhaps. The thing with baseball is they play a huge amount of matches, don't they? I mean, I think we play a lot of cricket, but crumbs baseball, they play an enormous amount of matches in a season.
3 slips now in play for Carvalhais to Lyndon James. He comes and brings him back onto his toes, and again defensive shot into the offside.
If you'd like to join our chatter, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email, or you can tweet us at
Grace Ballinger too.
or Brace Cricket. Lots of ways to get in touch, and lovely to hear from him. It's terrific to have all these listeners who are tuning into our commentary. I still think I'd keep Trent Bridge over Cincinnati or Bangkok though, Dave.
Carvalhais bowls, and Lyndon James is on the back foot and punches it to that deep point fielder. Good connection, but we'll only get 1 for it.
Just an observation that I think that's 3 singles have been taken to James Cole's at that deep backward point position, and they've been comfortable shots as well. I wonder whether Pujara might be thinking about easing James Cole's into a 1 saving position there at backward point, because they are comfortable runs, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over here for Notts.
Yeah, just making it a bit too easy for them, isn't it? I mean, he's not bowling badly here, Carvalhais. He's putting in good areas, but there's just a big gap there, which has been easy. And oof, that wasn't so easy. It was a play and a miss from Hamid, just over the stumps, and a good ball to finish Carvalhais' 8th over. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 18.
Well, I don't know where that delivery came from, and that's what we were saying earlier on about maybe the odd delivery. We're just watching a repeat of that. Wow, that sort of cut Hamid in half, going down the leg side eventually by Ollie Carter. But just now again, that's a delivery. There's a batter you're probably thinking, this could have my name on it, this one. Brian has been in touch. Brian Barish, or Barish, I'm sorry Brian, I pronounced your name incorrectly. Adding to the US East Coast Brigade. I'm listening from work just outside of Philadelphia, where both our baseball and football, he says in bracket, teams are doing better than the ones in Cincinnati. Thank you, Brian. In comes Sean Hunt, bowls to Lyndon James, who shoulders arms. The ball goes through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Rick Piper's been in touch. And before lunch, we were talking about fielders, or Sussex fielders, and he said, I agree, both Chris Jordan and Paul Parker were wonderful fielders. In the slips as well as Mike Yardy, I'd mention Alan Oakey Oakman, who played in the 50s and 60s, including taking 5 catches in Jim Laker's 19 wickets against Australia at Old Trafford in 1956. In comes Hunt round the wicket, bowls, and driven by James, a ball of full length, and he plays that to mid-on where it's fielded by... I think that is Brad Curry, and I say I think because, as I say, the man with no number.
Alan Oakman play?
50s and 60s.
Not saying my age, but I've played against Alan Oakman.
Have you? Have you? Well, he says what Rick goes on to say. He says, like me, both Oakey and Yards come from Hastings in 1066 country. Away from Sussex, the best fielder I ever saw was Colin Bland of South Africa. In comes Hunt, bowls, and James cuts that on the way to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Ali Orr, stooping down at backward point. At Lord's in 1965, Bland ran out young Jim Parks, hitting the long striker's stumps from square leg, the ball screaming through the legs of Parks. A case of the Rhodesian rabbit beating the Haywards Heath hare. Thank you very much, Rick, for getting in touch. So from Cincinnati to Philadelphia to Bangkok to Hastings. Sean Hunt running in towards us, bowls, and James is beaten, and that was a rather tentative prod outside of the off stump, and there is no run. And Geraldine's been back in touch to say, crumbs almighty, they play 162, is that right? Regular season baseball games, that's without playoffs and everything. That's an incredible... I wonder if they fill the stadiums.
I think they play 2 innings.
Right.
They play back-to-back games in a day.
What, the same team?
Yeah.
Play 2 games in a day.
Hunt. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and James lets that one go through to Carter, and there is no...
Just to play 1 game.
No, that's true.
Play back-to-back games.
We have a weather update. Not from Nottingham, but from Bangkok. Scott's been back in touch, and he says, yes, right now it's the rainy stroke monsoon season, so it's hot and humid all day. Today it's reached 33 degrees C as usual, but now it's 20 past 8, and it's dropped to 29 degrees. Cincinnati is, I think, 12 time zones from here, so opposite side of the world indeed. In comes Sean Hunt, bowls, and James places with a little bit of discomfort to square leg, fielded by Coles. There is no run, end of the over. Notts on 92 for 3, James on 17, Hamid on 45. Sean Hunt, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Kenny's been in touch. Hello, Kenny. Who says, another US-born cricket lover watching on YouTube in Warrenville, a western suburb of Chicago. Always been a Notts fan. I'm delighted to say Trent Bridge has by far the best county cricket match coverage on YouTube. Outstanding coverage and announcing. Wonderful stuff. Thank you for getting in touch, Chicago. Did they call Chicago the Midwest or the Windy City? I know they call it the Windy City. Yeah. Chicago Cubs.
My kind of town.
Right.
Chicago Bears, the NFL team.
Right. And is it Chicago where they have Wrigley Field?
Yes.
Named after the chewing gum?
And it's Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan, yes, of course. The famous Michael Jordan. So they're well catered for in Chicago, if you're not a sports fan. What are you doing? Sussex going a bit defensive. It's Brad Curry back into the attack. Grace.
It is, yeah. Slip and almost a gully in for Brad Curry, and that first one's on leg side and just flicked round by Hamid to the square leg boundary. Will be 1 taken.
Well, he's got a problem here, hasn't he, Cheteshwar Pujara, because he'll be desperate to take wickets. By the same token, he can't really afford for Notts to get out of sight. Brian has been back in touch. Is it Brian?
Yeah, you got the pronunciation of his name right.
Oh, I did. Thank you. And he says here about... we have cricket here too. I'll read that in a moment. In fact, Curry's just waiting to bowl, so I'll read it now. We have cricket here too. The... Philadelphians, is that how you pronounce it? Philadelphians? From Philadelphia?
Yeah. This Curry comes in again. 2 slips for James, and that one again is on leg side and turned round, and it's hit well, but will just be 1 well fielded out there on the leg side boundary. Just getting his line a little bit wrong here, Brad Curry, just a little bit too straight. He'll want to bring that a little bit more onto the 4th stump line.
Yeah. We have cricket here too. The Philadelphians of minor league cricket, starring Liam Plunkett, who played in that World Cup winning side, didn't he? I'll be commentating a couple of their games this weekend in Exton Park, which looks a bit like the English countryside, and he's attached a photograph of that. Wonderful. We've got a cricket commentator in the States.
Yeah, I think Plunkett had gone to America.
Yeah.
Curry is in, and this one is a better line and brings brings Hamid forward into a defensive shot, and Pujara does the fielding.
I mean, it's probably a pretty tough job for cricket to compete with some of the other sports in the States. I imagine it's a little bit... I mean, there's been a few attempts in this country, haven't there, for baseball to take off, but it's never really happened.
No.
I mean, American football does, as Dave was saying, because you get these big games at Wembley, and now Tottenham, who I think are going to hold quite a few games going forward.
It's Curry's in again, and this is short down leg side, and it's just a freebie for a player of Hamid's calibre, and that brings him on to 50 not out.
Good knock.
With that boundary, 71 balls faced, and yeah, very good. Very good innings from Hamid. He's 50 not out.
Well, it's been a quality innings, no question about that. 9 fours, 71 deliveries. So it's come relatively quickly as well. But he's, you were talking there about the application. It's exactly what he's showing.
He has, and he's put away the bad balls.
He has.
Thanks to Grace for the last few minutes. Be an update in just a moment or two. You've got an update to do.
Yes, I have. I will run away at the end of this over. Curry is in bowls, and Hamid plays that to second slip, and there is no run. So Sussex have had to go slightly on the defensive here. There's a slip and a gully, a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and 2 men guarding that short leg side boundary. There's a mid-wicket and a short fine, a backward square leg who's guarding the boundary. The sun has momentarily gone in. It feels like it's getting a little humid here as well. Nothing like Bangkok humid, as Scott was describing. I bet the ball would swing around in Bangkok. In comes Curry and bowls, and forward comes Hamid to a ball of good length, which he plays into the offside, fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara. It is the end of the over. Nottinghamshire are 98 for 3. Hamid with an excellent half-century is exactly 50 not out. Lyndon James on 18. The Nottinghamshire lead 195. Effectively 195 for 3. So the hosts in a very powerful position.
They are, and it's only going to get a little stronger during the course of this afternoon. Yeah, I've not been to Bangkok. It's on the bucket list. I've been in that part of the world to Kuala Lumpur and to Singapore. But yeah, Bangkok always one of those that has held a fascination. It's Sean Hunt, 3 overs none for 10. Somebody needs to put the brakes on. Somebody also needs to get a wicket or two here as Lyndon James drives it out onto the offside, fielded by Sean Hunt, but beg your pardon, by Archie Lennon. Yeah, thanks everybody for the last few minutes. We've almost been round the globe, haven't we?
That's been fun, hasn't it?
99 for 3.
Yep.
I do have listeners usually at the start of a day of county championship cricket and the end of county championship cricket in Australia. Certainly in Melbourne we have a number of Nottinghamshire followers. 99 for 3, a mead on 50. This is played on the leg side. There's a single. Been update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Aaron Verma doing the afternoon show today, so there may well be a question or two fired across. Here it comes. No, and it's well, we're only about 400 yards apart from each other. We haven't got any sun here at the moment. I was just looking around for the sun cream. Nottinghamshire going along very nicely indeed this afternoon. They're 101 for 3, so that's an overall lead of 198 over Sussex. It's almost the very definition of a day of two halves so far. We had 8 wickets go down before lunch and none since. Sussex bowled out this morning for 143 with the 2 Patos doing the business. 5 wickets for Dane Patterson and 5 for James Pattinson. Notts lost then 3 wickets to Ollie Robinson to bring a helter-skelter morning session to an end, but now a Seabermead with 51 and Lyndon James with 20, bringing some order to proceedings. Nottinghamshire 101 for 3. As I say, that's an overall lead of 198. Okay. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. It's only just down the road, Grace, and lovely warm sunny afternoon, he said. And then he said, oh, I've just had a look out the window and it's not, it's grey.
Yeah, I saw the office on the walk here this morning, actually.
There's Sean Hunt in and bowls. A nice looking shot from Hamid now then. What do you reckon? 2, 3 or 4 here?
4.
Just crosses the rope at deep mid-wicket, the largest boundary. And the Nottinghamshire lead goes over 200, 202 at 105 for 3. Hamid on to 55.
Yeah, just settling in here, aren't they, these two? Partnership now up to 65, as you say, and starting to look like a slightly different wicket to bat on. Whether the wicket's got better or the batters are just both settled for the first time in the 2 days, I'm not sure, but yeah, Nottinghamshire in a good position here.
Yeah, Lyndon James being very cautious. Well, I mean, being cautious as well, but he's certainly putting the bad balls away. He's just run this down into the gully. Ali Allfield's end of the over. It is 105 for 3. We've been playing for around about 55 minutes since lunch. Nottinghamshire have added 56 without loss. That over 8 is still showing us -6, but as we have said a number of times this season, they seem reluctant or don't seem to change the over 8s now until the end of sessions. But certainly there's been no real indication that Sussex have, absolutely raced round to start working on the over 8. I think that at some point has got to happen. They've got to bring a couple of slower bowlers on and really make a determined effort to work on it. 14 overs at lunch. They're on 27 now, so they've had 13 overs, and as I say, we're not too far away from the hour this afternoon.
Yeah, they've ran between the overs, but little more. We've seen no spin again today as Curry comes in first ball at James and brings him forward into a defensive shot, which returns to him.
Of course, it doesn't always follow that you bring a spinner on and straight away the over rate is going to improve, because sometimes the ball disappears here, there, and everywhere, and takes twice as long to fetch it back. Sometimes just with a little bit of purpose, walking back quickly to your mark with the medium paces, as you say, change round at the end of the over, get the ball back to the bowler quickly. You can help yourself.
Brad Curry in again, and looks like he's getting a bit of movement there as that one's left by Lyndon James outside the off stump.
The gaffer's on his way back, Gray, so you can thoroughly enjoy your few minutes break now before we put you to task once again. The great man is back, having updated the listeners on the south coast.
The news that Sussex need a wicket or two.
Here is Curry. He's in his 7th over. No maidens as yet. And this one's just played nicely into the gap on the leg side by Lyndon James. He's just bisected the two fielders on the leg side fence for 4, and things just starting to go for Nottinghamshire. I guess you make your own luck again. Across comes Pujara, arm around the back of Brad Curry. Get off, he says. Get off. No, he doesn't. Perhaps that's that tattoo I jokingly suggested to Grace when she said he keeps rubbing his shoulder. I don't think he's had a tattoo. You'd know, wouldn't you? The man in the camp.
I've not met Brad Curry. I was at Lord's only for a couple of days last week, and he took his 6th over on the 3rd day, so I didn't get a chance to say hello. But I'm sure that opportunity will come. They're just discussing that leg side field, Dave, because runs are coming a little bit too quickly here as far as Sussex are concerned.
So Lyndon James on 24 now, gets solidly behind this one and defends. Big tall lad, Lyndon James, 6'4", 6'5", something of that order. Very elegant player, plays in the V, technically correct. Couple of centuries this season, 155 here against was that the Middlesex game, 100 away at Chesterley Street. He's one or two side strain niggles, which has prevented him bowling in the last 2 or 3 matches, but going to be a really fine all-rounder. Blocked this one. Remains 109 for 3.
Just looking at partnerships in the match, Dave. 65 between Mullaney and Pattinson, 71 between Pujara and Lennon, which is, I think, the highest of the match, but this one now 69 between these two. Sorry, 59. 69.
69, yeah. 69. So
yeah.
One good hit away from being their highest partnership. Headley says, I can't believe this. I've not seen any of the game up to now. He's obviously been busy, but been able to sit and watch the afternoon session. Next one driven away, and that will take this on to the highest partnership of the match. Second boundary of the over to Lyndon James, moves him to 28, knots 113 for 3, and the lead is 210. Says, so this is the first time I've sat down watching the game, and it's hard to believe watching this what I'm led to believe has preceded this session.
I agree.
It's the exception rather than the rule, this one, Headley. Whether it is, as Adrian said, a case of 2 batsmen getting their nut down and just capitalising on the second string Sussex attack after the openers had come out of the attack, or whether the wicket has completely flattened out. It's hard to tell at the moment, but Hamid and James are holding sway. But lovely to hear from you, Headley.
It is indeed. I can see Pujara and Robinson were in deep conversation then. I wouldn't mind thinking that conversation is all about, can we squeeze a couple of overs out of you, Ollie? As in comes Sean Hunt, bowls to Hamid, who plays at the backward point, fielded by Alistair Orr. And there is no run, or it might have been about a field change. They're coming having another natter as well now. Sussex do need to be careful because their over 8 is -6, which is in deduction of points territory, clearly. And I'm sure, in a sense, it's the last thing on their mind because they want wickets here to get themselves back in the game. But they have been running between the overs, but that -6 has stayed absolutely the same. In comes Hunt, bowled short, pulled away by. Maybe he's going to get a single out to deep mid wicket where it's fielded by James Coles.
Well, that's just the hour, Adrian. I was just making the point while you're out of the room. That's just the hour, and 14.2 overs have been bowled. So that's not going to help the over 8.
No, it's not.
And they need to, just in case there's a clatter of wickets.
Well, absolutely. And now there's another delay as Pujara's nattering away to Sean Hunt. It's And the umpires will not look favourably upon, if they feel that they are being really slow. But we were talking about test matches at lunchtime, and some of the over rates in test matches are appalling, aren't they? At 12 overs an hour.
Yeah.
It is disgraceful, really. Hunt in again, bowls, and James drives handsomely through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. Over-pitched, drilled through point for 4 runs. James goes to 32 and knots 118 for 3.
That's 3 boundaries he's hit in the last, the 2 in the last over, 1 in this. So I don't know how many balls faced in that, but he's hit 3 boundaries in, within 6 or 7 balls faced. And if he gets going as well, this could be a painful session. Could start to get a little messy for Sussex, because he's a very elegant stroke player and can certainly get on with things. Just accelerating now. It's ridiculous, the tests. We've all mentioned it, but to then just be allowed to troop off at 6:30 or whatever it is, sorry, you're not going to get those 12 or 13 overs back. It's it's ridiculous.
In comes Hunt over the wicket now to James. Short, and James looks in the mood for it. He was back. He was looking to pull that through mid-wicket. In fact, played a little too soon. It ended up at mid-on, fielded by Robinson. I was saying to you yesterday, Dave, I went as a spectator to the first day of the Edgbaston Test match against India. Lovely day, but I couldn't believe how slow the over it was. And the players brought out drinks, then a change of gloves, then they were querying the ball. And it all just took so long. I thought this is, they really ought to be stronger penalties. In comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and James plays fluently down to mid-on, fielded by Robinson. Again, no run.
I mean, that's one thing with the county championship. You can't go and have your cup of tea and slice of cake until you've got down to the point where there's only 32 overs remaining in the day, however long it lasts. So they have got to get on with it in the afternoon. But of course, TV schedules and all the rest of it, but I really don't know why they can't stay on later at night or even start half an hour earlier the next morning.
I agree. Hunt in bowls, and James, that's a lovely looking shot and a very good bit of fielding by Ollie Robinson, who's very smartly round to his right at mid-on. He can't prevent a single. James goes to 33. Oh, sorry, that was Hamid. I thought that was, my apologies.
No, that was James. It took a single.
Yes, and it's the last ball of the over. 119 for 3, James 33, Hamid 56. And this partnership between this pair is now worth 79, and as Dave was saying, by a distance now the highest of the match. And Pujara now is in deep conversation with
everybody. He's chatting to everybody.
He's talking now to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who I don't think is going to bowl, because he's got this back niggle as Finn.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Finn? Over to you, Skip.
Yes. That's right. So it all becomes the skipper's problem, doesn't it? It's your overall mind.
There's Brad Curry round the wicket. Balls. Oh dear. Bit of backache there from the fielder. Who's that? Ali O.
Yeah.
Ali O.
Yeah.
They take a single. Yeah, misfield on the leg side. 120 for 3. Those bright orange trainers of Sarah Taylor, very visible. Who's that? She was walking with Grant Flower.
Either Grant Flower, it might be James Kirtley. Their afternoon.
Yep.
Afternoon walk.
Just nice to get out of the dressing room, have a bit of a wander around. Knowledgeable cricket crowd would be asking the pair of them for their autographs, I'm sure. Next ball is punched by Hamid up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm sort of looking at options here for Pujara, because he's obviously got his 4 seamers who have bowled throughout. If he's looking for spin options, he bowled James Coles. He's got Archie Lennon, who could bowl his leg spin. It just might be worth a try here, because at the minute these two are looking very well set.
120 for 3. There's Brad Curry in his 8th over. Bowls wide of the off stump. Hamid flails it away on the offside. Could I just urge Sussex and every other team, because I say it every single match though, if we are going to have a spinner on and you are going to have a couple of people with the protective pads on and all the other protective gear, can you just go to the side of the pitch and do it there, so we don't spend 5 minutes watching you get dressed, because that is one of my bugbears as well.
I agree.
Put them on the long leg boundary. In between deliveries you can strap a pair of pads on or some such.
No, yeah, absolutely.
You know, Notts and the other 17 counties, everybody's included in that. Let's not just spend time watching people get dressed. Hamid steers this out, square of the wicket on the offside. You made the point, I think, in the last over that there's a single there every time, isn't there? Just that gentle push into the offside. 121 for 3.
And it's keeping the scoreboard ticking over. That lead up now to 218.
Struggling to get the BBC Sport website scoreboard to update.
No, it's still showing us lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's still, exactly. It's showing us lunch, and Worcestershire no wickets down, where I believe they're actually 4 down in that run chase against Derbyshire. But if I can't tell you the score, I can't update you. 121 for 3. Normally we steer people in the general direction of the BBC Sport website and app just to keep up to date with what's going on elsewhere, but it doesn't seem to be refreshing a glitch in the system.
Yeah, the live reporting is still working, but the scores. You're right. Worcestershire 63 for 4.
They are 4 down. Yeah. Century for Anuj Dal, unbeaten century for Anuj Dal in the Derbyshire second innings, because he was here for all of his apprenticeship, if you like. Academy player, second 11 player, fielded many times for the first team, took 2 or 3 really good catches, but didn't get a first team debut. But since he's gone to Derbyshire, he's rattled up 3 or 4 first class hundreds now. 121 for 3. He started taking a lot of wickets as well. Good player, like Anuj Dal. Look what we've got here now, coming out onto the field. Is that Delray bringing him out?
It's Delray bringing him out, and it's going to be Archie Lennon who's going to bowl, so we are going to get a bit of leg spin. So our speculation was perhaps what Pujara was thinking. So the helmets have been brought out. Now we are going to get a delay because we've got to get Ali Orr, I think, is going to have the job of going under going in close, but he's got to put the pads on, so this is all going to use up time.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to think that the over 8 is going to stay at -6.
You know, couldn't Ali Orr have been on that long leg boundary in the last over and done this? I'm having a pop at him because, as I say, every single county does it, but we are now watching Ali in this particular case get dressed. It doesn't take that long, but again, there's so many things during the course of the day that takes 15 or 20 or 30 or 60 seconds to do. That's nothing to do with the cricket.
Well, Sean Hunt has gone wandering off the field. He's making his way up the steps into the pavilion, so I'm not quite sure what's happening there. Delray Rawlins is on the field as 12th man. It is going to be Archie Lennon who's going to bowl.
Yeah, obviously the longest one is when a player is struck on the helmet. Now, if a player needs to be physically, medically checked out, I don't care if it takes an hour. That's that is the fundamental thing. Let's make sure that player is okay and there's no signs of concussion. But once he has been cleared, then it seems we then call for helmets to be brought out, and then a spare, and then a second. Here's Lennon, here's Adrian.
Comes in and bowls to Hamid, who plays this nicely. Beautifully played. Plays very late. Down towards third man, Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he's to chase back from slip to field, and it's a couple of runs for Hamid. He goes to 59, 123 for 6. The Sussex physio, John, is just making his way around the outfield as well with his sort of bag of tricks. So I don't know whether he's going to go and have a word to someone down here.
Maybe he's just leaving water bottles.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson is warming up as well, so that shows you that Sussex really do need a wicket. Lennon from the pavilion end in and bowls. Hamid cuts and gets a single out to Carvelos, who's fielding at deep backward point.
Has Robinson bowled from this end yet in the match?
I thought he bowled a bit yesterday from this end. Did he bowl a second spell from this end?
May well have done, yeah, may well have done.
I guess for these two right-handers in, they're not wanting to Lennon to have to bowl to what would be a short leg side field as the ball is driven firmly by James as far as Bajara at extra cover. So the field, there's a short leg and a slip, a short third man or backward point. There's a deep backward point on the boundary, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as in comes Lennon and bowls, and it's just tucked away by Lyndon James. Had a lot of time just to play that comfortably through mid-wicket. Picks up a single fielded by Coles.
Well, depending on his line, if he is bowling from the pavilion end, leg breaks, they are going away from the right-hander, so potentially they can punch them towards the shorter boundary.
Yes, no, you're right. Just keeping an eye on what's going on down below. I think Brad Curry's having a natter to the physios. In comes Lennon, bowls and using his feet. Here's me. That's a lovely shot, drilling the ball through sort of wideish mid-wicket and comes back for a second run. Good running, particularly by Lyndon James, who was running to the non-striker's end.
3 strides and he's there, though. He's a big, tall lad in the long legs. Doesn't take him long to get down there.
And he goes to 62. Yes, Brad Curry is getting a bit of attention from the physio. Slipping a short leg go down. In comes Lennon bowls, cut away nicely by Hamid through point, picks up another single. And really, without having to take too many risks, Nottinghamshire... Oh, that's an overthrow. That was sloppy. So the throw came in from Carvelos. Wasn't taken cleanly by Carter. I didn't see if it was a poor throw or quite what.
Over the top of the keeper.
Right, I was looking at the scoreboard. But just when you're under the pump a little bit, you just need everyone to be absolutely on their toes, and that's the sort of thing that you don't need to happen. But as I say, there was an overthrow as well, so without taking any risk, it wasn't a bad over from Archie Lennon at all. 8 runs have come. And we are going to see Ollie Robinson back in the attack, and this Pujara's hand has rather been forced here, Dave, I think.
It has, yeah. Knocks 3 wickets down and all 3 wickets taken by Ollie Robinson, so no real surprise that Robinson has been called upon. Delray Rawlins is on the field as a sub. Was it Sean Hunt you said you thought that had
yes,
off?
Sean Hunt did go off. I saw him wander up the steps into the pavilion.
Saw Delray have a little bowl at lunchtime, and he completely confused me to start with. Next ball is, the start of a new over is sent down by Robinson and defended, because he went out there obviously to have a little bit of a bowl on one of the used wickets, Sarah Taylor with the mitt on, and the first ball he bowled right arm over. I thought that's not
Delray.
But yeah, then I think it was just a fool idiots like me, but then he got onto it. It was a serious net practice after then. It was accurate. It was a decent delivery.
Yeah.
129 for 3. Robinson to Lyndon James. Punches it up to Rawlins at mid-off, who then will throw it all the way down to the other end to Carter. Not the best throw in the world, and Carter has to take it on the half volley.
I feel that this is a really important phase here. If Sussex can't get a breakthrough here, I mean, this ball is now in its 32nd over, and there's all the talk, isn't there, about balls going softer. It makes it very difficult to pick up wickets. Crucial here that Sussex pick up a wicket.
Yeah, they've lasted a little longer in this game than most of the other matches. In fact, all the other matches I think we've had this season, as James pushes this again up to Delray Rawlins, and again he's 5 paces away from the bowler, but throws it all the way down to the other end.
Yeah, I mean, that over 8 is still showing at -6.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll just leave that till T, Adrian. They seem to have done that this season, whereas I think everybody would prefer if they did it at the end of the session. But what seems to happen is the scorers say you've bowled X number of overs in X number of minutes. It should have been da-da-da. James blocks this. Give that to the match referee. And then, I'm only assuming, Delray Rawlins has thrown. They very, very, very nearly paid the penalty there for what they've been doing, because that was another throw over the keeper. And who's that with a floppy hat on? Is that Tom Clark?
Hudson Prentice.
It's a good job he quickly got there, could see what was happening, and backed up the errant throw to prevent overthrows.
Ollie Robinson would have gone berserk instead of gone for overthrows.
And quite rightly too.
Yeah.
If you throw it, 35, 40 yards over the keeper's head when he's almost stood next to the bowler. This one's worked a bit on. There's no run. Yeah, then the match referee then asks the umpires, are you giving any leeway for this, that, or t'other? Did the ball go out of shape? Was there an injury? Was the ball lost behind an advertising hoarding? Do you want to allow 2, 3, or 4, or 5, or 6 minutes, or whatever it is? And then they do the sums. And obviously by tea time yesterday, harsh as it seems, they decided that Sussex were 6 overs behind where they should have been, despite bowling knots out in 2 sessions. This next one goes through to the the keeper. I do have a little bit of sympathy myself, and you know that's strange because we've just banged on about over rates, but you know they got the
Wendover comes in and bowls to Hamid, who just tucks this past the fielder at square leg, who's Ali Orr picks up a single as the ball trickles through square leg. Hamid goes to 65, 130 for 3, the lead, which is the important figure. 227. That was a maiden over from Ollie Robinson and played with some care by Lyndon James. You just get the feeling these two are thinking, let's just, every time Robinson comes back, let's just see him off.
Yeah, let's keep him out and milk the others. Worcestershire have lost another wicket. They're 72 for 5. Not sure what they're chasing, 240, 250, something of that order.
I think it might have been more up the high 200s, I think. Okay. I think maybe even 280.
Well, they're 72 for 5.
So that looks like it's probably not going to happen. As in comes Lennon again and cut by James to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice. There is no run.
Yes, they need 72 for 5, 217 more required to win. So 72 and 17 is 89. Yes, so 290 is the target.
Lennon in again, bowls, forward comes James, plays to Orr, who's fielding at short leg.
289, you idiot. 72 for 5, chasing 289.
But the BBC website is definitely down.
Yeah.
It's not showing all the update scores. I'm sure someone's working away on that. I'm sure the guys know the issues. Lennon working away on the ball. In and bowls and played firmly by Lyndon James through that wideish mid wicket. They've taken one. James Coles is quickly round. That's a good bit of fielding actually by James Coles. He was very quickly round at deep mid wicket. I think for all the world it looked like there was 2 runs there, but he got to the ball quickly. A very clean pickup and got away the throw. So just a single to James. He goes to 36, 131 for 3. I see Luke Wells out for Lancashire. He's made 98. He's been in good form this season. Lennon bowls, forward comes Hamid, plays down the track, and Lennon fields off his own bowling. It's a move that's worked out well for Luke Wells. A lot of people are very sorry to see him leave Sussex, but he's forced his way into the T20 side. He played on finals day, and he's making runs in the Championship as well. In comes Lennon bowls and hammered down the ground by Hamid. Well, that's a lovely shot. 1 bounce, 4 runs. He just came down the wicket and just cracked the ball gun barrel straight over the head of Archie Lennon. Premeditated shot and a good shot. He goes to 69 and knots to 135 for 3. With Hamid on 69, James is on 36. This partnership is now worth 95, by far the highest of the match. And the Nottinghamshire lead is now getting into the rather daunting proportions, 232, with 7 wickets left in the bank.
And Lennon 2 overs for 14, as I mentioned to Grace earlier. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean, just because you've got a spin bowler on, that the overs will be concluded, wrapped up quickly in terms of time. You've had to fetch the ball back there for a boundary. There were a number of 2s and 2 overs, none for 14. Pujara's going to have to make a call. What are we waiting for now?
I think they've lost the ball. I think that that it's just been retrieved. So the umpires will be sympathetic about that. Just reading about a note on here on the BBC website that they are aware of the problems with the scorecards. Apparently it's an issue with the data feed, which will hopefully get fixed soon. So if you're looking on the BBC website for updated scores, they haven't updated since lunch, but they're on the case.
The ball has been fetched. We've lost Delray Rawlins.
Yes.
He's gone back to the dressing room to explain to the coach why he was throwing the ball all the way down to the keeper. And now Ollie Robinson. Lyndon James just crept along to 36, played some nice shots in that. He hits this one crisply enough. Oh, and now another misfield. This time it's Sean Hunt, fresh from the dressing room, and in his eagerness to get there quickly, he had ball in hand and then threw it away, and they take a single.
Ollie Robinson has just hurt his hand there. He got down quickly to his left. He's just wringing his left hand. He took the pace of it. Sean Hunt couldn't complete the fielding.
Not a lot gone for Sussex since lunch. Is that Corvallis again down at long leg? Because he's just started getting himself ready. Whether Pujara's said It's not going to work with young Archie. We'll have a change. Next ball on its way and goes through to the keeper. Or is it Coles? I'm not sure. Down a long leg, stretching and bending.
It is Carvelos, you're right, because
Yeah.
Coles is out here
Yeah.
at deep back will point.
Yeah. So it may well be that the Lennon experiment didn't last too
Short-lived.
long.
Yeah.
Ali Orr's still got the protective pads on. He's at a sort of a deepish gully, isn't he?
Yes. Yes, it's a straight position, isn't it?
There's Robinson. I mean, he does like to just guide it down to third man. Next delivery is dragged on the onside, and they'll take a single. 137 for 3. Partnership now on to 97, which of course was Nottinghamshire's first innings advantage. Bowled Sussex out today for 143, with the two Patos scrapping for the match ball. 5 wickets apiece. It wasn't like that actually. They were both encouraging each other to go off and take the applause. It was quite a touching scene actually down there to see just how much love and fondness there is from the teammates and from the members for Pattinson and Patterson. Next delivery on its way from Robinson. Lyndon James has played very nicely in this innings. Blocks this one.
Yeah, it's I say Pujara's hand's been really forced to bowl Ollie Robinson. I mean, he hasn't played a game since the middle of May. Now he's into his 11th over here. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute he's going to be getting tired, but he hasn't, he bowled 15 overs yesterday. Yeah. And he's looked the one bowler. He's looked the danger bowler, as the two Pattersons did or the two Ps for Notts.
It's one thing taking wickets, it's another when you get snicks against your bowling that run away down to third man for 4. So that's what's just happened to him. And Lyndon James gets the boundary. The applause is for the century partnership between this pair. 101 from 153 balls. Mead has led the way, 54 of that century partnership. Lyndon James 41. Obviously there's been a handful of extras as well, but the largest, the most significant partnership of the game has put Notts into a very strong position here at 141 for 3. Comes a fire engine. Cat stuck up a tree somewhere as Robinson bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. Well, let's hope it's something as relatively insignificant as that. Never nice seeing the emergency vehicles racing down the road. Ali Orr is now a real treat for us, and Ali Orr is now taking off his protective pads. 141 for 3.
Well, I'm just sort of thinking of the options, and there aren't a huge amount of options that Pujara has got here. He's going to juggle around his seamers, as you well spotted, Dave. He's going to bring Carvelos back into the attack. All he can do is juggle his seamers, try and protect Robinson a bit. But these two look well set, and this pitch seems to be playing well. Not that it's played badly throughout the match.
It's not going to do anything to that over rate, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's going to be Carvelos. I've got BBC Radio Nottingham in my ears again. These half an hours absolutely fly by, don't they? There we go. Very timely indeed, because Nottinghamshire's fourth wicket pair have just brought up their century partnership. Hasiba Mead is on 70, and he's got good support from Lyndon James on 41. Far and away the highest partnership of the game, and it's strengthened Nottinghamshire's position. They lead now with another single taken by 239 here. A good morning for the two Patos. Dane Patterson 5 for 43, James Pattinson 5 for 56, as Sussex were bowled out for 143. Notts overall lead 239 at 142 for 3. So an update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. Lyndon James is on strike, and time to get the staff working again, I think. As delivery from the far end, Harry Carvelos bowls to Lyndon James, drops it on the leg side. Is it my turn for a break?
I'm not. I think it is your turn for a break. I think, is that right?
I need a break.
Yes, I think. Yes, I think it is.
Been toiling away down the coalface.
You have
all afternoon.
So
while Grace has been on her socials, with a bit of luck, she can She can bring you up to date, Adrian, with everything that's happened on Love Island over the next day or two.
Here comes Harry Carvelas, comes in and bowls. Short, pulled away by Hamid. That's going to race away for a boundary. Too short. And Hamid with a lovely shot. It was short, and he pulled the ball away down towards fine leg for 4 more. He goes to 75. It is 93 deliveries, not 147 for 3. Is Davide still in Love Island?
He is. He's bound to win.
Yes, it has been on in our house.
He's favourite to win, I think.
Is he?
Yeah, with
Okay.
Ekin.
Right, okay, there we go.
Great couple.
Right.
My favourite couple.
And when does it finish?
In about 5 or 6 days.
Right. Okay. He comes Carvelas in and bowls short, and he just ducks underneath it. So we'll go through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. I just wonder whether, they're just sitting around a villa for 7 or 8 weeks, and whether you get bored to tears.
Well, this is what I always say. They have no concept of time in there. They're not allowed to know the time, and they're not allowed their phones. They're not allowed to leave the villa. It would get a bit boring, wouldn't it?
There's only so much sort of sunbathing I guess you can do. As in comes Carvelas and bowls, and Hamid is forward. I think he might have got wrapped on the... I thought for a moment he'd been wrapped on the hand, but the ball dribbled towards Tom Clark, but second slip. There is no run. Notts leading by 244. It's pretty much total cloud cover now in Nottingham, actually. It's just 1 or 2 patches of sort of light blue above us, but other than that, some heavy cloud above Trent Bridge. I think the forecast is dry for today, although I can see lots of lights on the cars on the road out to the side of the ground. As in comes Carvelas, that's another short delivery, and he's not going to be too bothered by that. The ball just balloons over his head into the gloves of Ollie Carter. There is no run. It is the end of another over. Ollie Robinson takes off his cap. He's going to bowl the next one. Notts 147 for 3. James on 42. Hamid is on at 75. So are you a compulsive watcher, Grace?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I mean...
Well, it doesn't matter if you are.
No. I've got into it this year, if I'm honest. I have got into it, but that's because I've had little else to do every night at 9 p.m. So it's come a bit of part of my routine, I suppose. But yeah, I'm not distraught that it's coming to an end. I think it's time. It's been about 8 weeks I've been watching it. Will be Robinson to bowl to Lyndon James, and the first ball takes Lyndon James onto the back foot and just defends that near his feet.
Just wondering what Sussex do here. Pajara just coming having a word with Ollie Robinson. He can't bowl Robinson from both ends. They're making a change in the field as the Ali Orr is going from that gully position down to third man. They've got a couple of slips still, so that means they need wickets, but this Nottinghamshire lead is getting towards dangerously high levels now as far as Sussex are concerned.
Robinson in again and again brings Lyndon James onto the back foot, but this time it's down leg side and it flicked nicely to fine leg, and 1 run's taken. Yeah, I mean, as you say, Nottingham now lead by 245. That partnership between Hamid and James is now up to over 100 and the run rate's at 4, so Nottingham looking pretty comfortable, and I think Sussex will be disappointed with the way this has gone, especially after they were 3 down for not very many, was it?
Yeah, three down for 40, and Robinson was in full cry. They just haven't quite had the backup bowlers to support him.
As he comes in again, this time to Hamid, and a good full delivery, which is just turned into the leg side by Hamid, but stopped by the mid-wicket fielder.
And you can almost feel, even from here, Grace, that when he's bowling, that the batsmen always... I'm sure they're concentrating hard anyway, but the concentration levels, the way they're playing, almost changes when Robinson's bowling, because they know that if they can keep him out for a couple more overs, he's going to need a breather.
Yeah, exactly so, and they don't need to do anything silly against him. That's the thing. As you say, Sussex just maybe slightly lacking in depth and experience with their seam bowlers, so they know that if they can keep Robinson out and keep him quiet, then they'll be able to pick up runs off the other bowlers. As Robinson bowls again, and this is a quicker delivery, full on off stump and driven to Pajara, but no run is taken.
So I'll try and update the latest scores from another source. In the second division, looks like Derbyshire are on course to beat Worcestershire at New Road. Worcestershire now 74 for 5. Needing another 215 to win. And up at the Riverside, that game looks like it's heading towards a draw. Middlesex 182 for 4. It's in day 3, so Middlesex still trailing by 239. That'll be a good news as far as Notts are concerned, towards the top of the table.
Robinson in and full outside off, and I thought that could have been an edge there as Hamid went for a big drive, but unfortunately no edge on it, and I'm getting a bit distracted as
We've got a dolphin taking a photograph.
Yeah.
I thought for a minute then Gracie got a nick on that. I mean, it was a wide, and Hamid would have been furious if he got himself out to that.
Yeah, it was a wide delivery. It was not the best of Robinson's deliveries, but he might have been trying to entice him in. We don't know. I mean, he's got the plan in place, got 2 slips in the gully, so yeah, Hamid would have been kicking himself if he got out to that delivery as Robinson bowls again, and this time straight a line and just trickles past the stumps. And who is that comes around to get it? Sean Hunt comes around to do the fielding, and end of the over, knots 148 for 3.
I wonder whether that might be the end of Ollie Robinson. Really, it's just the way that Pujara gave Ollie Robinson a little pat on the back. It might have been a pat on the back saying, one more, Ollie, or it might have been, okay, just have a little rest for now. But we've still got another 14 overs to go until tea. So we can have another late night, because I can't see the spinners bowling too much. It's going to be Ari Carvelos who's going to carry on from the pavilion end, bowling to Lyndon James. A slip of the gully of the close fielders, a deep backward square, extra cover mid-on, and 2 men set back on the leg side as in comes Carvelos, racing in bowls. I don't know if this is a new tactic from Sussex, but that just balloons over the head of Lyndon James and into the gloves of Ollie Carter.
Yeah, I don't actually think it's a bad tactic going short. I mean, they've got the trap set with 2 fielders out there on the leg side boundary, but he's just going far too short at the moment that it's not threatening, so just need to get his length slightly better here, Carvelos. But yeah, I don't mind the plan. I mean, they need to do something different, so
Carvelos in and bowls and let go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So yeah, it's just elsewhere. That was the second division scores. In the first division, Lancashire won 88 for 2 in their second innings, leading Kent by 63. Somerset have actually lost a wicket at Chelmsford, 268 for 2, still trailing Essex by 237. That game deep into the third day looks to be heading for a draw. Good game at Scarborough. Yorkshire won 36 for 4 in their second innings, leading second place Hampshire by 77. Carvelas past umpire Baldwin bowls, and that's nudged away down to third man, and it's going to race away for 4 runs. I'm not sure that shouldn't have been stopped by Hudson Prentice at first slip. It went pretty quickly to his right hand side,
but
it's raced away for 4 runs. And Lyndon James has brought up the 150, 152 for 3. He seemed to get a little late for it. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
But it was an edge through the slip cordon. And another boundary. James goes to within 4 of a half century on the Nottinghamshire lead to 249.
Just nothing going Sussex's way here. I mean, if it was going their way, maybe that would have carried to slip and it would have been out. I mean, it was a genuine edge from James. Just went through the slip cordon and got 4 runs for it.
2 slips have sort of tightened up now in that position as in comes Carvelos again. Bowl short, pulled away, is he going to be caught? No, he's not, on the bounce. Well, it was a short delivery from Carvelos. You were talking about trying something different, Grace, and that's exactly what happened. He was enticed into the pull shot. There was a cry of catch you probably heard on the effects microphone, and James Coles was coming in from mid-wicket, but it was short of Coles, who fielded on the bounce. And just a single to Lyndon James. He goes to 47. This partnership now worth 113. By a distance, the best of the match, eclipsing the 71 between Lennon and Pujara earlier today. Carvelos wheels around and is on his way. Comes in and bowls short to Hamid, who pulls it onto the onside. There will be 2 runs here. Coles is to the ball quickly. And in fact, he overruns the ball, but it doesn't really cost a run because I think there was 2 there anyway. And Hamid goes to 77, knots to 155 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Grace Ballinger, Dave Bracegirdle. Delighted to bring you commentary from a rather cloudy Trent Bridge, where Notts are batting themselves into a very strong position in this match. Carvelos in and bowls, and Hamid up on his toes and just steers that back to the square on the offside, picks up a comfortable single fielded by Archie Lennon. End of the over. Carvelos 10 overs 2 mains, 0 for 32. What's made you laugh? Oh, right. Pleasure. Dave has got a photograph of Grace and I on commentary.
That's great. You can see the coffee I spilt all over my top on there. And that's grand, thank you. It's from that lid they gave me on my coffee this morning. It was the wrong size and spilt it all over me. It wasn't a good start to the morning. But
No, that's not great.
here I am now. Live to tell the tale.
Well, I was wrong about Ollie Robinson. I thought maybe Bajara was going to say that's it for the time being, but he's keeping Ollie on. Suddenly for one more over.
As he runs in here, number 25 on his shirt, and he wraps him on the pad, and there's a big appeal. Sounded like there was a bit of bat involved
Didn't
in
it?
Not out, but Sussex are just desperate to get a wicket here, especially if it could be Hamid and they'll be appealing for anything. Have a look at the replay here as it comes in. Often hard to see on the replay, but
Yeah, I think as well. My feeling was it was probably perhaps going down the leg side as well. But he's. Yeah, it's an obvious thing to say. He's posing more threat than the rest of the Sussex bowlers, and has done since the start of the match. Ollie Robinson
comes in again. Right arm over the wicket from quite a wide angle there, it seems, as he pushes that one back for a length. Hamid up on the toes defending it. Did just look like he ran in from slightly wider there, so whether he's trying to change an angle or just change it up. Again, not a bad idea.
Is that something you do?
I do, yeah, but I actually spoke about it a bit yesterday. I like to come round the wicket sometimes, as opposed to over. Create a wider angle with obviously the release from a left arm seamer coming round the wicket is quite wide. We saw Sean Hunt giving it a go yesterday and can often be quite effective. Robinson in again and bringing Hamid forward this time, and they'll run a quick single to Sean Hunt who comes round. There was a single there and they set off quickly, so good running between this pair.
Yeah, he's getting frustrated, Ollie Robinson. He was expecting, he thought that Brad Curry was far straighter than he was at mid-on, and he was just annoyed the little push bought a single. You know, he tries his heart out, Ollie Robinson, every time he pulls on that Sussex shirt, but he looks frustrated down below us.
He needs firing up here. Sussex desperate for a wicket, so might not hurt him getting a bit riled up as he comes in and bowls another good ball. Full on the stumps, but James gets forward and plays it well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, pretty much everything he's bowling is going to hit the stumps. I mean, that's what we talk about a lot with Ollie, is, you know, hitting the top of off stump, etc. And that's what he does. How many overs have we got until tea? 12 after this one.
Tea's normally at what time? 20 to 4?
Yeah, so Sussex are, you know, they're behind the over 8 again.
Robinson in again. 2 slips still in play, and that one again on the stumps as we were just saying, and James again gets behind it nicely. Settled in nicely here, James, just 3 away from his half century.
Been a really good knock, I think, Grace. He came in at a really tricky time. Robinson was really on the march. He picked up those 3 wickets. Notts were 40 for 3 and in a bit of trouble. But he came in, he resisted, didn't he, just up to lunch, and since lunch him and Hamid have rather taken the attack to Sussex. In fact, my 157 for 3 at tea is looking slightly out of it, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't been great on the predictions, I'm afraid, and that one is again back of a length, and Linden just guides that off the back foot for 1.
Yeah, end of another Ollie Robinson over. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 44 for Ollie Robinson. Notts 158 for 3. Yes, I said the tea time score would be 157 for 4. So I thought Notts would only lose 1 wicket in the session. Well, so far they haven't lost any. Grace was 163 for 6, which isn't looking great.
It's looking unlikely.
And Dave was 180 for 5, which, well, could happen. We shall see. But at the minute, hasn't a wicket gone down in the session. It's going to be Ari Carvelas who's going to come in from the pavilion end, bowling with 2 slips, a third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. He races in from the pavilion end and bowls, and up on his toes is James. He just dabs that down onto the leg side, and Carvelas sort of looked behind him to see if there's anyone going to field the ball. Realised there wasn't anyone who was going to field it, and had to chase down the wicket himself to prevent a single. Cloudy afternoon here in Nottingham. sort of conditions that you would think might favour the seam bowlers, but this ball is now in its 39th over, and that's not going to be helping Sussex either. Come on, Harry, is the cry. As James waits. He's 2 away from what will be a very fine half-century. Carvelas is in bowls, and James drives to mid-off, fielded there by Sean Hunt. There is no run. So it's difficult to tell how big the crowd is here today. Dave showed us the picture that was taken of all the spectators on this middle tier, the third tier of the pavilion here at Trent Bridge, which was packed. Other spectators scattered around the ground, almost as if they're sort of social distancing, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a decent crowd in.
In comes Carvelas over the wicket bowls. Short, pulled away by James. That's going to be his 49th run as Alior is very quickly in. Throws the ball at the non-striker's end as well, backed up by Sean Hunt. One more to the total. James goes to 49 off 99 deliveries. Knots 159 for 3. The lead 256. Pujara stands at cover, hands on his hips. I'm sure his mind's going overtime here about what he can do, who he can bring on to bowl. What can Sussex do to pick up a wicket? Because these two at the minute have batted really well since those early clatter of wickets. Carvelas in bowls to, and maybe he just tucks this down to fine leg, or again quickly in, gets in the throw to Carter, but comfortable single for Hamid, which takes him to 80. And they've been a quick 80 as well, Grace. 80 in 106 balls.
It has, yeah. It's been very impressive, and it's come just at a time where his team needed it, really. Just brought the lead forward massively, and yeah, it's definitely been not session here. They've gone well.
I can see Sean Hunt warming up at mid-off, so I wonder whether we have seen the end of Ollie Robinson for perhaps until after tea. Carvelas in bowls. Jones strikes that firmly down the ground. Robinson swiftly fields to his left at mid-on, and there is no run. Total remains 160 for 3. This partnership now worth 120 for the 4th wicket.
Sussex going through obviously a difficult session here now, but what's been really impressive, I think, in this over has been Alior's fielding down at fine leg. He's had two come to him comfortable singles, but the way he's still attacked the ball and really tried to get it in and put pressure on the batters in that aspect has been really impressive.
Carvelas in and bowls. Short, pulled away by Lyndon James. That is going to be his half-century, and what a way to go to a half-century as well. Short, pulled away through square leg. He raises his bat and has a little handshake with Hasib Habib, and that's a really good knock. 53 in 123 minutes and 101 balls, 7 fours. Came into bat when Notts were in a degree of trouble on 40 for 3. He was very watchful earlier on. He's expanded with a repertoire of strokes since lunch, and that's a very fine half-century. And together with Hasib Hamid, he's put Nottinghamshire into a very powerful position. 164 for 3. Nottinghamshire leading by 261 runs. And as we thought, Ollie Robinson is going to have a little break, and it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to come in from this, the Ratcliffe Road end. I'll probably wait for this over, and then I'll hand over to Dave. And perhaps it'll bring Sussex some luck. Or maybe it won't. A long chat going in with Pujara there. That's had a change in the field, I think.
They just need to do something here, don't they, Sussex? I mean, they might as well try some different things. They've gone for a slip, a gully, and I don't even know what you call that. It's not a silly point. It's not a backward point. It's just a point that's quite close in. And the one fielder at a deep point, deep square, deep fine. Sean Hunt comes in for his first ball, a bit straight and flicked around nicely, and the gap is picked perfectly by Hamid between fine leg and square leg, and that runs away for 4. Yes. It's a sign of someone that's really in form there, isn't it? Literally just found the gap perfectly. Didn't even put that much on it, but managed to split the 2 fielders in 4 runs. Yeah,
lovely shot, wasn't it? It's a very short boundary, you just can't afford to stray down that leg side. You know, not easy when you're coming in here. Sean Hunt, he's got to try and keep it tight, but also he's got to try and take wickets as well.
He has, as he comes left arm round, and that one again is on the stumps. But this time Hamid just wasn't too sure whether to go forward or back, I think, and it just catches him on the shoulder of the bat.
He's got a very definite first step forward, hasn't he, Hasiba Mead? You know, he really does plant his foot down the pitch. It's a very, a very definitive movement that he makes. But that delivery, that was interesting. There was just a little bit of extra bounce there from Sean Hunt, who's a tall man. So, there's still a little bit in this pitch.
Hunt is in again and bowled in again. Good length, bringing Hamid onto the back foot and just hitting to Ali for no run.
I mean, there's no rush here for Nottinghamshire, is there? I mean, we're not even halfway through the match. We're only coming towards the end of the 5th session of the game, so there's oodles of time left for Notts. I mean, they're leading by 265. The weather forecast is pretty good, I think, for the next couple of days. At the minute, Notts holding all the cards.
Can Hunt make a change as he comes in? And that one again brings Hamid onto the back foot. He punches it out to that deep point fielder who runs round quite fine as they get back for 2.
Just need to mention here about the Sussex visually impaired side, who won on Saturday to reach another final. They're now in both the final of the 20 and 30 over competition. So well done to everybody involved with the Sussex visually impaired side. That's a terrific achievement. They beat Yorkshire in the quarter-finals. So well done to all involved.
Hunt bowls again, and this one beats the outside edge, and it's a good ball, bringing Hamid forward. And for a second I thought there might have been an edge on it, but there was absolutely nothing from the Sussex fielders. So a good ball from Hunt, but will be a dot.
Sussex just need to believe here, don't they, that 1 can maybe lead to 2, and all of a sudden the game has a different complexion about it. They've just got to keep battling away.
That's exactly it, and I think balls like that will give them a bit of hope, because
absolutely.
it was genuinely a good ball that easily could have sent Hamid walking as he goes again. And this one a little bit straighter. Hamid has to play at that one. The end of Hunt's first over of his spell, Notts 170 for 3.
Right, I'm going to take my leave. I've got to do an update to listeners on BBC Sussex. I'm going to leave you with Dave and with Grace.
Thanks, Adrian. More from the great man in the fullness of time. Maybe after tea. We're 10 overs away. In the unlikely event that they rattle through 10 overs in half an hour or so. Going to be Carvelis, I think, to continue. So what have we had? Just the 2 overs of spin from Archie Lennon. Nothing from James Coles. Terrific partnership. Quickly, Grace, gone from the 100 stand to it reading on the board as 130. Just taking the game away from the visitors here. There's Carvelis from the pavilion end. Past umpire Baldwin. This is steered to backward point. Just a moment or two of indecision about whether to take the run or not, but Ali quickly onto it, and they err on the side of caution. 170 for 3.
Yeah, interesting to see if Carvelis is going to stick with this short ball plan, which he's been going to quite often. I mean, he's still got the men out there, the trap is still set, so.
End of his last over, Lyndon James pulled him away comfortably enough for the 4 that brought him to his half century. Lets this one go through to Carter, the wicket keeper. He's got Finn Hudson-Prentice to his right. I'm not entirely sure has actually fielded the ball in earnest, in a way it's been in play. I can remember him doing one little bit of work to prevent overthrows when he ran behind the keeper and stopped the ball, but I don't think it's actually gone to him just yet. He's been at first slip in both innings. This next one's pushed out to Orr again, no run. So he's had a fairly quiet game, Finn Hudson-Prentice. Very capable bowler, but of course he's been riddled with an injury this season, preventing him bowling, and only made the 1 run before losing his off stump in Sussex's first innings, bowled by Dane Patterson yesterday evening. 170 for 3. Carvelis bowls, little push into the offside, no run. Lovely fella, Hudson-Prentice. Came and shared the commentary with Adrian and myself in that match back at Hove in April.
Am I right in thinking he was on the England cards at some point in the past.
Oh, now then, I don't know about that. It's been a career that's very much been going on an upward curve. Whether he's actually received any sort of accolade as Lyndon James throws the bat at that one and doesn't get anything on it, goes through to the keeper. Of course, he started at Sussex and had 3 or 4 years with Derbyshire, and of course was the scourge of Trent Bridge when he got that unbeaten 90 odd to get Derbyshire over the line in 2020 here. Magnificent knock on the last day, but then decided to return to Hove. But no, I don't know. I don't think he's had a call up. No. You didn't half make me jump then when you when the button went to indicate that you were on the other end. It frightened the life out of me. Nottinghamshire 170 for 3 here. Terrific afternoon, considering all those wickets that went down yesterday. 15 of them, another 8 before lunch today. We just thought this might be done and dusted in 2 days, but Hasiba Mead and Lyndon James had other ideas. They've batted beautifully this afternoon. They've now put 130 on to really take this game away from Sussex, who are 267 behind now. They still need 7 wickets. Notts 170 for 3. Hamid 86, James 53. It's going to be a late old finish again. We didn't finish till 10 past 7 last night, and we're heading towards that sort of time again today. I was over the bridge last night. I'm very surprised I didn't see you at Meadow Lane last night, but I went across and watched the derby after we'd finished here, and I was pleased it was a slightly delayed kick-off, so I just got there in time for kick-off. Work? Work? Next delivery is inside edge, past the stumps by Hasiba Mead. Back-to-back boundaries. Grace, would you like to describe those two to the listeners for me whilst I was being rudely interrupted by Aaron back at Radio Nottingham?
Yeah, I mean, well, the first ball was a genuinely good shot, wasn't it? On drive, straight through. There was no chance of anyone stopping it. And then I think the second 4 just summed up Sussex's last 2 hours, to be honest. It was a decent ball. It was an inside edge and kind of cut Hamid up but raced away for 4, and I don't think Hunt should be too disheartened here. It's good signs, but ultimately it's 8 runs from 2 balls at the first 2 balls of his over as he comes in again, and that one is straight, but it's good, and he's got the wicket. Well, he definitely shouldn't have been disheartened because the 2 4s are worth it for that. He brings Hamid forward, and it's an edge to Ollie Carter, a comfortable catch for him, and that sends Hamid on his way.
It's gone for 94, just about to say, very quickly. He's rattled through the 80s into the 90s. He's on 94 and he's on his way back to the dressing room. He'll be disappointed. Good bit of bowling from Sean Hunt. You've been bigging him up throughout the game, haven't you? So good reward for the left-handers union. Good applause there for Hasiba Mead. 94 at the crease for just short of 3 hours, 115 balls, 15 fours, 178 for 4, and the new man should be Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, who top scored in the first innings for 70, so Sussex's task doesn't get any easier, but they'll be pleased to see the back of Hamid. 178 for 4.
Yeah, no, definitely, and obviously Mullaney went very well in the first innings, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes here, and as you said, I have been singing Sean Hunt's praises. It's the first I've seen him in the flesh, and he's been really impressive. Just the 1 wicket in the first innings, and this is his first of today, but I think he's bowled really nicely and he's tried different things, and I think he's been impressive and probably not got as many wickets as he deserves.
Real shame for Hamid, but I can only imagine at this stage his innings is 94, the top scorer of the game, has helped Nottinghamshire well on the way to achieving all their goals in this particular game. I would have wanted to end this sequence of county championship matches with a win to ensure they've got quite a little bit of breathing space at the top of the table going into the last 3 matches in September. It may not be. We may have Really strong, stoic Sussex fight back over the last couple of days, but already, if not don't score another run, Sussex would need just about double what they scored in their first innings, so it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, definitely, and Notts in a massively dominant position here, but cricket can be a strange game sometimes, and Sussex have just got to keep plugging away here as Hunt comes in for his first ball at Mulaney, and it brings Mulaney back onto his toes, and Mulaney shakes his hand a little bit. Sometimes you can get a painful one, vibrations through the bat, and Nottinghamshire 178 for 4.
Lyndon James well set, of course, on 53. Don't think he'll change his game any. Mulaney naturally aggressive. If he gets a start, look out.
Hunt in again, then left arm round, 2 slips, and that's on his leg, Mulaney's leg stump, and he flicks it into the mid-wicket region and gets a quick single, and that's good running. Positive intent from Mulaney, good to see.
I would imagine he would show that as well. I mean, yesterday when he came to the wicket, obviously on the first morning, lost the toss, his side in a little bit of disarray at 75 for 4. An hour and a half into the match, he had to be very responsible, very watchful, but this is a different sort of position. Notts leads, he's approaching 300, and if he gets the bit between his teeth, could quickly accelerate that even further.
Full ball to finish the over end, and James drives that to mid-off, and no run is taken. Ollie Robinson doing the fielding as he throws it into Ollie Carter. End of the over, Notts 179 for 4.
Helicopter overhead, those city tours of Nottingham, very popular. You've been in a helicopter?
No, I can't say I have. Have you?
Yeah, been in 2 or 3 over the years.
Is that why you asked me? Because you wanted me to ask?
No, it wasn't. I just wondered if you had. I wouldn't have thought this city tours anyway. Probably a police helicopter, you'd imagine, wouldn't you? Coming overhead. 179 for 4. I'd like to do the New York by helicopter tour. That would be a bit special, I would imagine.
See, I have no desire to ever go in a helicopter.
Okay.
Particularly. Quite like to do a skydive.
Oh no, you see, I've no desire to do that. 179 for 4. As this one beats Mulaney outside the off stump, nestles in the gloves of Carter. Crikey, I'd plummet that quickly. There wouldn't be time for the parachute to open. Gone.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Someone, I never really thought about it. Someone asked me about it recently, and I thought, you know what? Maybe I would quite like to do that at some point, but I do think it's a bit of a strange thing to do. It's a bit random, isn't it?
Do it for charity. Next ball on its way, and worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. You'd be seen of as a bit of a good egg, wouldn't you, if you did it for charity? 179 for 4. No, none of those things. Don't fancy any. I've passed it all now, but I don't fancy any of those abseiling or bungee jumps or anything like that. Wouldn't even want to go on a roller coaster at Alton Towers or Blackpool. This one through to the keeper. No, thank you. Feet on the ground, or don't mind an aeroplane if we've got a little bit of hostess service. Good session for Notts. They've already added 130 just for the loss of Seba Mead. Just accelerated nicely, haven't they, as the afternoon's gone on. Mulaney pushes this to point, no run. I think we're all going to be way off on our predictions. Just goes to show 3 of us watching the same game of cricket. We're supposed to know a little bit about about cricket, but going to be an absolute mile off with what we thought might be the tea time score.
Had a shocker. Disappointed with my performance there.
Notts 179 for 4. Next delivery on its way, and cut away by Mulaney into the offside. Not sure it didn't burst through the hands of Ali Orr, hit him in the chest, but prevented any runs. This is the 43rd over. Ben Slater made 20. Pair of ducks for Ben Duckett and Joe Clark. And Seba Mead recently out for 94. Next delivery, Mulaney really having a good old look at Carvelis here, isn't he? Desperately keen not to give the Sussex seamer a sniff. End of the over. Notts lead by 2-7-6 with 7 overs away from tea.
Still says -6 on that Sussex over rate. Doesn't look like it'll be changed until the end of the session.
No, we'll need to have a look, I think, when we start the final session of the day, and then also see what the Sussex response is to whatever that over rate is. 20-4 now, so we should be going off for tea, but 7 overs still to be bowled.
Sean Hunt in then and pushes James onto the back foot into a defensive shot, which trickles to Ollie Robinson at mid-off.
It's a strange sort of day weather-wise, isn't it? You know, you'd look up and you'd say there's plenty of cloud there, but it's very high. The light is good, but it's been very rare that there's been a break in it and we've had any proper sunshine.
Yeah, it was very, very hot this morning walking in, but it's not cold now as Hunt goes in and bowls that one outside off, which is left alone by James.
Nice little tempt to that one, wasn't it? Lyndon James could have just thrust his left leg at the ball and driven it through the offside, but prepared to play the long game here.
Yeah, and I think he can afford to, as we say, Notts in a massive lead here, and Mulaney naturally more of an aggressive player, so James does not need to change anything despite the loss of Hamid. He can just continue as he is, as Hunt comes in again, left arm round the wicket and slightly leg side and flicked round and into the gap at mid wicket, and simple one is taken.
Got a big 100 in the last game here at Trent Bridge, Lyndon James, 155. I guess when you've done it once, it's there in the, in the memory banks, all the good feelings, all the thoughts as to how you went about it, how you worked the day. Try and repeat what were the good things.
Hunt into Mulaney and short, and that is carted into the Smith-Cooper stand, about just 3 rows from the back, and that is a big 6, despite it being to the short boundary. And Hunt kicks himself, as it was a bit of a freebie, but just picked up so well by Mulaney.
Not had too many 6s in the match, have we? Mulaney might have hit 1 or 2 in the first innings.
It's a good shot, just great timing.
I think Ben Slater did as well, didn't he, in the first innings? Hooked one down
He
to
did.
long leg, yeah.
How will Hunt reply to that then, as this time he goes fuller and driven beautifully. Great shapes by Mulaney, but Ollie Robinson managed to come and collect it before a run can be taken. He seems to be striking it well.
Yeah. They always seem to manage to pick out an empty seat in that standing county championship games, and there's a decent number of people in there, isn't there? But
Hunt in, and this one flashed away by Mulaney through to the offside, but there is a fielder out at deep point, so it will just be one, bringing Mulaney onto strike for the next over. Notts 187 for 4 with 38 overs remaining in the day.
yeah, 6 overs left to go till tea. 284 is the Nottinghamshire lead. And Mead will be, I would imagine he'll still be sat in the corner with his pads on. He's got to be bitterly disappointed, haven't you, to get to 94 and play as well as Seba Mead did today, and then nick one behind straight after hitting 2 boundaries as well. Might just have been, for the first time, just getting a little bit carried away and realising what was round the corner. Start of a new over. Here's Harry Carvelis. Just his second match for Sussex, bowling to Stephen Mulaney, who guides this into the offside no run.
Both these batters, James and Mulaney, both with the Trent Rockets over the 100.
Stephen Mulaney is. Lyndon James isn't now. Not got a contract. Next ball is past the outside edge and through to the keeper. No run. 187 for 4. He's only played a very small handful of white ball games, Lyndon James, for Nottinghamshire. Could see him in time becoming a all-format player, a multi-format player, but not yet, so perhaps understandably he's not yet been snapped up for one of the franchise competitions. 187 for 4. Corvallis in again, Mulaney having nothing to do with it.
Yeah, there's no need for Mulaney to play anything reckless there, is there? And he picked up that 1 for 6, but it wasn't a loose shot or a reckless shot by any means. He just picked it up well, and you can see he's looking to play a sensible innings here and just increase Nottinghamshire's lead, which is now 284 runs.
Umpire at the far end is Paul Baldwin. Watches on, getting wide of the off stump this time. Carter can't take it cleanly. Paul just scuttled across the ground, and I think he's got another one on the finger end. Can't be any fun being a keeper, can it?
It's a long day, isn't it, to be a keeper?
Yeah. You know, what have you got? You got backache. Your knees are going to ache with all the bending. And that's before you start thinking about how many you take properly in the palms of your hand at pace that are going to sting, and how many you get on the finger end, even with those protected gloves. Another one there, he's dived full length. Don't think Mulaney edged that. Seemed to be too wide, even though Stephen Mulaney chased after it. Don't think he got anything on it. Just getting another look now, or did he? Or did he? Not sure. What do you think?
No, I don't think
87
so.
for 4.
I think the Sussex reaction would have been a bit larger had he have got something on it, but can't be sure. I always think it's really tough for the keepers that not only keep but they're opening batters. You just got absolutely no rest, do you? Physically that must be pretty demanding, and also you've got to concentrate, haven't you? You don't really get to switch off. Hunt comes in for his first ball of the over, and that one is flicked round by James into the leg side gap. Should be a couple, but is retrieved by, I think that is Brad Curry. Looks like he's in a bit of pain there, so just the 2 runs taken. James moves on to 56, not 189 for 4. Still the slip and the gully in here for Hunt as he bowls to James. Deep point, deep square, and a long leg as he bowls round the wicket, and that wraps him on the pad. It looks good, and it's out. Another wicket for Hunt, and that looked as out as it could be. Umpire's finger went straight up, and Lyndon James has to depart for 56, a good 56. But that is 2 the key men that rebuilt this innings for Nottinghamshire out.
Yeah. Just seen it again, and I think you're absolutely right, Grace. It did look fairly adjacent. So Sean Hunt just dragging Sussex back into this. 113 balls, 7 fours for Lyndon James in his 56. Hardly done a thing wrong, but has fallen victim there to one round the wicket. Raises his bat to the crowd. Generous round of applause. And Sussex will be delighted to get rid of Lyndon James quickly on the back of the Asiba Mead dismissal. Really good long round of applause, wasn't it? That's what's that? That's 10 wickets to date. that have gone down. We're not at tea yet.
It brings number 23 into bat. Tom Moore's the keeper.
Made just 10 in the first innings. Left-hander. First of the trio at 7, 8, and 9 for knots of left-handers. 189 for 5.
There's a lot of left-handers in this game.
Yeah.
Uncommon amount. Though I think Sussex's left-handed bowlers both bat right-handed, if my memory is correct.
You bat left-handed, all right.
Left-handed. Like a proper left-hander.
You're right left-handed.
Yep.
Everything's left-handed.
Yep. And I'm left-footed as well. Back in my prime football days. Why are you laughing? No, I'm joking. I was average at best at football. Average at best. Pretty good at one bounce in the warm-up though. Left arm over to the left-handed Moores then. Hunt as he comes in, 2 slips in the gully, and Moores just defends that one slightly on the back foot.
Four and a half overs to go until the tea break. Both sides can take stock of where they are. Nottinghamshire certainly won't be counting any chickens, Grace, will they? If the last few wickets fall cheaply, and Sussex have left 320 in 2 days.
Hunt's in, and that one's wide outside off and left alone by Moores.
One way or another, you'd imagine it would be done and dusted tomorrow, but there's a lot of the game left, and if they were set a target of 320 or so, if Notts don't make the most of this position, then Sussex would certainly be looking towards their skipper Pujara. But there's some other very capable players, of course. Ali Orr's had a good season. Tom Clark as well. Hudson Prentice, we've talked about him.
Hunt bowls, and again outside off, and Moores leaves that one alone. A little bit too wide to be enticed in, I think, there.
So Notts will be desperately keen to win the final session today. Now, whether that involves batting throughout the final session or indeed being bowled out and then pinching 2 or 3 Sussex wickets before the close, they'll want to take the final session of the day to go into day 3. Very much favourites to go on and win. It might not pan out like that. Of course, there might be more wickets go down before tea yet.
Hunting, and this one slightly straighter but still left by Moores, and another good over. 2 wickets in consecutive overs for Hunt, I think, and Nottinghamshire now at 189 for 5, and quite a few overs here, Dave, and your prediction of 180 for 5, not the worst. Not too bad at all. Definitely the best out of the 3. It pains me to say.
Yes, I don't think anybody would be paying out on a sweep between us. We were a little way off, all of us. It's going to be Brad Curry to come back and bowl. So James Coles still hasn't had a bowl in this particular innings. Only 2 overs from Archie Lennon. Curry, left arm over. First innings took 3 for 58 from almost 15 overs. Here he comes, bowls down the leg side. Bit of a range finder from Curry. Taken by Carter.
Interesting he's chose to come round with the wicket here as well. I imagine he'll come back over for the left-hander, but looks like a tactic that's been employed by both the left-arm seamers for Sussex here.
Here he comes again from the pavilion end. Mullaney will just clip this away down to Hunt for a single. Moves on to 9. 190 for 5. That's the 47th over of the innings, so all the hardness in this ball has long since gone. This really is the sort of time in the innings. Just watching umpire Bainton just rushing across as quickly as his legs would take him from square leg to square leg. Curry coming back over to the left-handed Moors. Has yet to get off the mark. Two slips and a gullet and go down, and Tom Moores is away now, just dropping this on the leg side. And back again comes umpire Bainton.
Yeah, he's got a pace going there, hasn't he? He doesn't want to be the reason the Sussex over 8 gets further hampered, does he?
They hate
He's
that,
doing his
umpires, don't
best.
they? Right-hander and a left-hander together.
I reckon I'd just stay on the same side. They
Well,
often do,
it's-
don't they?
It's all you need to do, isn't it? I'll stay this side back. Easier to see the lines. 191 for 5. Mulaney has 9, including a 6. There's Curry to bowl to the Notts captain. Very watchful once again, Mulaney. Can really go on the offensive, score his runs quickly. Rattled up a century at Lord's in just 55 balls, the quickest in Championship history for Nottinghamshire earlier in the season. Likes to give it a bit of a biff. Bob says keep the pressure on, guys. 350 plus lead needed. 288 is the advantage at the moment. Next ball is way wide of the off stump, and it goes through to Carter. Been one or two issues with the scoreboard we generally refer to. Yeah, still not working properly. The BBC Sport scorecard. There's Curry. Conclude his 9th over, yet to bowl a maiden. But, this one allowed to pass into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. Trent Bridge looking a picture. Decent crowd in, enjoying the tussle of county championship cricket for the last time, of course, until September. 3 games to come for Nottinghamshire, with fixtures here against Leicestershire, and then finishing with Durham here in between a trip to New Road to face Worcestershire. 191 for 5.
Hunt continue then, 2 slips and a gully in for Tom Moores. The bowls, and that one's a good ball outside off and just left alone again by Moores. He's not looking to play any of those, and understandably so.
Of course, Sussex all back next week. We've commented a few times they've not played at Trent Bridge since 2017, and then lo and behold they play here this week, and they're back on Tuesday at the start of the Royal London One Day Cup. 11 o'clock start here, Nottinghamshire against Sussex in the Royal London. It's just £5 admission for adults, £1 for under 16s. If you've enjoyed this match and want to come along.
Hunting again, and almost a repeat of the last, outside off and left alone by Moores. Sussex might as well stay up here.
Yeah. We've had that chat, Adrian and I. They have got a fixture at Wormsley on Sunday against Oxfordshire. Let's go to Norwich to face Norfolk also on Sunday. The national counties getting involved, providing sort of warm-up opposition for the first-class counties.
Hunt down leg this side, and looks like if it's off the pad or a little flick by Moores, and it's given byes in the end. Straight down leg side, I think that's harsh on Carter. I think it would have been difficult for him to stop it, but races away for 4 byes.
Just on the angle, wasn't it? Just kept going. Tough being a keeper. Just mentioned all the aches and pains that they are subjected to a few minutes ago. Also, there's the ignominy of all those byes that go against them that, as Grace said, are a little unfair.
Hunting again, and this one fuller and straighter, and kept out well by Tom Moores, who defends that to Ollie Robinson. The ball nearly stops by the time he picks it up.
195 for 5. What have we got? 2 overs and 2 balls until the tea break. 4 o'clock already.
Left arm over, Hunt bowls and full and brings Moores forward into a defensive shot to Pujara to cover.
Liam Patterson-White due in at 8. He'll be keen to avoid a pair when he gets the opportunity. James Pattinson's had a good match, made 39 in the first innings with the bat, picked up 5 wickets. Luke Fletcher was not out 5 in the first innings, and Dane Patterson, he made 11 and then took 5 wickets.
Final ball of Hunt's 10th over is a full one, and flashed that by Moores and just runs in the gap and raced away between second slip and gully. Would you say that was guided?
Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, I'd probably say that. Graham Rowley says, hi Dave, what chance of Mead getting a recall for the upcoming South African series? Crawley's not exactly pulling up any trees with only 2 scores above 50 in his last 18 innings since replacing him. Thought of Mead was too quickly discarded after Australia. I agree with you with the latter part, Graham. I'd be very surprised if Haas was in the frame this summer for the Test match or for the Test series against South Africa. I just think, as you say, they discarded him, seemed to move on, and maybe he's going to have to wait a little longer. Mullaney takes a single on the leg side, and that will bring a round of applause, I would imagine, as the 200 comes up. That's not to say it's not a good shout, Graham, for Asib to get back in the international ranks. I agree with you that I think he should have probably gone to the Caribbean in March and had an opportunity there, but they made the decision not to. There's been a change in leadership since then. There's Curry bowling to Moores. I think he would have known where his off stump was there, as he didn't push at it. Just waiting for the update to speak to local radio listeners here in the Robin Hood County. .200 for 5. Nottinghamshire lead by 297. They've had a very good day. First 2 sessions of the match certainly belonged to Sussex yesterday. Notts fighting back after tea, and they've had a good day today. As Moores just blocks this one. He's on 5. There's Curry. Here is that radio update. Well, we're just about 2 overs away from the tea break, with Nottinghamshire in their second innings, 200 for 5. That's an overall lead of 297 over Sussex. Notts have had another good day here. They bowled the visitors out this morning for just 143, with 5 wicket hauls for both Dane Patterson and James Pattinson. And then with the bat, Notts have been led very capably by Asib Mead, who made 94, Lyndon James 56. Strong position for the home side as we close in on tea. They lead overall by 297. Is Brad Curry. 2 balls left in this over. Bowls to Moores and steered to backward point. Just there as we were waiting to, or I was waiting to do the update for BBC Radio Nottingham. The item before they went into the sport. What was it? The world's largest pink diamond has been found in the mines of Angola. What did they say?
The largest one in 300 years.
Largest pink diamond found in 300 years. It's the old Pink Panther films, isn't it?
Don't need any more singing.
You won't have seen those, I assume. Peter Sellers, the Pink Panther films. Clouseau. Next one's helped down to long leg. That's where young Archie's gone. Archie Lennon. He's bowled a couple of overs this afternoon, went for 14 runs. Played nicely in the Sussex first innings, principally yesterday. Good support for Pujara, but he then followed Pujara back to the pavilion this morning. Pujara out for 49, and in the next over, Archie Lennon went for 31 LBW to James Pattinson. He's only bowled 2 overs in the match. James Coles has only bowled 1 over. And he's not going to add to that now. 1 over left in this session, and it's again going to be Sean Hunt.
Tom Moores to face Hunt's first ball as he comes over with 3 slips in place, and that one's just going into the left-handed Tom Moores, and he comes forward and blocks it.
Five balls left in the session. I think everybody will be glad to have a little break and get a cuppa. The two camps will clearly have very different feelings about where the game is heading at the moment.
It's Hunt's in again, and this one more back of a length, and Moores leaves that one alone again. He's been good on the leave since he's come in, Tom Moores.
This is going to be a 2-hour session, Grace. We're approaching 4:10. They started at 20 to 2.
It's slow. It's slow from Sussex today, and yesterday in fact. Just the 4 overs left till tea as Hunt comes in, and again left outside off by Tom Moores.
Kyle says, Dave, agree with you with regards to Asiba Mead not being in contention for this South Africa series, but I do think it'd be a good option for England to think about for Pakistan tour. Technique could be good for those pitchers. He's proved how he can do in the subcontinent back in 2016 on his debut in India. Thanks for that, Kyle.
We've got a bit of a clap going on from the Nottingham supporters as Hunt runs in, and again carbon copy of the last ball left outside off.
Yeah, got to amuse themselves, haven't they? There's that helicopter again, Grace.
Another city tour. 2 balls left then till tea. Can Hunt do anything with them as he goes straight this time, forcing Moores forward into a defensive shot? Moores currently 6 not out, and Mulaney 10 not out. The partnership just 12.
Yeah, won't want to throw it away. They're certainly not saved yet, or out of Sussex's clutches just yet. However optimistic Notts fans may be, or pessimistic Sussex fans, 300 is, I would say, chaseable on here.
Last ball is again left alone outside off, and that brings the second session of the day to a close. Notts in the driving seat then, 201 for 5. They lead by 298 runs.
Thanks very much, Grace. Thanks to Adrian. The 2 wickets to fall in that session came very late on. Asiba Mead caught behind by Ollie Carter of the bowling of Sean Hunt for 94. That was 178 for 4. And then Lyndon James, who'd been Hasib's partner in a stand worth 138, fell shortly afterwards. LBW also to Sean Hunt for 56. That was 189 for 5. Notts lead overall is 298 as they head to tea, and we'll be right back in round about 20 minutes time when the players return. I hope you'll join us then. Eat your cakes. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The players are returning to the field with the BBC commentary for Nottinghamshire versus Sussex. Our batting lineup for this session then: opening the batting, Adrian Harms; opening the bowling, Grace Ballinger; and waiting for a little tickle down at fine leg, it's me, Dave Bracegirdle. Tom Moores and Stephen Mullaney beaten the Sussex players out to the middle, perhaps a sign of eagerness that they want to get on with it. I'm just waiting for the board just to turn to the actual score. Not that I don't know the score, it's the over 8 that I'm eager to see. When that pops up there, Notts are 201 for 5, that's a lead of 298. So Sussex with it all to do. Brad Curry's going to open the bowling. 10 overs, no maidens, none for 40 for Curry. Stephen Mullaney will be on strike. He's got 10. Tom Moores has 6, and the over rate has remained the same. Sussex -6. Hey ho. Not entirely. I'm never entirely sure about these things, but there we are, -6. So work to do as we look towards Brad Curry. It's not Brad Curry, that's Sean Hunt getting us underway down the leg side, taken by Carter. That's Sean Hunt bowling, isn't it? 201 for 5 anyway after 50 overs. Yeah, the board brought a picture of Brad Curry up there, but this is yeah, I think yes, it is Brad Curry. Beg his pardon. We're right. Eventually, Curry is in and bowls to Mullaney, and he defends. They put a picture of Brad Curry up, and then they put the name of Sean Hunt up there. That could confuse an idiot.
I mean, they don't exactly look alike, to be fair. I could see getting Carveus and Brad Curry confused. I think they look quite similar from a distance.
Well, the left armers from the far end.
Yeah, but he looks nothing like him.
All right. Who's had an energy boost during the tea interval as Mullaney defends? You've been and sampled. Now, are you a scone or a scone?
Scone.
A which?
Scone.
Yeah.
The right one.
Good girl. Nick's been in touch. Dave, understand and agree about over 8s, but how can a points deduction matter in Sussex's league position set against the 16 points for a win? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Nick. You're absolutely right. We don't know what we're playing for or whatever. Sussex 16 points for a win, few bonus points, take off a few for the over 8. Does it matter ultimately as Mullaney steers it into the offside? But I'm sure they won't want to lose any, but let's just see how they go about it in this session. But I guess it's a good point if you're 7th out of 8 in the division with only 3 games left after this one. Andrew Wallace just before tea, head groundsman at beautiful Wormsley. We were talking about, or one or two correspondents were talking about Asiba Mead coming back to the international ranks. As Curry is in, Mullaney plunders this one up to mid-off and no run. Says, not sure, especially likely that Hasib will get the opportunity this year for England. He's talking about it. But if any Notts player was to replace Crawley, I would have thought it would be Ben Duckett, given the more attacking style England seem to be after. It says the BBC scorecard seems to be up and running again. Thank you very much for that, Andrew. 201 for 5. That's Curry round the wicket bowls. Mullaney plays it to point and there's no run. So a maiden, a quiet start after tea, but a first maiden to Brad Curry. 10 overs, no maidens. 11 overs, 1 maiden. Radio Nottingham going to chat to me again in just a moment, Grace. Whilst the scorecard, the BBC scorecard is back fixed, I can tell you at Chelmsford, Somerset 305 for 2. Replying to Essex's 505 for 9 declared. Tom Abel had to retire hurt on 90 there. Gloucestershire second innings at Cheltenham, 89 for 3, still trailing Northants by 73. Lancashire 234 for 2. Second innings at Old Trafford, leading Kent by 109. Warwickshire 203 for 4, leading Surrey by 140. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire 191 for 4, leading Hampshire by 132. Robinson bowling to Tom Moores. Here is the radio update. Well, we've just started after tea, no addition to the tea time score of Nottinghamshire 201 for 5 in their second innings. That's an overall lead of 298. Really strong position Notts are in, given them by 2 superb bowling performances rounded off this morning by Dane Patterson and James Pattinson, each picking up 5 wickets. So Notts had a first innings lead of 97. They've built on that courtesy of 94 from Asiba Mead and Lyndon James 56. We're just underway in the final session of the day. Notts in their second innings, 201 for 5. Just before they came to the cricket, the BBC Radio Nottingham News, they keep going on about this diamond that's been found, this pink diamond.
How big do you reckon it is?
Oh, well, I've no idea. What did they say it was called? The Luno Rose. The Lunar Rose.
Yeah,
Luno
they named
Rose?
it after where they found it, didn't they?
201 for 5 in Angola. Next one is pushed up to mid-off by Tom Moores. The only thing I know about Angola is they speak Portuguese.
It's more than I know about Angola, to be fair.
And also I know they found the world's... is it the largest?
The largest pink diamond in 300
largest
years.
in 300 years has been found today. Imagine finding that.
I'd have kept it to myself, I reckon.
You
For
think?
at least a bit of time,
You
yeah.
think?
I don't want it straight on the news on Nottingham,
You're a little bit sneaky.
BBC Nottingham.
Next delivery. Nothing wrong with BBC Radio Nottingham. This one's gone through to Tom Moores. I don't think it's been revealed to the world on BBC Radio Nottingham. You're a little bit sneaky like that, then.
No,
You keep
I'm
secrets.
not sneaky.
Secretive
I'm
Grace.
not at all secretive, but I wouldn't want everyone knowing that I've got this big diamond, the biggest diamond in 300 years.
What about if you won the lottery?
Oh, I was talking about this with my friends a couple of weeks ago. Surely you wouldn't want it. Surely you wouldn't want to tell too many people, because then people are going to rob you and stuff.
Yeah. Can you lend me £5, Grace? Here's Robinson in and bowls. This one goes through to the keeper. Mind, you've won the lottery, haven't you? Getting a 100 contract. Crikey. She comes in the morning, there's £5 and £10 notes tumbling out of her pockets. Dripping in jewellery.
I'm not in this cashless society we live in these days. All I need is my phone.
First thing you treat yourself with a big lottery win. New car, holiday,
Yeah, car. Nice
digs,
car.
house.
Nice car.
Moore's on strike on 6. Robinson bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Replace your sponsored Grace Ballinger sponsored Alfa Romeo, whatever it is you get for the 100.
Funny you say that. Alfa Romeo is the Formula 1 team that I support.
Is it?
It is. Not that I actually follow Formula 1 at all, but John Bateson, our fielding coach at Lightning, he loves Formula 1, and he has made this really good fielding thing, and we're all on Formula 1 teams, and Alfa Romeo is my team. And
So who are the 2 drivers for Formula 1?
for Alfa Romeo,
Yep.
on my team, it's me and Sarah Bright.
No, I mean the Formula 1, Alfa Romeo
I have
Formula
no
1.
idea. But that's who I support nonetheless.
Well, that's shoddy. Are you not talking after tea then?
Huh?
Are you not talking after tea?
Robinson's over was my over.
Is it? Oh, I beg your pardon.
But you decided to do it, so I thought, no, I guess I'm not talking.
Okay. Corey, I beg your pardon, listeners. Corey bowling to Stephen Mullany, and they get a single. Isn't it not Valtteri Bottas and Zhu Guanju.
You could say any names
Could
to
I?
me if
Oh,
I'm honest,
yeah,
and
pretty
I'd
sure
probably
they're
just agree.
Pretty sure they're the Alfa Romeo drivers. Anyway, back to the cricket. Notts have a single to their credit after tea. 202 for 5. Brings Moores back onto strike. The left-hander just holds the bat there in a line of off stump. Well aware that the delivery from Curry was sufficiently wide to go through to the wicket-keeper. Ollie Carter. We actually saw Adrian out of breath, didn't we? He rushed back. Apparently he'd been round to the pavilion. We'll hear all about his travels during the tea interval, I'm sure, when he comes back on in a few minutes' time. Next delivery is catching the edge, yes. Sussex with a low-key celebration. Tom Moore's just sort of stood there before wandering off, and the umpire eventually just raised his finger just to confirm it, but almost just as an indicator of how far they are behind in the game. Very low-key celebration, although Brad Curry will be delighted to have got that wicket. Tom Moore's caught Carter, bowled by Curry for 6, 202 for 6, so after tea, Notts a 1 for 1. Tom Moore's batted for nearly half an hour, faced 30 balls, hit 1-4, but second lowish score in the game, or low score in the game for Tom, out for 10 in the first dig and 6 this time round, caught by fellow wicketkeeper Ollie Carter from the bowling of Curry. Lead exactly 300, Grace.
It's quite a big lead already, isn't it, really? And we'll see Liam Patterson-White, the first of the left-handers, come into bat at number 8.
Or the first of the left-handers after Tom Moores.
Yes, it's true.
He's on a pair, actually. LPW went very quickly in the first innings. Caught by Tom Clark at second slip off the bowling of Carvelis. And it's 202 for 6.
I just pinched one of your jelly babies.
Did you pinch a jelly baby?
I did. And it took me rather longer to eat.
Well, we just sort of dropped you in it. Said the last time we saw you were panting for breath, so I hope you're all right. You've been on your travels.
Well, I had a little wander around and bumped into a couple of Sussex people, so it was nice to catch up with a few people around the ground. And then I suddenly realised it was tea time and had to do an update to the listeners. So I had to run across the ground, and but pathetically I was out of breath, which is not good, is it really?
I did hear the tannoy announcement saying, "Will you please get off the ground?" I didn't know who they were referring to, but
But a nice little spell this for Sussex, haven't they? They've picked up 3 wickets for 24.
Yeah. Lead is 300 though.
Yeah, I mean it's still a huge lead, and not still in a very good place here.
So LPW's on a pair. Curry to bowl to him. This goes through to the wicket-keeper, Carter, who's now got 3 catches in this innings. Did he get 3 in the first? I think he did, yeah. So 6 in the match for Ollie Carter. But he also missed out with the bat, failing to score. And I guess as a top order specialist, he'll be hoping to put that right in the second innings.
Well, certainly 2 or 3 are going to have to make big scores if Sussex are going to get anywhere near. But the bowlers are doing well here.
Next ball, ooh, again very close to kissing the outside edge on its way through to the keeper.
The slight worry is it seems to be doing a bit out there again.
Yeah.
Having seemed to be, it seemed to have gone quite flat when Hamid and Lyndon James were going along nicely. But,
so you've been chatting to people, Sussex supporters now?
Yeah, a couple
up. Well,
there was a couple of Sussex supporters down here. I saw the chairman wandering
I meant up
around
from the
ground.
south coast.
Yes,
in the geographical map of the country. They've come up country. This one's through to the keeper. Carter, end of a successful over for Curry. And he's now 12 overs, 1 for 41. And hopefully they're enjoying their little stay in Nottingham, but I would imagine there's a little bit of a glum side with regards to the match situation at tea time.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, I think the good news is that, there were concerns, weren't there, this morning? This might not go into a third day, but I think that's definitely going to happen now.
Well, it was only you that had those concerns.
Well, I was concerned, when those wickets went down, and then, of course, Sussex picked up 3 early on, didn't they? And you thought, crumbs, we don't want to be out of here in 2 days. But Sussex are giving. I mean, it's a tall order. The lead is 299. And it's going to need a terrific batting display to get anywhere near. But at least they're giving themselves a chance. And credit to the bowlers who are running hard, led by this man, Ollie Robinson. Stephen Mullane on 11. He batted beautifully. I mean, he'll just want to make sure of this, Mullane. I'm sure they'll want to put this game well and truly out of Sussex's reach if they can. And then comes Ollie Robinson from the Ratcliffe Road. End and bowls, and Mullane drives down the ground. Robinson fields. And there is no run. He's got a third slip in place now, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, you're right to point out that the lead is 299. I've just said the lead is 300, but of course Nottinghamshire or Sussex would require 300 right now. I should have been strictly accurate in saying if no more runs are scored. It would be quite a collapse if they lose the next 4 wickets for no runs, but at least 300 required by Sussex right now.
Robinson. 7 wickets in the match. Bowls to Mullane, hits him on the pad. You got a little inside nick on that. But Robinson looks as if he was about to appeal, then decided that he wouldn't, and the ball bounces out into the offside, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. Also, wandering around the ground, Dave, you just get a different perspective from different sort of seats on the ground. I sat down here. What's this lower?
William Clark stand.
I sat there for a couple of overs and just watched. And if you're here for a test match or whatever, you really are right on top of the play. I mean, it's a terrific ground for watching. Really is. As Robinson runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Mullane, and Mullane drives and fielded by Pujara in there. It's short extra cover, prevents the single. Ollie Robinson has a little look at the footholes as he wanders back to his mark. In his 15th over, 5 maidens, 3 for 44.
Yeah, that stand named after William Clark. He was a bit of an entrepreneur, but a leading cricketer of his time, the 1830s. It used to be the William Clark All England 11 that would go all around the country and play, 22 of Brighton or 22 of Newark or wherever it may be.
Robinson in bowls to Mullane, who just pushes this into the offside and picks up a single to the left of Pujara, extra cover. Mullane goes to 12.
And he had a relationship with Mary Chapman, who was the landlady of the Trent Bridge Inn behind us there, and he was always getting under Mary's feet. So she said, get yourself out there, out the back, and do something with that meadow. So he came here, and this was a meadow, and he chopped it all down and turned it into an area where they could play cricket, and from that Trent Bridge was developed.
That's fantastic.
The William Clark stand in his honour.
Well, he did a good job.
He did.
Well done,
good
William Clark.
William.
Yeah.
And well done, Mary, for kicking him out. Get him out from under her feet.
Robinson in bowl short, and Patterson White ducks underneath that through to Ollie Carter. There is no run. Now, there's some
excitement, yeah.
I don't know what that cheer was about, but we've got some spectators who clearly, I'm not sure whether they liked the short delivery or the fact that Patterson White ducked, or maybe it's completely unrunrelated to the cricket.
They've perhaps just been released from the cells last night, Adrian.
Maybe, yeah.
So we saw 1 or 2 being dragged away.
Yeah, there were 1 or 2 last night, weren't they, who got a bit excited. As Robinson turns. Not 203 for 6, leading by exactly 300 runs. Robinson from the Ratcliffe Road end bowls to Patterson White, who's not to be tempted by a ball that drifts away from the left-hander, taken by Carter in front of Hudson Prentice at first slip. Sussex running between the overs again. Now, one interesting thing I did hear at tea time is that if this overs, if it does stay at -6, and that's what's agreed, you lose a point an over.
Yes, yeah.
So, so Sussex could...
Not have fallen foul of that this year. They were docked 4 at Middlesex when it rained on the last day.
So it's at the minute Sussex are facing a penalty of -6 points.
During the course of, after this next delivery, if you like, I'll tell you what Nick Morrell said. He's made quite a good point, actually. 203 for 6. Start of a new over as Mullane defends. Nick Morrell says, understand totally about the over rate situation, but what really does a points deduction matter in Sussex's case?
Well,
7th out of 8 in Division 2. Does it matter?
No, and that was a point actually. It was made to me at tea time as well. Someone said, but actually, where Sussex are, they're not going to challenge for a promotion, so they lose 6 points. Kind of, so what really? And that might well be the thought process. Anyone else in the division, I'm sure, will be thinking, well,
yeah, it's a shame if that is the thought process. Next ball is helped away by Mulaney. I think there was bat involved. He's whipped it down here to Sean Hunt. I don't know if the Sean Hunt fan club are in or what, but as he fielded that, he perhaps heard the roar of approval from somewhere. 204 for 6.
Yeah, I can't see where. It sounds like it's to our left, doesn't it? But I can't see any groups who are applauding Sean Hunt, or perhaps it's just Sussex in general.
It's Wednesday. I don't think we'll have any stag parties in from the Brighton area. Here's Curry in to Patterson. White edged short of Clark at second slip, and they will go through for a single. So Liam Patterson White with an edge that fell short of second slip gets off the mark and off the pair in the match. 205 for 6.
Yeah, it was just watching the replay. It wasn't that far short, but it was short. And to his right, Tom Clark, who managed to parry the ball. But no, I mean, it's nothing to be proud of, is it? -6. You know, I'm sure that. But I was chatting away saying, how on earth did they get in that situation? Because I mean, there was a lot of comings and goings yesterday, but -6 did seem a lot.
It did.
It really does. Very surprising.
Almost seemed like a penalty for taking so many wickets. This one's gone through to the keeper, but then we sort of did point out that T was. Well, it was over half an hour behind schedule yesterday, wasn't it? When Sussex had been doing all that bowling.
And we're going to be late tonight as well, because there's still 27 overs to be bowled, and it's already nearly 10 to 5. So this is looking 6:30 earliest, I would say.
Well,
maybe even
we don't know. We don't know how this session's going to pan out, do we? Wicket, and Sussex batting, or whether Notts will stick around. Perhaps the spinners will come on. Next delivery sees Mulaney chop it away out to Lennon. Single taken, 206 for 6. The lead, 303.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Worcestershire 95 for 5 at New Road, still needing 194 to beat Derbyshire. So Derbyshire looking odds on there. It looks like it's heading for a draw at the Riverside. Middlesex 283 for 6. Still trailing Durham by 138. So barring the two skippers getting together and putting together some sort of a match, that looks like that's heading for a draw, which is good news for Notts.
Not been a deal of that this year.
No, there hasn't. No, good.
Curry in to bowl. Patterson White with rather a more genuine way of getting a single this time. Just helps it out again to Lennon for a single. So he will keep strike at the end of the 55th over of the innings. Notts 207 for 6. They lead by 304. You're listening to County Championship cricket as ever, brought to you by the BBC. Division 2 game this week from Trent Bridge, Notts and Sussex, with Grace Ballinger, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Adrian Harms.
Just very briefly elsewhere, the run fest continues at Chelmsford. Somerset 318 for 2 in reply to Essex's 505 for 9. That's nearing the end of day 3, so that doesn't sound desperately exciting. Gloucestershire 100 for 3 at Cheltenham in their second innings. Trail Northants by 62. Northampton having a decent season, actually. Up in Division 1. Lancashire 252 for 2 against Kent, leading by 127. Luke Wells making 98. Ollie Robinson in from the Ratcliffe Road end, bowls to Patterson White, who's forward slightly uneasily and plays it away into the offside, and there is no run. At the Oval, Warwickshire making a decent fist of things. The county champions 216 for 4, leading Surrey by 153. At Scarborough, Yorkshire 202 for 5, leading Hampshire by 143. So some good games around the country. Ollie Robinson making a change in his field. He's bringing out his third slip to mid-wicket, and he's moved James Coles back to a deep mid-wicket, about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, maybe 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. In fact, he's still going back, so he's only about 10 yards inside the boundary now. So a leg side trap is set, and Robinson coming around the wicket. In and bowls, and Patterson White is forward to a ball of good length. Played into the onside, fielded by the lively Ali Orr, who got a commendation from Grace a bit earlier in the day for his fielding when he was racing in when he was fielding down at fine leg. He'd have a lot of batting to do, will Ali? When it comes Sussex's turn, he batted nicely in the first innings before getting a cracking delivery from James Pattinson. He made 34. Now there's another change in the field. Orr is now going from mid-wicket to... It's not really leg slip. He's sort of a short backward square leg. Sort of leggish gully, that sort of area. Robinson around the wicket bowls. Patterson White lets that go. Taken by Carter. Finn Hudson-Prentice at first slip in his sun hat. Applauds a sun hat he doesn't need at the minute because it's we can't see the sun. There's lots of high-level cloud around. It actually feels a bit muggy.
Yeah.
Which is that's why the ball's nipping around a little bit. James Coles is having a drink over on the mid-wicket boundary, brought to him by, I think that's Daniel Ibrahim over there, who's on a 12th man and drinks duties. A big brown towel wrapped around his neck like sort of boxers do as they're sort of making their way out of the ring. Robinson in again bowls. Patterson White drives to mid-off, fielded by Sean Hunt. And there is no run. I thought he bowled a good spell before tea. Sean Hunt, just as Sussex were looking for desperately for a wicket, he came up with the goods. He's bowled 12 overs, 2 for 52. But he picked up those 2 wickets just before the interval. Hamid and Lyndon James. Robinson looks a bit weary as he wanders back to his mark.
He does, yeah.
And in front of us. Perhaps unsurprising, his first game for best part of 3 months. He's in around the wicket bowl, short and cut away by Patterson White down towards the third man boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. Not much Archie Lennon can do about that. Chasing around the boundary, and it's a boundary to Patterson White. He goes to 6, and Nottinghamshire to 211 for 6, leading by 308.
Very fine margin there between getting the right line and just giving enough width for the batsman, in this case Liam Patterson White, enough room just to cut it away for 4. Went very quickly away to the short side.
Robinson will try again this round the wicket approach to Patterson White. He bowls and Patterson White is forward to a ball of good length and pushes it into the offside, but the effect of having the fielder on that cover boundary is as a comfortable single as he just dabs that away and picks up a single. Patterson White, he goes to 7. The scoreboard is lightning quick here.
Yeah.
212 for 6. It's up there already. Ollie Robinson, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 50. But the important statistic is the one at the bottom of the scoreboard that took me all day to realise that was there, which says that Notts lead by 309, which on a wicket which has proven tricky for batsmen throughout the game. Sussex are going to probably need to score they will need to score the biggest score of the game to win, batting last, and that's never easy.
I'm with you there. The away grounds that I've been to, and I've done the mental arithmetic for 3 days, and then somebody's pointed out that it actually says there on the board what the lead is or whatever. Next one is bowled by Curry. Patterson White, with his name again in small font up on the scoreboard, so they've got it all in, drills it back to the bowler. And there's no run. 212 for 6.
It's all there though, Dave,
Yep.
isn't it? I mean, everything you pretty much want is on that scoreboard. You just got to know where to look, and once you get tuned into where it is, it makes life easier for everybody.
Yep.
Is that where the scorers sit underneath the scoreboard? Is that where they are?
I'll tell you in just a second as the next delivery. Just defended with soft hands by Patterson White out into the offside. Sort of a match day operations room directly under the numbers, under the line of lead by 309, and then the next row down you can see a row of windows. And on the right hand side, as we look, you can see the scorers in there.
Yes, I can see a couple of figures in there.
Just about to see over that tarpaulin that's been draped across, a temporary measure just to sort of help the batsman see. No proper sight screen at that far end. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Patterson White. No run. They call it the Batman board. Adrian, I'm sure you're aware of that because of the Batman-like ears sticking up at the top. The silhouette is that of the Batman face, the traditional Batman face. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Well, no, absolutely.
comes Curry again from the pavilion end. Some shadows around him, so imagine the sun's about somewhere. This is steered to backward point, no run. The floodlights aren't on. We had them on all day yesterday, but thankfully not required today.
That looks like Harry Cavallas, who's warming up at mid-on. I reckon Ollie Robinson might have had his little spurt.
So your season, Josh Philippe,
Yeah,
was due to come. Did he come?
he did. He did come. It all got highly confusing, Dave.
Next ball is pushed back to the bowler by Patterson White.
Yeah. So basically, for Mohammed Rizwan was here for the first few county championship matches, together with Pujara, and then Rizwan got called back because Pakistan had a tour to Sri Lanka. So by that time they'd got Josh Philippe to come and play some T20. That was always the idea. Then he got called up by Australia A to go to Sri Lanka. So that was that plan out the window.
Curry to conclude his 14th over, bowls to the left-handed Patterson White, who just punches it to mid-off. There's no run. 212 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead by 309 since tea. They've lost. Tom Moore's caught Carter bowled Curry for 6.
And then they got the New Zealander Tim Seifert came in as a keeper. He played in a championship game at Glamorgan. And it really was difficult keeping tabs on quite who was here and who wasn't here, really. And it sort of... In fact, Ollie Robinson is going to carry on bowling. I thought that he was going to come out of the attack, but he's going to carry on. But it was... And actually, a very good point that Roland Butcher made when he was on our commentary team at Lord's last week, and he was talking about overseas and saying, you really do want, if you're going to get overseas, you want them here all the season. I know it's very, very difficult, but perhaps that means you just don't take international cricketers. It's just too risky. And there's plenty of other good cricketers around.
Well, Notts have, they've found an ideal couple here that have sort of turned their back on international cricket, but. Certainly on their day, and I think most people would agree that this morning was their day, if you like. Dane Patterson and James Pattinson still bowl to international standard, as does Ollie Robinson, who's in this one. I beg your pardon, it's Adrian's over.
That's all right.
Single taken. Is it a no? No, it's a leg by. I thought he was going to signal a no ball. Sussex have, like most counties, they've still got one or two players that are only playing white ball cricket. Luke Wright, Tamal Mills,
Ravi
Bapara, Max Waller.
No, that's Somerset.
Of course it is. It is. Yeah, he's finished this year.
So they would be so Wright, Mills, Bapara only play white ball. Who else only plays pretty much white ball? In comes Ollie Robinson over the wicket, bowls and let go by Patterson White, taken by Carter. There is no run. So, but just come back to overseas. If you think about Glamorgan, I'm not sure whether you pronounce it Michael Nisa or Michael Nessa, but either way, that's an example, I think, of a good overseas.
Terrific player,
he comes in, plays all formats, does a great job here for the season, and I would like. Sussex to go that way. I think you just... And it's just the way the international... It's nobody's fault, but suddenly you get these players and then there's a tour, but it almost feels like it's going to happen. Robinson in bowls. All a play and a miss from Patterson White, who's really annoyed with himself. He sort of shook his head as he played that shot. Ball goes through to Carter, no run.
With every respect to directors of cricket, head coaches and whatever, though, you can find the right man, and suddenly he'll... if it's a batter, ton... and then be called up for international cricket, or the bowler with wickets, or you can get somebody you think is the ideal fit, and crikey, he's got a season-ending injury, and you're back to square one.
No, it's very difficult.
It is.
I mean, Pujara's been a great signing, and he obviously went away for the Test match against England. Robinson running in bowls, and has he nicked that? No, he hasn't. He's beaten him outside edge, taken by Carter.
This is good from Robinson.
Yeah, he's straining every sinew here. Is Ollie Robinson. Really good spell of bowling, giving it all. And so he missed, I think Pujara missed 2 matches because he had to go and join the Indian squad. And I'm sure Sussex would like to get him back, but I guess the problem with that is all of a sudden if India have a series, if Pujara's selected. So it's not easy, and I'm not saying it's easy at all. But there are plenty of, you just got to look for these little diamonds, and as you say, you picked up a couple here at Notts. Robinson. Bowls. Let go this time by Patterson, White taken by Carter. And there is no...
And of course, if they're not an international with, a sufficient number of caps, they're not going to get a visa. It's so difficult.
Yeah.
It really is.
No, very difficult.
I do like the fact they've gone back to 2 overseas players now, so at least you have got a chance of maybe always getting one on the park, but it's not easy. 5 o'clock.
I think Sussex, just thinking aloud now, that they would want an overseas bowler. They'd want an overseas quick if they can. So just to help around this young bowling attack. Robinson in bowls, he beats Patterson White for about the 3rd time in the over. Really good spell of bowling by Ollie Robinson, who might quite easily have picked up a wicket in that over, but he doesn't do so. And Notts 213 for 6.
And for the last 3 games, is there likely to be an addition to this squad? Will there be somebody brought back?
I would be surprised, to be honest. I think where Sussex are, I think they'll just use the opportunity to give the give these youngsters more experience.
Funds could be better steered in a different direction than
I think you're right.
Bringing somebody halfway around the world for the last 3 championship matches.
Yes. Yeah. So I think they'll pretty much stick with what they've got.
And Pujara, will he be around?
He's here until the end of August, I understand. So right through the 50 over, but he wouldn't be here if Sussex were to make it any further.
It's Curry. 14 overs for him down the leg side. That's a good take by Ollie Carter.
Yeah, that was a good take, because that had gone a long way. So yes, that's my understanding of Pujara. I guess if Sussex were to get... Well, actually, by the end of August, the competition is done apart from the final, isn't it? Because the whole lot is played in August, with the final here on, I think, the 16th of September.
That's right.
But my understanding is, and they may correct me at the club if they're listening, that Pujara would have gone at the end of August, which means he won't play the final 3 championship matches. I think that's the case.
Curry bowls to Stephen Mullaney. It's been very quiet since tea. He's just added the 4 runs. Sort of played within himself in the first innings and only occasionally just broke out of a defensive mindset to punish a bad ball. It's hit a 6 in this innings, going from 1 to 7 with a pull away onto the leg side.
I just wonder if he's thinking he wants to make absolutely sure that Notts are safely in a position to win this match.
Curry to bowl to the Notts skipper round the wicket. Again, happy to leave alone anything he doesn't have to play at.
And I guess he might be thinking, I mean, it's this is going to be, let's face it, this is a tall order for Sussex, even chasing 310. But all the time you've got someone, a world-class performer like Pujara, if others could bat around him.
Yep. There's an update for Radio Nottingham listeners. Nottinghamshire now 213 for 6. That's an overall lead of 310 over Sussex. 1 wicket's gone down since the tea break. Tom Moore's only made 6 this time. Caught behind by Ollie Carter from the bowling of Curry. The standout performance for Nottinghamshire with the bat today. Asiba Mead, who made 94. Lyndon James 56. Earlier in the day, Sussex were polished off in their first innings for 143, with both Patterson and Pattinson taking 5 wickets. 23 overs remain in the day. Notts with an overall lead of 310 at 213 for 6. Two balls left in this. Brad Curry over. Mullaney on 14. Defends this one. And we're talking about Mullaney and his desire to build this lead. Of course, the longer the innings goes on, the more rest that James Pattinson and Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson will have. Of course, they may have to come out and stick around with the bat, but right now they're able to put their feet up. Terrific performance from them both this morning.
Both excellent, weren't they? And last night, actually. Yeah, Bob, with real hostility.
And, in an ideal world, I'm sure Mullaney would like to have them nicely rested until probably the middle of the morning session. Mullaney gets a run here from the final ball of the over away to Archie Lennon on the offside, and there's 1, to add on. 214 for 6. Notts lead by 311. Mulaney 15. Patterson White 7.
Well, I'll take my hat off here to Ollie Robinson because he's peeling off his jumper. He's keen to bowl the next over. Ollie Carter has just joined a conversation between Pujara and Robinson. Not sure what that's about. Maybe a suggestion of a slip cordon or quite what's going to happen.
Sean Hunt's gone off. Is that Ibrahim that's replacing
yes, it is.
him?
Good spot. Daniel Ibrahim comes, who was doing some laps of the ground, I noticed at tea time with Matt. It's been like footballers, Dave. When you go to football matches, you see the subs at the end of the game all racing up and down. And I think Crumbs, you probably wish you'd played really, because it looks absolutely exhausting. And I saw Daniel was running around the ground with Matt Spence, who's clearly a very fit guy, the strength and conditioning coach. Robinson in bowls, and Mulaney sort of dabs that one down into the backward point region, fielded by Coles. There is no run.
You're right. After football matches, they're absolutely beasted, aren't they?
Oh,
the subs
my Lord.
that don't feature, they're there. They changed, and they've just sort of got perhaps 20 minutes to have drummed into them the same amount of physical exertion that the other players have put out there in the 90 minutes. Those that have actually played.
Well, we used to do the interviews in the tunnel after the games at the Amex. As in comes Robinson. Away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end, bowls, and Mulaney is forward. A good length delivery by Robinson, played to point, there is no run. And so you would see the subs going out for their sort of post-match, whatever it was. And then about 30 minutes later they'd come back in and they were absolutely, running with perspiration and looking all puffing and panting.
You can imagine all the hot water's gone in the shower.
Well, that's right. And the lads who played,
room floors,
they're all coming out all
in mud. Yeah,
the lads who played are all coming out looking nice and immaculate.
Yeah, smell nice
home.
and hair nicely coiffured.
Yeah,
even.
Robinson. Bowls, lovely looking shot by Mulaney, that's 4 runs. He got his hand to that, did Pujara, but he's not going to stop the ball. It's rolling towards the boundary and it's going to dribble literally over the rope. Good attempt by Pujara, dived full length to his left, took the pace off the ball, but it was a beautiful shot by Stephen Mulaney. It was a classic cover drive. He goes to 19 and Notts 218 for 6, leading by 315.
It's one of those as a fielder where you think, why did I bother?
Yeah.
It's still gone for 4, and now I'm left with ringing, stinging fingers.
It's beautifully played.
Off for bad light at New Road. Of course, got no floodlights there in the match between Worcestershire and Derbyshire.
Robinson. And again, bowls, and Mulaney cuts this one to backward point, footed by Coles. And I'm glad to see Sussex have sort of filled that gap for a little bit of today. They had that fielder at point at deep backward point, and there was a comfortable single. But they've got James Coles in there now, preventing the single. Sussex just need to believe here. If they could get one might lead to 2 like it did before tea. And Ollie Robinson is giving it his all. He's in his 18th over, 6 maidens, 3 for 54.
Yeah, I was a little surprised when we went to Cardiff a fortnight ago. They're not allowed to use the floodlights for championship matches.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Mulaney is full. Good, and he just nods at Ollie Robinson there as if to say, well bowled. Played away on the offside. No, I wasn't aware of that.
No,
is that a local residence thing? Or?
Well, it's it's the same at Lords, isn't it? They can only do it a number of times in the year, and they've got blast matches and some internationals, and of course they've got 100 matches with the Welsh Fire, so there's only so many days in the year. But the ground now down there, to me, there's an awful lot of woodland around, but
yes,
they say it's close enough to residents.
In comes Robinson, bowls. Mulaney drives nicely to mid-off. They're going to take a single fielded down in front of us by Brad Curry. There is one more to Mulaney, who's pinched the strike at the end of the over. He's 20, Notts 219 for 6, leading by 316. Actually, been at one end of the ground. I mean, you've got Butte Park, haven't you? You've got the River Taff. And behind the ground, actually, there's some hockey pitches, aren't there?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're floodlit. And then you go into that Cathedral Road, where there's some very nice properties. I think that's quite a desirable part of Cardiff to live.
Poor old Harry.
Yeah,
he hasn't got his photograph up on the board yet. Harry Corvallis.
No,
still, we've got the Sussex martlets up there alongside his name.
Yeah, I thought he bowled a decent spell before. I mean, suddenly the Sussex bowlers have lacked nothing in effort. They run in hard.
Absolutely right.
Chettishwell, Pujara, Can't fault them in that regard.
It's not really been a weak link at all in the attack.
No, they've all run in and done their bit. But they could just do with a couple of wickets here for not to go completely out of sight.
Yeah. So it's Carvallis on from the pavilion end. Bowls to Mullaney. Starts with one that started just outside the off stump, swung further away, goes nestling into the gloves of Ollie Carter.
The one thing that hasn't worked is the spin option. Just 2 overs of spin in this innings, and they went for 14 in the first innings. I think just 1 over from James Coles that went for 13.
Yeah. And if you're not employing your spinners, you're just not going to be able to bring down that over rate.
No.
So here's Carvallis. In again, bowls. Mullaney happy to defend. I mean, you can, but you've got to rely on your bowler to quickly get back to his mark. You've got to get the ball to him quickly as well. Sometimes we just see it pinged back to the keeper, and then somebody polishes it, and all the other bits and pieces. You've got to have a will really to try and get through it in under 3 minutes and turn round and be ready to go again.
No, absolutely. Sort of shortish point has come in now as in comes Carvallis. Oh, sorry, this is your right. I apologise.
Played by Mullaney up to Delray Rawlins, who's on the field now. They seem to be taking it in turns, Ibrahim and Rawlins, to come on and do a little bit of substitute fielding.
He likes to throw the ball to the keeper, doesn't he, Rawlins? He was a little fortunate this morning that he threw one over the head of Ollie Carter, and fortunately Hudson Prentice was backing up and prevented a rather embarrassing overthrow.
It's a good example there. The bowler was ready for the ball to come back to him. It's only a few seconds, but do that every delivery and it mounts up over the day. As Mullaney goes for an extravagant pull shot, misses it completely. Ball goes under the bat and bounces again before reaching Carter.
Well, that was so out of character with the rest of his innings. I mean, that was always like a T20 hoik, wasn't it?
See it again. Oh, and it was fairly close to the off stump.
Did keep a bit low as well. I think he was deceived slightly by the bounce, Stephen Mullaney.
219 for 6. Fabulous position for Notts to be in. Didn't look like it when they were bowled out in 2 sessions yesterday. This one wide of the off stump.
No, it's a great position. I mean, it's that lead, isn't it? That 97-run lead, which is it means that the overall lead is 316, and that's going to take a Herculean effort for Sussex to get anywhere near that. What did England chase down here in the Test match against New Zealand? The thing is, we haven't got Bairstow and Stokes. That's the problem.
No, that's a very good question. A little bit of homework for you tonight. Next ball is dug out, and in fact it'll go for 4. Mullaney just jabbed the bat down on it. It squirted away past the 2 slips and ran away down to third man. 4 runs, 223 for 6, Nottinghamshire. The lead 320.
Yeah. But there's no hurry here for Stephen Mullaney. There's 2 whole days to go. A huge lead. The weather forecast is good. So there's absolutely no panic here whatsoever for Stephen Mullaney. No, is Ollie Robinson going to carry on? He's not. He's going to be replaced by Sean Hunt, who picked up a couple of wickets before tea. He's going to bowl from the Ratcliffe Road in figures of 2 for 53. 2 for 52, sorry.
They're all putting a shift in, aren't they?
They are.
These bowlers. He's not ventured too far away from his principal 4. As you say, there was just 1 over from James Coles in the first innings. 2 overs for Archie Lennon this afternoon.
The answer to that question was England chased down 299.
I think it was the final test where they chased a few more, wasn't it? Was that one at Headingley? I can't remember. I've had enough on following Notts without looking at England scores as well.
So that's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to come in from the Ratcliffe Road in, running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Liam Patterson-White. He's in on bowls, and Patterson-White just nudges that into the opposite. That's a frustrating run. Sean Hunt, he's a bit annoyed about that, Sean Hunt, because he'd set the field but he just sort of looked to say, I wanted somebody there. He wanted someone at point. That's just it. You've got a good length delivery and a single's been taken. And I think he wants a change. I don't blame him either.
We also had 5 overs of Tom Clark in the first.
We did.
Innings. He's not bowled in the second either, has he?
No, he hasn't. There's another option, but a medium pace.
Yeah.
Hunt to bowl to Stephen Mullaney, a slipper gully and a shortish point in place as Hunt is in bowls and Mullaney defends into the offside, fielded by Pujara at extra cover, and there is no run.
I'm thinking more in terms of giving the front line 4 just a little bit of a breather. I mean, that second new ball is 18 overs away. Might be an idea just to perhaps give 1 or 2 of the others an opportunity up till then. And there's only 20 overs after this one to go, so maybe that's a thought for the morning, the second new ball.
Hunt in again, bowls. Mullaney plays with soft hands. He's going to get 4 runs here, down to third man. There's a long chase around the boundary for James Coles. I don't think he's going to get there. No, he's not. It's well played, actually, by Mullaney. Just dabbed the ball skillfully. The dab doesn't give you enough credit, actually, and the ball raced away for 4 runs, and nothing Coles could do about that. Mullaney, who suddenly stepped on the accelerator here. He goes to 28. Knots 228 for 6, lead by 325.
He's got 98 runs in the match now, Stephen Mullaney. Out for 70 yesterday.
He's a good captain, isn't he? Leads by example. Hunt on his way, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Mullaney, who clips this around the leg side. More runs here, and it's going to be 4 more runs, and he's just straying onto the leg stump. There is Sean Hunt, and Mullaney just clips the ball casually away through a wideish mid-wicket for 4 runs. A lovely shot. All of a sudden he's gone on to 32, knots 232 for 6. Jonathan Taylor's been in touch from Horsham. Hello, Jonathan. And he says he's headlined his email Horsham under 18s. He said, I just walked over to Horsham Cricket Club and saw Joe Willis, part of the Sussex Academy, score 103 in 9 overs out of a total of 110 with 7 extras, and the other batsman still on 0. Awesome batting. They knocked off 157 in 13 overs. In comes Hunt and bowls, played into the offside, fielded by Orr at point. He says, remember the name Joe Willis. And there's the scoreboard. What an amazing scoreboard.
Would that be red ball or white ball? Or don't
Good question. That's a good question, Jonathan, if you're listening. So it's 109 without loss, and batsman number 1 has 103, and batsman number 2 hasn't scored. It'd be quite nice if I could forward that on, actually, Jonathan, if you're listening, if you could let us know, because that's a great scoreboard. Hunt in bowls, Mullaney carefully forward, placed to mid-on, fielded by the 12th man, who is Daniel Ibrahim. And there is no run, 232 for 6.
Yes, there's been stranger features than that on the local news up and down the country, hasn't there?
Absolutely.
Morning breakfast and things like that. I love all that sort of stuff. 103 out of an opening partnership of 109. And as you say, the fella at the other end, did he get much of the strike? Was he going 6-4, 6-4, 6 single each over?
Well,
how many overs? Was it 9 overs,
yeah.
Did you say? Crikey me. And what age group was it?
Under 18s. So, yeah.
Very good. Very good. Chris Nash's club, isn't it?
It is Chris Nash's club, Tom Haynes' club, Tom Clark's club as well. So there's a few. Will Beer plays his cricket at Horsham.
That's who I meant. Will Beer, not Max Waller. Will Beer.
Right, yeah.
Has he finished?
He has, yeah.
It was Will Beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah. In fact,
right thought process in my mind, wrong name. Yeah.
So he only had a T20 contract for this season, and that hasn't been renewed for next season.
That's right.
He's been a great servant. He's Sussex's leading wicket taker in T20 cricket.
Patterson wide on strike on 8 out of a partnership of 30. Not quite up to the standards of that young man at Horsham. This one's dug out, fielded by Pujara. 232 for 6. Yeah, Will Beer. Been around for a long old time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Will Beer.
But he's. I'm sure there's reasons why Will hasn't had his contract renewed. But I think he's been a really good servant to Sussex and never let Sussex down in T20 cricket. He's always that sort of bowler. You bring him on, and he'll get your wicket and he'll shore up an end.
Carvelis bowls.
Shot.
Patterson White drives into the offside. Shot, says Adrian Arms, and he's right, but Chiteshwar Pujara in the right position. I tell you what, Pujara has been wasted all the years he's fielded at Slater, because he's a terrific asset to a side in the covers. He's stopped a lot of runs over the 2 days here.
I think he's been really good. I think he sets a good example, doesn't he? But I thought that was 4 runs. I thought that was wide. I thought it was wide of Pujara. It was beautifully struck.
232 for 6, 63rd over of the innings. Again, a little bit of long-range debate over the field placings. The umpires don't like all that sort of stuff.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I can see this. I mean, perhaps Sussex aren't too bothered about the over 8, but I can see it going up.
Corvallis in. Patterson White just drops this on the leg side. Takes an easy single. 233 for 6. Lead is 330.
Yes, I just think tactic here for Notts. They'll just keep on going. I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge challenge for Sussex as and when the end of this innings comes, but there's still an awful lot of work to do first. Break this partnership, and there's James Pattinson, Luke Fletcher, and Dane Patterson. .233 for 6. Next ball on its way, driven crisply down the ground by Stephen Mullaney. He's just ambling down the other end. In fact, he gives up after just about getting past the halfway mark. Knew he'd hit it away for 4. Lovely looking shot by Stephen Mullaney. 237 for 6.
It just makes me think, Dave, that this is a good track. There's been a bit in it for the bowlers, but the batters who have applied themselves, Mullaney's bided his time here, as you say. Went into his shell a little bit around tea time. Now he's playing some shots. Lovely shot, wasn't it? Straight down the ground.
Was indeed. He's on strike again and drops this on the offside. The new ball has been absolutely crucial for each side, and then of course this morning, first thing, the bowlers were relatively fresh. Patterson and Pattinson did their work inside the first 50 odd minutes of the morning to scuttle Sussex out. They were 94 for 5 overnight, 143 all out. It was a terrific display from both of Nottinghamshire's overseas quicks. Next delivery on its way, and just run away by Mullaney for another single from the last ball of the over. 63 have gone. 238 for 6. Notts lead by 335.
I'll do one more over, then I better go and do my update, I guess. I'm just sort of looking here. I mean, the tea time score was 201, so these two have added 37 since tea, and the door was pretty much slammed in Sussex's face. But I think these two are just making absolutely sure there's no way back. Having lost Tom Moores just after tea, and a towel has been brought out for Steve Mullaney, maybe a drink as well.
Yeah, it's not the quickest scoring rate since tea. You've got 37 in 13 overs, but doing just enough, aren't they? If they receive a good ball, they're keeping it out. If they get a bad ball, they'll put it away.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't see any sort of. I can't see Mullaney sort of thinking, we'll have sort of half a dozen overs at the Sussex Openers tonight.
No.
I think they'll absolutely put this out of Sussex's reach.
No.
And then come in fresh tomorrow morning.
He could still afford to be batting at lunch tomorrow. I'm not saying by any means they will be, but certainly they would have built up, you'd imagine, sufficient runs to be out of harm's way, and then have 5 sessions left to bowl Sussex out, which under normal circumstances is enough.
Sean Hunt comes in, bowls a bit. Well, that's a cracking delivery. He's taken the inside edge. There's an appeal from Ollie Carter. Mullaney stands hands on hips. He's not too bad. Good delivery though by Sean Hunt, who just cut back into Stephen Mullaney, and Ollie Carter took that diving down the leg side. He's just done that now and again as Sean Hunt. He's just produced the odd delivery that's completely bamboozled the batsman.
Almost impossible, I think, for the umpire to detect anything on that. It was probably the right call. The celebrations almost gave it away, or the lack of appeal.
Hunt in, bowls to Mulaney. That's that shot again, that little late cut down to third man. They'll come back for the second. James Coles is a good fielder, gets in a good throw, but Steve Mulaney committed to come back there, and he's frustrated, Sean Hunt, and I can understand that as well. He's got his fielder down there. Well, you know, if you could have the fielder out, let him have the one, but don't let him have two. And he was just frustrated that James Coles wasn't around quicker, or perhaps James Coles might say, well, I'm not in the right position.
Yeah. He's a long way away there, Coles, and I don't know, I'd pretty much defy you to find any fielder in the world who's going to ping it right over the top from that distance to stop Mulaney running two, because he's set off for two straight away.
And they've changed the field now. They've moved him a little finer, and Ali Ora's gone towards the back. Well, no, he's in front of square now at point. In comes Hunt. Bowls driven firmly, fielded by Pujara. A short extra is no run. The reliable Pujara. Not much gets past him. Total remains 240 for 6. Notts leading by 337. We've still got another 18 overs to be bowled tonight. So we've got at least an hour's of cricket, at least. Now another change in the field. 0 down.
So another delay.
Yeah, Ali Orr's going out to the deep cover point boundary. Sean Hunt is in, bowls, and Mulaney, he's going to look for two here again, you know, just to rub salt in the wounds. They're just going to take a couple. Orr is in very quickly and gets in the throw, but he's set off for the second run. And Sean Hunt was looking there as if to say, don't let them take two here. But Mulaney took the single and he settled on that. He's on 40. 241 for 6. There's some quite dark cloud around Trent Bridge at the minute. I mean, it's sort of has that sort of slightly thundery feel to things. It's still pretty high.
We'll be all right.
There we are. That's the Dave knows the weather here. Lead 338. Hunt with the two slips in place. Bowls to Patterson White, and Patterson White up at his toes and just plays that into the offside. Fielded it short extra by Delray Rawling. So this partnership is worth 39. Liam Patterson White has only made 9 of those, but he's done his job. He's keeping his skipper company.
You may remember from Hove, he came in and whacked a quick fire 40 odd. He smacked a couple into the old pavilion.
Yeah.
In partnership with Mulaney, I might add, and really gave Notts a bit of a boost.
Hunt bowls, driven to mid-off, fielded by Brad Curry. There is no run. End of the over, 241 for 6. Patterson White is on 9. Mulaney is on 40. Yes, you're quite right, Dave. He made 44 in a partnership of 69 with Stephen Mulaney. As Notts racked up that big score. Right, I need to go and do an update, and I'm going to leave you with Dave and with Grace.
Thank you very much to Adrian. Lead 338. Going to be Carvelis. No respite for these Sussex quicks. 241 for 6. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Couple of changes of field here, it seems, just as Carvelis is at the end of his mark and he's into bowl. 2 slips, Mulaney to face, first ball of the over. It's a good ball on the stumps and just pushes Mulaney back a bit as he drives it to mid-on.
They're getting to the point, I would imagine, where they're probably feeling they're on the way to being out of harm's way, Nottinghamshire. Sussex right now would need 339. Remember, they were bowled out for 143. Going to be a daunting challenge for them, isn't it? Yeah,
I mean, it's a big score to get, especially in the final innings of the game, as Carvelis is in again, and similar to the last, just bringing Mulaney back of a length delivery, this time flicked to James Coles at mid-wicket for another dot ball.
You're a little surprised they've not gone to perhaps 1 or 2 alternate bowlers, just try and rest the main 4, bring Tom Clark on for an over or 2, or perhaps just, see what would happen if we had half an hour of Lennon at one end and Coles at the other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would harm at all, would it? I mean, so Carvelis comes in again and just brings Mulaney forward into a defensive shot. Yeah, I think Carvelis he's bowled well. I mean, he's in the 17th over now. He's gone for 48 runs, but he's yet to take a wicket in this innings. And whilst he's bowled well, I don't think it would hurt to try something different, to try, one of the young spinners.
Mulaney likes pace on the ball. As we've seen over the years, he had a spell in his career where he was regularly opening the batting for Nottinghamshire.
It's Carvallis bowls again, and that one's shorter and beats the outside edge of Mulaney, and that's a good ball. Just seemed to kind of catch Mulaney by surprise a little bit, and
Carter, it made him jump, didn't it, as he took it. It's good effort from Carvallis. He's put a shift in throughout these 2 days and gets one to really bounce and, as you say, surprise Mulaney a little bit and foot into the keeper's gloves. Good pace.
she comes in again, and this one again bringing Mulaney forward into a defensive shot. It's been a good over so far. He's bowled it in the right areas here, but Mulaney looking pretty settled on 40 not out.
Yeah, looks to be a really good find, Harry Carvallis.
I found out during my rest, quite a fun fact about him. It's that he, in fact, plays down at Wimbledon Cricket Club with one of my friends from university.
Right.
Thought that was quite exciting fact. He comes in to bowl the last ball is over, and again bringing Mulaney forward into a defensive shot. Good over then from Harry Carvallis. Nottinghamshire 241 for 6, leading by 338.
Yes, I bet it's a handful in club cricket. Another update for Radio Nottingham. Just past 5:30, 17 overs remaining. Notts lead is 338. Got some helmets being brought out there. So presumably there is going to be a change of thinking, a change of policy. Looks like James Coles is going to get his first bowl of the second innings. Nice photograph of him up on the big screen. Is that England? An England top? An England age top?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, England the 19s maybe. Looks like the World Cup logo.
So James Cole's slow left arm spin. Just bowled 1 over in the first innings. Went for 13. Got a duck when he batted yesterday. So as Yaz used to sing, the only way is up. Still waiting for Ali Orr to put on those protective pads. Some dark clouds over Trent Bridge. A shame if this is interrupted, because there's still an hour or so's cricket left here. 17 overs remain on the second day, and Nottinghamshire in a really strong position here over Sussex. 242 for 6, the home side. That's a lead currently worth 339. Stephen Mulaney's playing some nice shots. Made 70 in the first innings, 40 not out this time. But the star of the day for Notts, Asiba Mead, who made 94. Earlier, both Dane Patterson and James Pattinson finished with 5 wicket hauls as Sussex were bowled out for 143. Strong position for Notts. They lead by 339 at 242 for 6. So James Coles has bowled a couple of deliveries there, and Mulaney unable to get that one away. Single from the first ball by Patterson White. This next delivery is just played gently by Mulaney onto the leg side. He'll take a single. 243 for 6. Left-handed Patterson White on to strike. It's a slip for him and a short leg. Finn Hudson-Prentice has gone in at shortish mid-wicket. Next ball is just run into the offside by Patterson White. 244 for 6. Mulaney has 41. This one's pushed back to the bowler. Got quiz questions being asked in our ears from the BBC Radio Nottingham studio.
It's quite distracting, isn't it, really?
Yeah, we've got an on-air quiz going. Next ball is cut away to backward point. That's a tidy enough first over from James Coles, isn't it? 3 singles, 244 for 6.
Yeah, not a bad start from James Coles, and I think it's a good option to try something different.
Yeah.
I mean, Nottinghamshire so comfortable at the moment that it's not really going to do much harm, is it? Even if he does get taken down a little bit, it's worth the risk, I think.
I shall. Oh, there we are. You see, I'm ringing a number, and before I've even finished it, the Radio Nottingham feed has gone. We can concentrate on the cricket. 244 for 6. 16 overs to go in the day. 14 before a second new ball becomes due. I'd imagine they'll save that for the morning, wouldn't you?
You'd think so. It would make sense, wouldn't it?
Of course, Notts might be bowled out by then.
Will be Ari Carvelis to continue. This is his 18th over of the innings. 2 slips in play still as he comes into Patterson White, and that's a good ball. Just brings Patterson White forward and just defends that into the gap in the leg side, and that is 1 run.
He bowled 12 overs yesterday in the first innings, 2 for 42, without a wicket in the second innings, but they're giving him a fairly hefty workload here, aren't they? 30 overs in a couple of days.
Yeah, that is heavy. At the end of his mark, then this time running in to bowl at number 5, Mullaney, captain, as that one's back of a length and pushed into mid-wicket. They think of taking a single, but probably wisely decide against doing so.
They were just unsure, weren't they, if it was close enough to Sean Hunt? Or...
Yeah, I think if one of those ones, if they wanted
Yeah.
set off straight away, they probably would have been alright, but not worth the risk at this point. Both of the batters starting to settle, partnership up to 43 now. Carvelis bowls and brings Mullaney forward into a defensive shot, which trickles to mid-off.
I was just looking at the sky. I've just assured Adrian we'll be all right until the close. It's starting to fill in all around us.
Yeah, it's looking a bit ominous, isn't it? But I don't think there was any rain forecast, so should be okay. Carvelis bowls again, and this one full and driven, but he managed to get a hand to it and prevent any further runs being taken.
Not taking any liberties with him, Stephen Mullaney, as he is staying very much within himself, the Notts captain. If it's there to free the arms and punch through the offside, his favoured cover drive is quickly onto them, but otherwise either just block it or just work it into the gap for the single.
Carvelis is just dabs down to third man where Archie Lennon does the fielding. Score moves on to 246 for 4. Have they added that run on? Yes, they have. 246 for 4. Mullaney 42 not out.
Yeah, for 6.
Did I say for 4?
Yeah. Don't make it worse for the Sussex supporters. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 2 for Sean Hunt, 1 for Brad Curry. Carvelis would dearly like to add his name to the list of wicket takers.
That one back of a length and cut away wide outside off, a bit of a freebie for the left-handed Patterson White, and that races away for 4. That brings up Nottinghamshire's 250 in after 67 overs.
Yes, spoilt the over a little bit there. I'm sure it wasn't meant to go as fine as that from Liam Patterson White, but threw his arms at it, got it away, down to third man. Partnership now worth 48. Useful runs here for Notts. Sussex dismissing Tom Moore straight after the tea break. 202 for 6 at that stage. Really needed to follow that up with another wicket or 2. It didn't happen. Now Mullaney on 42. Patterson White nicely set as well. There's Coles coming into bowl to Stephen Mullaney, and he's gone for a slog sweep and he's given out LBW. Mullaney down on one knee, and for the second time in the match he's been dismissed LBW here, Stephen Mullaney, didn't hang around, just tucked his bat under his arm and off he went. But Mullaney out for 42, that ends that partnership of 48. And a wicket for James Coles. Just makes you wonder what might have happened had he come on a little earlier. But Mullaney down on one knee, looking for the big heave away on the leg side. The slog sweep missed it and was always going to be in trouble. And up went the umpire's finger.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that, James Coles. I mean, he's come on and made an impact pretty much straight away. I think that's just his 7th ball of the day, and yeah, he might be asking to himself why he hasn't come on a bit earlier maybe. I think there would have been no harm in doing so, but a fine innings from Stephen Mullaney. He's out for 42 off 107.
So, might well be James Pattinson. Might be a little miffed, actually, put all that effort in this morning, expecting probably to be able to get his feet up for the rest of the day. And he's out there to bat, just looking at the live stream, just wondering how many actual letters he's got left on the back of his shirt. Not entirely clear which are there, but almost seems every time he wears a shirt a letter or two is missing. Not many left on that one, I don't think.
You must wash it on a really high setting.
I would imagine there's somebody taking care of that for him. He's got enough on at the moment. New baby in the house. Elsie born last week. Second child to James and his partner. So might just be a little bit short of sleep right now, James Pattinson. But my word, he bowled well. I thought both he and Dane Patterson bowled well. No nonsense, no histrionics, no getting agitated with umpires or opposing batsmen. Just got on with the job, and they each picked up 5 wicket bags. So here's Coles in again to Pattinson. He's away first ball, just dabbing it behind square on the offside. This is a substantial lead that Notts have built, and we're looking to, I'm sure, try and polish it off tomorrow. Finish this little batch of county championship matches with a win, and then the red ball will go on a summer vacation. Patterson White cuts this away on the offside. Got 2 Patos batting together here, which should have no difficulty with, but much as I've been watching them all year, we still might run into an issue or two with Pato and Pato at the crease together. 252 for 7. Coles bowls to the nasty fasty, and James Pattinson pushes it back to Coles. Have you been called a nasty fasty?
Not to my face.
Nice flight and control from James Coles. James Pattinson eases it into the offside. You couldn't have a bigger contrast, I think, between the bowling style and the speed with which it comes down from James Pattinson to that of James Coles, could you?
No. Quite interesting, this noise coming from the crowd, actually.
Yeah, I think it's the James Coles fan club. The lead, by the way, is exactly 350 right now. .253 for 7. Next delivery on its way, and it's pushed into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 253 for 7. Bring Adrian in and have a natter to grace for the next few minutes.
Well, Notts in a terrific position here. We're going to get spin from both ends. Sussex hastening through some overs. James Coles, and now we've got Archie Lennon into the attack. He's only got a couple of overs so far. No wicket for 14. So this might make up some of the deficit of overs. Sussex are currently -6 on the over count. So we'll see how how they are at the end of the day. 2.53 for 7, very much Nottinghamshire's day. What can Archie Lennon do? It'd be nice if young Archie could pick up a couple of wickets here. Let's see, he comes in and bowls to James Pattinson, who's 2 not out. He's in and bowls and clip down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no one. So we've got James Patterson, we've got Dane Patterson, and we've got Liam Patterson-White. So we've got to be on our game here, Grace, to make sure we get this right.
It's strange that, isn't it? It's not exactly like the most common of surnames. It's
No,
not a Smith, is it?
No,
So-
it's not. No, Smith or Jones. In comes Lennon. Bowls. Gave that some nice air, did Archie Lennon. And Pattinson just meets it with a forward defensive, plays it onto the onside. There is no run. They've got a couple of 3 fielders guarding the leg side boundary here, Sussex. Archie Lennon, I think, wants another one. He's having a word to Pajara, who says, no, just leave the field as it is for the time being. It's getting a bit gloomy, actually, as in comes Lennon again, bowls, and Pattinson plays it down the onside of the track fielder by Lennon. There is no run. They are off for bad light in other places around the country. So at Cheltenham, they're off for bad light. They're also off for bad light at Worcester. So more towards the west of the country, the bad light seems to be having an effect. In comes Lennon bowls, and forward comes Pattinson, plays into the offside. There is no run. Both of those grounds without floodlights, so at Worcester and also at Cheltenham College, which is a lovely place to go and watch cricket. Beautiful ground. Slip is the only close fielder. Lennon in and bowls, and clipped onto the leg side by James Pattinson, but he doesn't get a run. It's fielded by Pajara, and there is no run. So there's a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square, almost a deep fine leg, right on the boundary. 3 men guarding that leg side boundary, 2 men saving a single. Now on the offside, a slip, 2 men saving 1, and a sweeper on the cover point boundary as Lennon is in. Forward comes Patterson-White. That's a good over by Archie Lennon. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. Knots are 253 for 7, with Liam Patterson-White on 17 and James Pattinson on 2. We're trying to be very careful here to make sure we get this right. Archie Lennon, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. The lead, which is the important thing, is 350. Which is going to be a tough ask for Sussex, Grace. A really batting last on a wicket where this is the highest score of the match. 240, 143, and now 253 for 7. So you could, well, yeah, it's not getting easier, is it? Because Notts have surpassed their first innings score. Anyway, it's James Coles.
James Coles in, left arm over, 1 slip in place, and good ball brought forward. Patterson-White, and just defensive shot. Seems like I don't know if they're just adjusting, but the Notts batters have gone into their shell a little bit, gone down a gear against the spin, but they don't really need to do anything special, do they? As that one's cut away, and as I say that, it's cut away for 4 on that short offside boundary to the left-hander. Maybe Patterson-White heard me. He's now 21 not out. Nottinghamshire 257 for 7.
Yeah, a little bit too wide of the off stump, wasn't it? And comfortably tucked away past backward point. He's got a lot of ground to cover there. So 1 or 2 weary-looking Sussex lads out there at the moment.
It's been a long day for them, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
As Coles looks to rectify, and he does. He goes slightly fuller and slightly straighter, and Patterson-White just pats that back to him.
Yes, I mean, the Sussex innings lasted for, 45 overs, 45.2 overs. So they were out in the field for 61 overs of the Notts innings, and another, I mean, not as long as they were in the field against Leicestershire last week. This is the 70th over of this innings.
Coles round the wicket that time to the left-handed Patterson-White, and he just drives that one out to the cover boundary where there's a fielder and gets a comfortable single.
That was a good bit of fielding by Archie Lennon. He was in really quick, a really good throw right over the top of the stumps. That's just what you need at this time of day. I mean, I'm sure secretly the Sussex lads don't want to be batting. I mean, I'm sure they want to get these 3 wickets, but I'm sure the openers are thinking, not sure I fancy batting tonight against Pattinson and Patterson in slightly indifferent light.
Coles comes in again, and that one's cut again to point, but this time the point fielder, I think
that's Carvelas.
Carvelas, yeah, him and Brad Curry look similar, don't they?
know.
As I said before.
Yeah. The only way I can tell them apart is I think Carvelas throws right-handed and Curry throws left. But
That
they've both
would
got
be
sun
logical.
hats on, yeah.
Coles is in again, left arm round the wicket, and
Ooh.
there's a play and a miss from Patterson. White just beats everything there, and good ball to end the over. Not too sure what happened there. Maybe kept slightly low.
No, I think it did. I think you're right. We'll see the replay in a minute, but I think that did keep low, which isn't great when you're Sussex looking at scoring 357 as it stands at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to show a replay of that. Oh, they are, which is handy. Let's just no, we didn't see it. We saw the replay sign come up, but we didn't see the actual delivery. Not to worry. It is going to be Archie Lennon who's going to carry on from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed James Patterson, who sort of surveys that leg side field. I would not want to be Ali Orr at short leg, because I think James Patterson could probably give it quite a tap if he wants to. In comes Lennon, bowls, and he's forward very respectfully. He is Pattinson, and just plays that through backward point, picks up a single fielded by Brad Curry, who comes in one more to the total. Pattinson goes to 4, 260 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Grace Ballinger, Dave Bracegirdle, your commentary team. We'll be back tomorrow for day 3, as Notts will be looking to secure the win that will put them well clear at the top of Division 2 of the Championship, as in comes Lennon with a nicely flighted leg break, but it's driven nicely by Liam Patterson-White through the offside. He's going to pick up a couple of runs because Brad Curry has a long way to run to field the ball. Out at cover, he ran from backward point. 2 more to Patterson-White. He goes to 24. 262 for 7. The lead 359. Lennon waits. He's in again, bowls, and played down the track by Patterson-White. There is no run. Lennon fields off his own bowling. Archie Lennon tosses the ball from hand to hand. And is in again, bowls, and forward comes Patterson-White, plays it to Pujara, who fields at sort of wide-ish mid-on. Again, there is no run. He gave something to the umpire there, did Archie Lennon? I wonder what he did. That's something that had been dropped on the outfield. He waits this very straight approach to the wicket. Off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 9 paces. Bowls at well, he was on to drive that one away through the offside, was Liam Patterson-White, but he got a big thick inside edge that could have gone anywhere. It ended up at backward square leg, fielded by Ali Orr, and there is no run. Yeah, still off for bad like at Worcester, 108 for 5, needing another 181 to win in the second division as Lennon is in. Patterson-White forward to a ball of good length, played into the offside. Nice tidy over by Archie Lennon, who's done well here for Sussex. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 17. 262 for 7. Notts leading by 359. Still 11 overs to be bowled in the day. The other game in the second division is at the Riverside, where Middlesex are 354 for 7, trailing Durham by 37. John Simpson has just gone through to a century. He's a fine wicket-keeper batsman, John Simpson. He's 102 not out. But that game very much looks like it's heading for a draw. And it's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on this double-pronged spin attack for Sussex.
Maybe Pujara's decided he wants to get in a bit earlier. He's gone for a double spin attack after seeing pretty much no spin throughout the day. And James Coles bowls his first ball around the wicket, and it's left outside off by Pattinson. They've bowled well here, the young spinners.
Yeah, I think they've kept it relatively quiet, haven't they? For Patterson looks at any moment like he might just come charging down the wicket, though.
Coles comes in again. It's a reverse sweep attempt. I don't know if there was any bat on that, but it's fumbled by Ollie Carter. He's fumbled a few.
No, he has.
Few overs.
Yeah.
Ollie Carter.
He's taken a couple of good catches. The catch to get Ben Duckett was a really good catch off Ollie Robinson down the leg side. But no, you're right.
It's Coles in again, and this time Patterson goes back and just defends that to backward point, and there's 3 dots to start the over for James Coles.
Yeah, I think Sussex will just be keen to rattle through these overs, but I don't think they'll be desperate to be out here batting. I'm not sure they're going to all 3 wickets.
Coles is in again, a bit straighter this time and pushed into the leg side by Pattinson, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Cole's in again and gives it a bit of flight and brings Pattinson forward, but doesn't tempt him into anything other than a forward defensive shot.
It just looks, James Patterson, if he's thinking, right, well, I'm going to get down. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries.
No, I agree, as Coles comes in again, and that one he just turns round into the leg side, into the gap. They'll run one, it should only be one, and it will only be one. Gives himself the strike for the next over, knots 263 for 7 with 10 overs remaining in the day.
Very quickly, in the other games in the first division of the county championship, Somerset 256 for 3 at Chelmsford, trailing Essex by 149. 1 day to go in that game, which seems like it's going to finish in a fairly dull draw. Off the field for bad light at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire 135 for 5. Still trailing Northamptonshire by 27. They're not having a great season, Gloucestershire. I don't think they've won in the county championship this season. Lancashire 314 for 3 in their second innings, leading Kent by 189 at Old Trafford. Warwickshire putting up a good display at the Oval, 270 for 4. Off for bad light at the Oval now, leading Surrey by 207 as in comes Archie Lennon, clubbed away through the offside by James Patterson. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Brad Curry chasing around the boundary, can't cut it off. And a rather vociferous party of spectators who are somewhere in the ground applauding madly as if that was the shot that had won the World Cup final. Pattinson goes to 9, 267 for 7, the lead 364. And finally at Scarborough at Yorkshire, 230 for 7, leading Hampshire by 171. Just 1 day left in all of those games, so potentially good finishes at the Oval, at Scarborough, at Old Trafford. In comes Lennon, bowls, and Patterson is very solidly forward and just plays out into the offside. Fielded by Ollie Robinson at short extra cover. There is no run. Alior is really in close there at short leg. Really tight. Lennon in and bowls, and Patterson rocks back and a play and a miss outside the off stump taken by Carter. And there is no run. James Pattinson rehearses the shot. He's looking to cut that one away through backward point. Lennon already back to his mark. Comes in past umpire Baldwin. In and bowls. And forward comes James Patterson and just plays with soft hands. The ball dribbles into the offside and Ollie Robinson rather wearily trudges in and fields the ball. Tosses it back to Archie Lennon, who's, as is the leg spinner's wont, sort of tosses it from hand to hand. And comes in again. Bowls and cuts away. That's what James Patterson meant to do last time. As far as Brad Curry comes running in off of the cover boundary, and it's just a single on this occasion to James Patterson. He goes into double figures. He's on 10, 268 for 7, the lead 365. One more ball to go in Archie Lennon's 5th over. They're making a change in the field now. Aliora gone out to square leg. But now he's coming, trudging across to point is Archie Lennon. There's 3 men out on the leg side boundary. I don't know if we're not that far away from floodlights here. You know, it's got very gloomy.
It's got dark quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah, that sort of low grey, thundery looking cloud. In comes Lennon. In and bowls. Patterson White is leaning forward, punches that into the covers, fielded by Ollie Robinson. There is no run. It's the end of another over. Archie Lennon 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. Nottinghamshire 268 for 7. Liam Patterson White on 24. James Patterson is on 10. We've got 9 overs left in the day, and Notts leading here by 365.
Yeah, I had a look at the forecast earlier. I don't think there was any to rain, but it doesn't look too promising at the moment. Do you reckon there might be a bit of...
Well, Dave Bracegirdle is our weather guru here, and he said it's not going to rain. So Dave thinks it's going to be okay, so we'll go with that.
James Coles will continue. He goes left arm over the wicket as that is flicked off stump into the leg side by Pattinson, but straight to Hudson Prentice at mid-wicket.
I mean, a new ball will be available in 7 overs. I suspect Sussex won't take it tonight.
Coles in again, slightly fuller, tempts Patterson into the drive, but that goes straight to Pujara, 2 yards either way, and it could have been 4. But
or perhaps they might. You never know. There'll be 2 overs left to bowl in the day, so they might decide to have a couple of overs with a new ball.
Coles in again, and good line and length, and just brings Patterson forward into a defensive shot. I mean, the spinners are going well here.
Yeah, perhaps they'll just keep it as it is and think, well, we'll put our feet up this evening, come back with a new ball, try and finish this off tomorrow, and then try and go about scoring these runs.
Coles in again, and
That kept low.
Patterson goes back, but as we say, keeps low, and he does well to get his bat in front of his pad there, because he could have been in trouble otherwise.
I think he'd been absolutely plumb, wouldn't he, if he'd have missed that. That was a worry, it kept so low.
Coles and again, another 4-ball, and this time driven, and no one will be stopping that through the
Lovely
short boundary
shot.
on the offside. Great shot, well timed, and 4 runs for it.
Well, he's a very capable number 9 batsman, isn't he, James Pattinson? Beautifully played for extra cover for 4. He goes to 14. 272 for 7. James Coles, the lead, 369. Coles over the wicket, bowls short, pulled away on the leg side, and I thought they'd have gone back to the square, but it hadn't. It goes straight. I completely lost track of the ball there, which will perhaps tell you something about the light. Fielded at mid wicket by Brad Curry. Another single to James Patterson. He's on 15. 273 for 7. The lead for Nottinghamshire now is a massive 370.
Games have been won from this situation, but it's very rare, isn't it? You'd say not so in the ideal position.
Yeah,
as we head towards the halfway stage. Just wondering if Radio... Oh, I was going to say if Radio Nottingham would have come in there. The RMA is 273 for 7. It's going to be Archie Lennon from the pavilion end, bowling to James Pattinson, pushes it into the offside.
Yeah, just get the feeling Notts are just keen to keep Sussex out there as long as they can here. 2 days to go. And they're in such a strong position. Lennon in bowls and just eased by Pattinson to mid-wicket. And there is no run fielded by Pujara. If Sussex are to have any chance tomorrow, Chetishwar Pujara will have to play probably one of the innings of his career.
Very gloomy overhead conditions right now here at Trent Bridge. We've still got 7 overs left. Should take about 20-25 minutes because Sussex have got 2 spinners bowling. Notts in a really strong position at 273 for 7. Helped there partly by 94 from Asiba Mead, 56 from Lyndon James and 42 from Stephen Mullaney. Notts lead by 370 as we get down to the last few overs here on the second day.
Lennon wanders back to his mark. James Pattinson on 15. He surveys that leg side boundary again as in comes Archie Lennon, bowls, and forward comes James Pattinson and just plays that very quietly. He's ignored that leg side boundary. I keep thinking he's going to dance down the wicket. That Sussex have got 3 fielders protecting that leg side. And I keep thinking he's going to dance down the wicket and crack it into that stand. But he's so far been very restrained as James Pattinson. In comes Lennon again. Bowls. Oh, that kept low as well. Pattinson nudges that down to fine leg. Picks up another single. He goes to 16. Notts to 274 for 7. Pattinson White on 24. Pattinson is on 6. These two have added actually a handy 24 for this 8th wicket. They have a little conversation in the middle. And the Sussex agony is extended a little longer.
Just wonder if James Pattinson will just keep himself under control, keep himself in check until the close tonight. Might go after the bowlers tomorrow morning. Might be an interesting little tussle there. Ollie Robinson bowling to James Pattinson. I think we had it the other way round this morning briefly, didn't we, with the Australian bowling to Ollie Robinson and getting him out, caught down the leg side. There's James Coles. We've got 7 overs left. See when we get them all in. Coles bowling and Pattinson happy to defend. Don't want to let Adrian down now. I've said we'll be all right until the end, but we haven't got the floodlights on. It's not quite that dark, but It is a little gloomy. Pattinson pulls this away, but there's protection on the leg side boundary. Single taken, 275 for 7. The lead is 3-7-2. It's going to be a huge challenge for Sussex. Notts will be able to play the waiting game, be patient. They'll obviously give the seamers a real old blast at it, and then they'll be able to rest them and rotate them with perhaps the spinner on at one end. That spinner being Liam Patterson-White, who blocks this one. He'll be nicely relieved to get a few runs after his first innings duck. As this is pushed back to James Coles. Spinners don't like to get out to spinners, do they? Liam Patterson-White, he'll be desperate not to get out to James Coles. It's bowled nicely into his 6th over. Bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. Adrian will obviously get your close of play thoughts in a wee while, with a couple of overs to go. But we'll get some reaction from the Notts camp over the next 5 minutes or so as Liam Patterson-White pushes this into the offside. 276 for 7. Notts lead is 373, and I'm pleased to say I've been joined by Notts bowling coach Kevin Shine. Welcome up to the commentary box. Kevin, best view in the house.
It is lovely, isn't it? Thanks, Dave. Nice to be here.
Very rarely do Nottinghamshire, or indeed any of the 18 county sides, get to the halfway stage of a county championship match in such a strong position.
It is a strong position, but we know that Sussex can actually back quite deep, and obviously with someone like Pujara in the side, we want to try and put this as far away from them as we possibly can.
He has some talent, isn't he? He looked to have so much time in the first innings. Real bonus to get him today.
He does. He doesn't change his tempo when he bats, and I think we bowled really, really well at him in particular.
There's Archie Lennon starting a new over, bowls to LPW. Sorry, Kev, when there's a spinner on, it's difficult to have a flow of conversation, so we'll just squeeze whatever chat we can get in through the over. 276 for 7. Liam Patterson-White on 25. Just punches this back down the ground to mid-off. There's no run. I would imagine Liam would have been pleased to get off the mark after a first innings duck. Nobody wants a pair. No,
absolutely. Just going back to Pujara, he played really, really well, and it took a great ball to get him out from Dane Patterson.
I'm going to talk about your 2 overseas quicks in a moment. What a special morning it was for them as Patterson-White works this on the leg side. Fielded again by Pujara, who should sleep well tonight because he's dived this way and that. He's had his head full, no doubt, of bowling changes, of fielding places, of a spiralling over rate that he's not been able to bring down. But he's also put his work in with lots of really good stops. A push into the offside by Patterson-White, and there's no run. We'll get to the end of the over, Kevin, then we'll have a chat because he's just so quickly through his overs, as all spinners are. From the pavilion end, those clouds, I don't think I've got any darker. I'm hopeful we will get through to the end. Liam Patterson-White punches this back to the bowler, Archie Lennon, in just his 7th over. A little bit of noise from those down below again. One or two have perhaps been just rehydrating a little early today. Next one is dropped onto the leg side. End of the over, 276 for 7. Got Kevin Shine with us, the Notts bowling coach. Tell me about this morning, everything that went into the performance, and then the joy that everybody could see as they walked off, hand in hand, almost arm in arm, patting each other, 5 wickets apiece.
Yeah, they're a very close bowling group, and that's all of the bowling group, and it's nice when we get other players in as well. They actually blend into that group beautifully, but to get our 2 overseas players getting 5 for each, and very well deserved. They bowl very differently and they complement each other, and it was great to watch. They attacked hard, and to be fair to Sussex, they tried to counter punch as well, but they ended up doing just what we wanted and bowling them out in under an hour.
James Coles has started a new over. First ball's pushed back to him as the floodlights do come on. If I say the nasty fasty, I'm sure you'll know which one I'm talking about. There was no histrionics in this game from James Pattinson. No, it didn't seem as if there was any sledging, any getting upset with the umpires or the batters or teammates or any of the other characteristics that sometimes I'm sure galvanises him into what he is as a single is taken. He just seemed to get on with the job and bang, bang, bang. He was up for it. He had his business head on this morning.
He doesn't need to do that. There's a menace about him anyway.
Yeah.
He's got a reputation.
Scares the life out of me as James Coles is in, and this is pushed into the offside. No, he's a lovely fella, but like all nasty fast bowlers, white line fever.
Yeah, and he's very skillful as well, and we saw that. We saw some great away swing. He's got an in-swinger as well, and people think he's just a fast bowler, but he's not.
James Coles off a couple of paces, tosses it up there, and defended by Liam Patterson-White. And at the other end, there's a lot of guile and cunning into what Dane Patterson does, setting a batsman up, and he's prepared to play the waiting game, the away, and then that destructive one that comes back and demolishes the off stump as Coles bowls, and this is cut away into the offside nicely for be a single. Lennon should stop that, and he does. In fact, they're going to come back for 279 for 7. LPW on to 27.
Yeah, Dane's a very skillful bowler. He's learned how to bowl here now. He's been here for a year and a half, and he's worked out the lengths to bowl. He's actually got quicker as well, and he is very, very clever, being able to move the ball both ways. And his signature nip back ball that got Pujara was something to behold.
279 for 7. Next delivery is driven down the ground. They'll take a sharp single. Sean Hunt doing the fielding. And he said about how they're a close-knit group. I was watching Luke Fletcher, and he almost seemed to be getting as much joy in their wickets and their celebrations and them getting a fiver as if he'd done it himself. I mean, there were beaming smiles, obviously, from the two bowlers, but also from Fletcher and indeed the rest of them.
And that's the point to make. Fletcher's as happy to see the other lads get fiver as he is happy when he gets a fiver or a sixfer. And that's great. And Fletch, just going on to Fletch. Fletch has bowled beautifully again this year. Hasn't had the luck that he's had. The wickets are definitely a little bit drier. They're a little bit flatter for everyone. And I think we've seen that in the bowling figures around the country. But Fletch is still doing a brilliant job in gluing this whole attack together.
Hugely popular figure here. Lenham's going to have another over, 280 for 7. He'll be bowling to Liam Patterson-White. This pair have added 30 very useful runs, chopped away. There's another single, 281 for 7. So a lead, what was the lead? 97. I would imagine Notts were delighted with that as they went out to bat for a second time at midday, and presumably the game plan's just bat for as long as you can.
Yeah, we've got so much time left in the game. That's exactly what we want to do, and we do bat quite deep, so we will just be looking to try and take this as far away as we can.
Lenham to James Pattinson, who seems not only to have lost most of the letters of his name, he's lost his number now. He's I don't know.
A hot wash on
since the new baby has been the addition to the Pattinson household, I'm not sure if he's getting much sleep or he's getting much use of the washing machine. But
he's working quite hard.
Next ball is dropped on the leg side. We'll ask you about Kevin Shine's day as well in a second after this next delivery, because you put it in. I mean, you do disappear for a while, admittedly, while the players are on the field, but I'm sure you're working behind the scenes. But when you come out and the public or the media can see you, today I've seen you working with bowlers that want to work with a red ball, bowlers that are presumably getting themselves with the 100, bowlers that presumably are getting themselves ready to play in the Royal London One Day Cup, and a bowler out there who's preparing himself to play Test cricket again.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this job.
Next delivery from Lenham is chopped into the offside. Just out, maybe one or two of them you were here very early when I got here with Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously getting himself ready for the next batch of Test fixtures.
That's right. Broady, as usual, is the master of detail, and he knows exactly what he wants to do to get himself ready for his Test match. So we actually started bowling yesterday. We had another session where we just lifted it up a little bit today. Once again, it's brilliant to watch him prepare himself for a Test match.
Lenham bowls, and this one is just played down into the ground, 282 for 7. And you seem to film every delivery, and then after a ball or two, perhaps you'll, hey, Stuart, come and have a look at this. Is that generated by you or by him?
So Stuart wants to make sure that all parts of his game are in order, and that's the professional he is. He knows exactly what he wants it to look like. He also wants to improve every single time, so he's thinking, right, how am I going to make a difference in the South African Test matches? So he's actually looking to make sure everything's right before he really starts to ramp up.
I think we've got a can only presume the second new ball has been brought out. The umpires are having a chat. I think something's been brought out from the dressing room. So you've been working with Brodie. Jake Ball also, we've not seen any of him in red ball cricket. He had a go in the Blast and then got a knee injury. He's got a contract for the 100. You've had him out there today working with him.
Yep, so Jake's been a sort of slow building project after his quite serious surgery in December, where he had some pins put in his back and he had some graft taken from his hip. He's done brilliantly to get back for the T20, for the Blast. He got a fielding injury. That was a knee where he dived and hit his knee. And now, yes, we're getting him ready for the 100. And our way to do that is to give him a little bit more than he actually needs. So he played in the second team for the last 2 weeks as well, under capped overs.
There's Coles bowling to Pattinson, who defends this one. And in a way, perhaps somebody looking from afar might think that's strange, because he's going to play for the Welsh Fire. It's nothing to do with Notts, but of course he's one of your guys. You're paying him, and it's in your interest for him to be fit and well and ready for whatever competitions workload that Notts have for him. This is pushed away, no run.
Pete's really big on this, that all players see this as their home, no matter what franchise they're playing for. So Samit Patel was in with us as well this morning, and they should feel welcome to come back, and any of the coaches will work with them at any time.
282 for 7. Next ball is pushed into the offside. Yeah, there was a time or two last year I genuinely thought Imad Wasim was going to play the next game, because there was a couple of times you were actually out there working with Imad Wasim in lunch periods. I thought, where's he come from? That's right, wasn't it?
But it is a family type of club, isn't it? And everybody's welcome.
Coles bowls again, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Just for those listening, and obviously Notts versus Sussex here, 282 for 7. What is going to happen tomorrow?
Well, hopefully we're just going to keep batting. I'm not sure there's an imminent declaration coming, Dave. We're keen to just keep batting and batting.
Coles bowls, and this one's chopped away on the offside. Nicely fielded out there by Lennon on the offside boundary. A generous round of applause from those that have stuck it out until the very end. We are in quite gloomy conditions now. It wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if they took them off, but come on, there's 15 deliveries left. Let's get them in. Coles to bowl to Liam Patterson-White, who's on 29. And low full toss punched down the ground, should be stopped, and is. They'll take a single. 284 for 7. Probably don't want this to sound as if sound dismissive, but Sussex is over 8, nothing to do with you, but they're -6. Do you think there's a feeling, perhaps, we were just wondering if 7th out of 8 in the table, are they bothered? Are they just trying to exercise their best bowlers here, or is there a genuine attempt to bring that over 8 down? I think they're going off, Kev.
Yeah, it does look like. We don't know. The answer to that is we don't know. I mean, we got fined for our over 8 against Middlesex, and we lost 3 overs. It's it's quite tough when you've got fast bowlers operating, obviously, for a long time to keep the over 8 ticking along. But -6 is obviously a lot to make up, and it'll be interesting now with the spinners. You'll probably see that rate change quite quickly if they manage to keep them on for a few hours.
I think we're going off. They're going to take a meter reading, but they are going off. Many thanks for popping up. You're always welcome. You know where we are now. It's a decent view, and we'll always try and find you a cup of tea or something if you come up and join us. So you're very welcome. But thanks for coming up now. Pattinson and Patterson, as far as you're concerned, the stars of the day, but you'll embrace the whole group for what they put in. It's like I suppose the football team, somebody gets the goals, but it takes the other 10 just to get them in that position.
Absolutely, Dave. Really enjoyed it. Thanks very much for having me.
Kevin Shine with us here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. They have gone off for bad light. Lovely to have Kevin pop up and join us. Just a shame that I don't think we're going to get now. That's going to be it, folks, because the ground staff are coming on with the hose pipes and all the rest of it. So I guess in terms of timing, Sussex won't mind that, because 80 overs have gone. They can take the second new ball first thing in the morning. I don't know if Adrian just wants to just give his last thoughts there. We're going to bring in for the last over, fella, but I'm afraid you're not going to get it.
Oh, don't worry about that. Yeah, I think what brought that about was the new ball was available to take. I think Ollie Robinson said, yeah, we'll take it, please. And the umpire said, well, if you're going to take it, then we're going to take you off. So I think everyone got their best wish, really. But interesting, Kevin's view there. You know, not going to declare here. They're just going to bat. There's a lot of time left in this game. The new ball, first thing tomorrow morning, you'd think that Sussex would expect to take wickets with that. But I mean, a lead of 300, like 361 or 381 days.
381, yeah.
It's a huge lead, and it's going to need something heroic for Sussex to get anywhere near. So well done, Notts. It's been another good day's cricket, Dave. Terrific company with you and Grace, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll echo that, Adrian. Always nice to spend time with you. Grace has just slipped off, but very much enjoyed working with her. She'll be back with us tomorrow, and we hope you will as well. They're actually watering the outfield, so we've definitely finished for the night. It is stumps with Nottinghamshire 284 for 7. That's a lead of 381 tomorrow. As Kev said, they'll look to bat on for a wee while. It wouldn't take long, you'd imagine, for the league to get over 400, and then it might just be back to Nasty Fasty and his mate, and maybe Luke Fletcher and one or two others, just to try and get those Sussex wickets. But again, we'll get the opportunity, I think, at some point to see Chiteshwar Pujara batting, maybe along with Ali Orr and Tom Clark and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who Sussex fans, I can give you a little bit of hope there. He anchored a Derbyshire run chase here a couple of years ago. They chased 360 odd on the last day, and his 90 odd not outwon it for them. So just maybe lightning might strike twice. Enjoy your Wednesday evening from the team here at Trent Bridge. We'll bid you a very good night.
Yes, a big thank you to Dave, Grace and to Adrian for their commentary today, and they will be back tomorrow for day 3. So yes, we're at the end of the halfway stage here in this fixture between Nottinghamshire and Sussex, and we've unfortunately had to come off a bad light with 2 overs remaining in day 2. Yes, it's got a bit dark and gloomy here at Trent Bridge, and the umpires have made a decision to come off a bad light, and stumps has been called. But the situation of play is that Notts are 284 for 7 now. They currently lead by 381, and as you might have just heard there from Kevin Shine, at the moment there is no plan to declare. They will bat and bat on. As I say, there's still 2 days left in this fixture, plenty of cricket to be played yet, and obviously to build that lead even further. But from today's point of view, there's been wickets taken. From Sussex point of view, they finished on 143 in their first innings as well, after Jimmy Pattinson and Dane Patterson got 5 wickets each. A great performance from the 2 overseas there. And then obviously from a Sussex point of view, they did manage to get a few early wickets in the second innings of Notts, but as I've just mentioned there, they've managed, especially down to Hasib Hamid, 94 for Haas, and as I say, that lead is 381. Well, we hope that you've enjoyed the coverage from today. We will be back tomorrow for day 3. They call day 3 moving day in the cricketing world. Well, we've always had a lot of movement so far in this fixture, and I imagine there'll be a little bit more tomorrow as well. We hope you can join us then. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, enjoy the rest of your evening.